sweet souls, and welcome back to Goddess of Bliss Tarot. I'm excited to have you guys back, and for those of you who are new to the channel, welcome. In today's very special, super beefy pick a card reading, we are going to be finding out as much information humanly possible about your life partner. This can be someone that you are already with, or someone that you've never met, or anywhere in between. It won't matter because it will apply to you regardless. Now, before we jump right in, I wanted to give a really quick shout out to one of my wonderful, lovely viewers who has been with me from the very, very, very beginning, and throughout all of that time has just consistently shown me nothing other than love and support. And as a thanks to her and Amika, I let her pick today's video topic, and we are in for a treat because it is a good one. So just, Anamika, my heart goes out to you. Thank you so much. Now I'm excited. Let's jump right in. This is going to be pile number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Let's close our eyes, take a deep breath in, and release. Whenever we're ready and feeling calm and centered, open your eyes, and whichever pile pulls your attention the most, calls out to you the most, that is going to be the pile with your messages. I'll see you guys there. Hello, sweet souls who selected pile number 1. This was your cute little crystal heart that you selected. Now, let's break it down because there was a lot that I didn't talk about in the intro. So as you can see, I have a tarot deck pulled out for you guys. Each pile has their own individual tarot deck associated with their pile. I did this because it is going to help us infer even more information about your life partner. I almost said life pile. About your life partner. So we will be incorporating this a little bit into the reading, and then I also am going to be incorporating these tiny, you'll see them, they're tiny tarot cards. They're so cute at a certain point because I don't know if you can tell how thick these piles are, but oh my goodness, they are thick with 3 C's. So I already know I'm going to max out on the amount of space that we're going to take up. We have multiple layers that we are going to be incorporating, and that is because we are going to be, as I said, finding out as much information humanly possible about your life partner. Now, starting out, before we get into the pile, I want to look at first your guys' life, or, well, I guess life story, but story of the relationship. So, to start, we are going to look at where you will be in your life when you meet them, where they will be in their lives when you guys meet, and then what the start of the relationship will be like. Where will you be in your life when you guys meet? Oh, okay. Judgment in reverse and Ace of Swords. Okay. There will be some kind of realization about yourself that you will have just had. Something about teamwork as well, as odd as that sounds. There's going to be something, judgment can talk about listening to the call of the universe to follow your purpose. So this can be when you have a big revelation about your life purpose and you've just started out on your journey with action steps toward that life purpose. And actually, swords, that's still a very mercurial air energy. So you might not yet even have a plan so much as just the idea of what you are meant to do with your life, which sounds big and heavy, but it's not going to feel like that. You're going to feel victorious. You're going to feel in alignment with who you truly are. You will have just overcome a rebirth, struggled through a rebirth, and I'm laughing because I can relate. I feel you. But anyways, so now I want to look at where they are going to be in their lives at the start of when you guys meet. The Sun and the Page of Swords. Ooh. Okay. They're going to be very happy. They're going to be in a very good place in their lives. I'm seeing a lot of joy, a lot of innocence. Only for a few of you, they will have just had a child that's coming through, because we have the innocence and the child with the Sun associated with the Page of Swords, and the pages are very young. I'm looking at this too, and what I find interesting is you both have a major arcana followed by a swords card, and aces and pages both represent new beginnings and younger energies. For a few of you, this might mean that you meet when you are young, or when each of you are at the beginning of a new stage in your life. Lots of ideas. You're both feeling very talkative as well, which I'm seeing is going to help kind of spark and illuminate and expedite the love and the attraction and the connection, because you guys will just be talking nonstop and so interested and curious about each other and about the world and advocating? I'm hearing advocating. Maybe for some of you, you have a shared purpose and it involves being an advocate for other people, helping other people. That's interesting. They might be a slightly turbulent energy in this, because sometimes the Page of Swords, it can talk about, it's not quite as impulsive as the Knight of Swords, but it can kind of have the same naive energy. So if you haven't met them yet, when you meet them, they might be, I see them being very nervous to impress you. They're going to want to impress you, but they're going to be very nervous. So if there's any kind of standoffish energy, or if you feel like they keep interrupting you, try not to take it too personally. This is a very impatient energy, and they're just very excited about you and very, very happy. And very happy to share the joy that they have in their life with you, and to make their joy your joy. That's really cute. Okay, the next two cards I want to see, we're going to, I guess 2 or 3. We're going to look at what the beginning of your relationship is going to look like. Woo. Pile 1, what is the beginning of the relationship going to look like? Ace of Cups. You might meet at work. Interesting. Oh, I was gonna say too, not only do you both have major arcana cards, but this is 19 and this one's 20, but 20 is in reverse. So it's almost like you guys are both kind of at that 19 energy, which is new beginnings. Yeah, not yet having started new beginnings, or just barely having started new beginnings is what I'm seeing. Let's see if we can get one more. Woo! Just one more card, please. Oh my gosh. I asked for one card and I only got one card? What is happening? Okay, wow. So, beginning of the relationship is going to, this is going to be a very fast-moving energy for both of you. Beginning of the relationship, you guys are going to get right to work on your shared goals. Maybe you'll meet at school, and I see if that's the case, I see you guys studying together. There's a little bit of a selfish energy here, but it's a positive selfishness that sources from self-compassion and self-love. Oh, okay, I see. Also, though, so you guys are really going to have to work at in the beginning, understanding that maybe you have different love languages. Yeah, there's gonna have to be work that is put in lovingly. It's still going to feel very natural. It's still going to flow. Everything is still going to feel good. But you are different people. You may have a lot of things in common, especially within your life circumstances when you meet. And you both are going to be very, like, there's no F boy, F girl energy in this. or if there is, it's in the sense of that maybe one or both of you used to be, and then when you meet, it's this surprise, like, whoa, I actually want to settle down. You're going to figure out, each of you are going to figure out very quickly into this relationship that you want to create a legacy together. You might even get married pretty quickly into meeting each other, or there will be some intense level of commitment very early into the relationship, be that moving in together or getting a pet together, because I'm seeing the dogs here. You might both have dogs or have animals that I see them getting along, and that's really going to help nourish a sense of harmony. And it's going to feel like family. I'm also seeing, if things are a little rocky in the beginning for either of you with your partner's in-laws, but with their family, I do see that working out. There might be some misunderstandings or standoffishness that you have to deal with, but it's not in like a devastating way. It's just in kind of a minor annoyance kind of way that you will be working out of, because we have the 10 of Pentacles at the beginning of your relationship. We also have 2 Pentacles cards. So this is going to be a very stable relationship from the very beginning. Many relationships sometimes go through those wax and wane cycles, and some relationships even, like, they'll break up and get back together, which is fine. You know, everyone has their own story. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but I'm not seeing that for you guys. For you guys, you and your life partner, you're good. You're setting roots down. Like, you guys are good. You're content. And I'm also seeing at the beginning of the relationship, there's going to be an inspiration to work on yourself and to better yourself. I see you guys maybe going to the gym more, eating healthier. Your lifestyles are going to begin merging and meshing. You're just going to really understand at this instinctual level that the more that you take care of yourself, and that the better you take care of yourself, the better that you are able to take care of and to give to your partner, which is a very mature sense of thinking. So even if you are young when you meet, there's going to be this old soul kind of, it's almost like, it's like you've known each other for lifetimes. You know, say you've been committed and or married and or soulmates for lifetimes, and then it's like you're meeting again in this life, and you're just instinctually falling back into that soul pattern of, yeah, you're my person. You're my person. Be whatever may. You are my person. And it's like you're settling back into that sense of comfort and home that you have nourished and created, and continue to grow with this soul through multiple lifetimes. It's going to be that kind of feeling. If you don't believe in reincarnation or past lives, that's okay. Either way, that's going to be the embodiment of the energy, particularly at the beginning of the relationship. Okay, now I'm going to do a quick little transformation of these cards, and then we're going to pull a few more to get some more information and some more deets about the story of your guys' relationship. Okay, aren't these so cute? When I saw them, I couldn't help but get them. Like, they're too adorable. But anyways, okay, so now we are just going to pull a few more cards to get the general nature and themes of this relationship and how this relationship will grow over time. So, let's just, ooh, competition. Lots of passion. Woo. Hang on, that's too many. Well, I'll take the top. I'll take the ones that showed. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Take the ones that showed. Okay. Pile number 1. So, lots of passion that I'm seeing. There's going to be some... All right. I'm just going to keep it straight up. There's going to be, I'm seeing jealousy and or competition here that is going to inspire change and self-reflection and development and new perspectives within each of you. You guys are a very passionate couple, and especially if this is a early in life commitment, I see some potential doubts that might, and insecurities that might kind of creep in. So this is coming through as a gentle warning because this is a very beautiful relationship. And I mean, these are lessons that you guys are just going to have to go through one way or another, be it personal, work and reflection that you cultivate over time, or if you don't choose to go that route, then you both will just come across these issues together and learn to conquer them together until you're finally able to evolve to a place of self-empowerment and mastery. Because let me just break this down. So the 5 of Wands talks about competition. Sometimes it's friendly competition. So that could be an aspect as well where there's more of a fun energy, because sometimes in this card it's just a bunch of boys just play fighting, and those play fights actually help them practice and develop their skills, like Viking boys and girls, I think. Viking children, for the sake of keeping things accurate. I don't know for sure. But, it was very important for them to play in ways that mocked fighting. So they would play fight. And it's actually side note, actually does play, a deeply important role in character development and in development as a person in general through childhood. So there will be times when, if this isn't talking about jealousy and competition, this will be you guys kind of being like play fighting with each other, It's like that couple, if you go out to dinner with that couple and they just give each other shit the entire time, and people just kind of look at them like, are you guys okay? And they're like, what do you mean? Yeah, of course we are. It's like, I'm mean to the people I love. Not actually mean, but you know what I mean? Like, you can give your friends a hard time. I personally give my friends that I'm closest to a hard time, and them to me, and it's because we're comfortable with each other, it's fun. So I do see the embodiment of that energy as well. But what's interesting is that that is going to help you guys master, in a very innocent way, conflict skills that will be able to, has the potential to help you guys avoid disharmony and disappointment in the future. Now, every relationship naturally is going to experience disharmony and disillusionment and things like that. That's just natural. That's a part of the cycle. But that's not to be discouraging, because I want to re-emphasize that, we have the Magician here as your final card. This is so self-empowering. You guys are going to feel good. Very, very good. Okay? I'm seeing good things. But this is just a gentle warning in the sense that if you get too caught up in that, maybe it's even just being too playful and not romantic enough. Because we did have the Ace of Cups in reverse. This might not be, you guys might not be that super lovey-dovey, all over each other kind of couple. You might just be a more playful couple, which makes sense too with you guys needing to work on understanding each other's love languages. Now, with the jealousy and the competition, this is that gentle guidance of reflecting on personal goals and insecurities. Yeah, personal goals and insecurities. So when you're feeling insecure ever within this relationship, you're going to learn to refocus on yourself, because reversals can talk about self-reflection and looking deep within to access this energy deep within. And the Two of Wands is all about planning. There's something about conflicts, though. Conflicts leading to disharmony and disappointment, but ultimately you'll be overcoming it. If self-reflection is lacking and disharmony becomes too great, you might go to couples therapy, and that will teach you guys conflict management. There's something about conflict management here. Oh, but that will be changing, because we do have 2 5s. Yeah, okay. So that's just a lesson that you guys are going to learn together. And ultimately, it's going to make you stronger as a couple. Because feeling any sense of instability within the relationship is going to be obviously unsettling for each of you, which is going to be what inspires personal growth. So some kind of challenge is going to happen that's going to change up the nature of your relationship for a little bit, but it's going to be fleeting. So maybe you'll go through a phase where you fight a lot, and then you guys will understand the root cause of these fights, and then you'll overcome them. So much passion, though. You guys are going to be so passionate about each other, because we have so many wands. And wands, that's a very passionate energy. The relationship with this person is going to really help you access your inner power, ultimately, and your sense of capability. So there will be a sense of, man, like you guys triumphing over everything together. Over the disappointments together, over the jealousy together. You both will have very similar approaches to things, which might add to those, clashes, but ultimately it will also inevitably end in deep misunderstandings that transform into compassion and self-compassion. It's like you guys are each other's mirror, because we do have the 4 of Wands here, and that can be a very mirroring twin flame energy. But there will be, don't get me wrong, don't let this scare you. The conflict and any unfavorable, quote unquote, energies that you guys will face, you will always end up back conquering and celebrating together. But it's actually pretty healthy because it'll be like, okay, I can't talk to you right now because I will say something that I will regret. Come back to me when I'm calmed down. You'll self-reflect, they'll self-reflect, and you guys will have to learn how to channel all of this emotion and passion into words, which is probably why that therapy message is coming through, like a couples therapy. I mean, that won't apply to all of you, but that is a side effect, a consequence of couples therapy, right? Is learning how to identify your emotions and how to validate them and pay attention to them. Your goal for both of you is going to be just constantly maintaining a sense of harmony. And there might be also some competing goals within maybe your career and their career. So someone might have to make a sacrifice. Say someone wants to move to, I don't know why this is coming to mind, but someone wants to move to Pennsylvania for their career, but you guys live in Michigan, and you know your family is where you guys are right now, but you know their amazing dream come true job opportunity is in Pennsylvania or something. I don't know why those states came up. Sorry, that was definitely, those are all in the US, but it's something like that. Oh my gosh, and we have yeah, oh, you guys might do long distance. Interesting. So it'll all be about reflecting and figuring out how to meet each other's needs, which is something that you will both work on. There's not going to be that sense of selfishness that came through in the beginning. You will both be growing out of that. Any sense of that. You will both be very focused on doing what you need to do to make sure you guys can stay happy and healthy together, which is what ultimately ends up in the Magician. And the fact that we have the Magician here, and the Four of Wands, even if it is in the reversal, it doesn't matter. Those are both very magical cards. So a lot of magic, despite, so many of you are going to have to do long distance for a little bit. And if that's the case, been there, done that, it sucks. But ultimately, I did end up growing closer with my partner. And that's what I'm seeing for you guys as well. Definitely forces a sense of self-reflection on insecurities and or jealousies. But this is still a very playful energy. It's actually very harmonious in the sense that you will both be in sync with wanting to create a stable home, especially in times where stability isn't necessarily guaranteed. Potentially you live somewhere where maybe your country isn't in a place of stability. And I see you guys conquering through that and living through that together. So the goal for both of you will be maintaining that sense of magic and love and cherishing memories. And at the end of the day, you will always have each other. I keep hearing that. At the end of the day, we will always have each other. So no matter what, you guys will end up always coming back to each other. If it's a fight that you have, take a few days, come back to each other with new perspectives and an open mind and an open ear. This is very mature energy. Lots of growing, lots of change. You will both experience and live through a lot of changes personally and together. I just really love that the Magician is here though too, because it's like after each setback that you guys have, you're going to come back even stronger. It's kind of that saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So sometimes when couples go through challenging times together, for the couples who are right for each other, it ultimately ends up bringing them together and turning them into a team, because they choose to, instead of bicker and pit themselves against each other and blame each other for the whatever challenges that they're facing. They face it together, which is really beautiful, which is what I'm seeing, as opposed to an energy of like, you know, screw you, like this is all your fault, yada yada. Even if there is that, I see you guys growing out of that very quickly. And that's not even for all of you. Some of you won't even have to grow through that. Some of you will just instantly just know that this is your person. They have your back. You have their back. No matter what happens, you guys are you. Of course you guys are going to stay together and do what it takes to make each other happy and to make yourselves happy in healthy ways. Oh, yeah, so much magic. You guys are really going to elevate each other in each other's lives as well, I'm seeing. Now, okay, that's quite the story, but don't worry, we're definitely going to keep getting into it. I am going to transform these, and then we are going to jump into focusing on your life partner specifically, their traits, everything that we can kind of discern. Okay, pile one. These two cards here are going to show us who they are, and then we're going to get into some of their strengths and weaknesses before pulling any final messages about who they are specifically from your personalized deck that we saw at the beginning. And then we are going to look at how they are going to treat you, and then we'll keep going. Let's see who they are as a person. Wow. Communication, Iris, and teacher. So they might actually literally be a teacher. Ability to communicate knowledge, experience, skill, or wisdom. And Iris, communication. I suppose that does align pretty well with what we were getting at the beginning. That makes sense. That's interesting. So they are, even if they are not literally a teacher, maybe they'll be like a TA at some point, or in a leadership position at their work where they have to train people a lot. They will be good at communicating. A lot came through about you guys learning to communicate with each other, transmute things into communicating. Emotions as well. I'm sensing a very kind of air-like energy from them. So they're definitely a thinker, and they are smart. They are very smart. They might travel a lot because we do have the world here, and we did see the world over here as well. They contribute themselves to society, though, by sharing their skills, sharing their wisdom, sharing their experience. And they're not afraid to speak the truth. They are an honest person. I can see that very clearly. I want to look some more at maybe what their strengths. Yeah, let's go into strengths and weaknesses here. I'm just going to put that guy out of the way. All right, let's look at their strengths. The Gatherer. Family oriented, that's for sure. The Rainmaker. They might even be a therapist. They're so good at communicating. They're good at getting to the heart of an issue. I can say that much. Okay. Their weaknesses. Okay. They're good at communicating. Hang on. I want to fix this glare. All right. Hopefully that's a little better. Their strengths. They are very in tune with nature. I'm seeing their strength as well as being kind of a homebody. They value family, which is interesting because one of their weaknesses is their family. So something about their childhood. Something about their childhood that they went through was rough. So sometimes they have a hard time maintaining a sense of stability in their lives because that wasn't what they knew. So it feels unfamiliar for them, which makes sense with the stability messages that were coming through earlier. So although they value family and community so much, it's a little bit of a conflict, like an inner conflict for them, because they feel like they're not good at maintaining that sense of stability and harmony within a community. And they will communicate this with you. It's not like this is going to be some kind of deep secret. They are a very balanced person still, though. A very balanced person. They're good at sharing. They're very expressive. They're so expressive, and that's one of their greatest strengths. Very in tune with nature. They care about the environment. They have a hard time. It's kind of an irony because they're so good at communicating. If anything, that's communicating is a part of what they do for a living, and yet they feel like they have such a hard time communicating the deeper feelings. So they might, just gab all the time. But when it comes to talking about the deep stuff and getting less superficial, they might struggle with that a bit, which is something that I see them beginning to want to change. And you are going to play an important role in that, in kind of teaching them that sense of that they don't have to be trapped by their past, that their past doesn't have to be their future, which is in alignment with maintaining who they are as a person, which is really, really powerful. The gatherer. They're good at throwing parties or throwing get-togethers. There's so many twos here. They're very partner-oriented. It's like once they pick you, they're yours, man. They are your partner. They're very beautiful as well. They're very beautiful. A little bit of not a show off, but a show off. What's like the positive form of a show off? They take a lot of pride in how they look. And they like health. I could see that with all these pumpkins here, maybe their favorite season is autumn, or their favorite holiday is like Halloween or Thanksgiving. They could even be a little bit of a foodie too. Yeah, they could be a really good cook or really good at making cocktails. Something that involves giving sustenance or giving a sense of enjoyment to other people. They might even be an entertainer or an influencer. Let's see if we can get the Chariot. Very fast-moving energy. Ooh. When they're very ambitious too. When they set their minds and their hearts to something, it's happening. Nothing is getting in their way. It's happening. So their career might matter a lot to them as well. Oh, and the Knight of Cups, the Knight of Emotions. Yeah, see? There's something, so it's one of their weaknesses. They might not be the best at, they're really great at communicating, but just not necessarily their emotions. That's one of their weaknesses that they will be working on. And something because the spiral is making me think of ancestry. Yeah, there's something that they went through within their childhood, or even some kind of generational curse that they're going to be breaking or working on breaking. They have a very hard time navigating their own emotions, but they are so ambitious and caring and self-empowered. They really believe in themselves. They're confident in a healthy way, not in an arrogant way, because it's coming through in the strength position. They might be spiritual, because I'm seeing the 7 here, and then communication can sometimes hint at that as well, but they don't have to be. They could even also have a special connection with horses, because I'm seeing the horses here and then the horse here with the sun. there's something about stability that they're just not used to, so they're kind of afraid of it. Like, they don't understand it, which is something that you guys will be working on together, though. What an interesting human. Very ambitious, very career and goal-oriented, very giving, very generous. They're going to want to move forward very quickly with you, which confirms the story that came through earlier. Something with a sense of stability. It's interesting that message keeps coming through. I think they put a lot of pressure on themselves because they are a teacher inherently. They love sharing knowledge and sharing what they know. So they feel like they need to hold themselves to a higher standard. Very, very smart. They're very, very, very smart. Probably witty as well. Which makes sense with like the playfulness that's going to come through. Yeah, you're really going to help them open up to their emotions and work through them. It's going to be their love for you that is going to really encourage them to do that and teach them to do that. I want to see how they are going to treat you. Purification. Yeah, they're going to want to purify whatever this past trauma, this past nonsense is. And Queen of Pentacles in reverse. They're going to definitely treat you like they're equal. They expect you to keep up with them, but in a healthy way. So maybe kind of in alignment with what was coming through earlier. Maybe they're the gym rat. I mean, I guess they don't have to be a gym rat, but maybe they're very physically active and very healthy. They expect you to be the same in your own way, right? So they're also going to be very pure towards you, though, very pure-hearted. And they're not going to treat you in a way that's like, what they expect is fairness. They expect equal give and take. And it's not, so say for example, you are in a straight relationship and you are the feminine and they are the masculine. They're not going to expect you to just stay at home and pop out babies if that's not something that you want to do. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not going to ever be their expectation of you. They're constantly going to be working on themselves and purifying their actions and purifying their love for you and who they are as a person. They're going to be very, very giving. It's also, even though they're going to want that equal give and take, it's not like they're going into it with a very pure heart. They're going into it with the sense of, how can I give to my person? As opposed to, what can I get out of this person? I think that their love language is going to be like words. I'm hearing actually acts of service. Wow, there's something about horses. A horse is a very active, empowered, and noble energy. So I'm seeing that from them. But yeah, they're going to be very flattering. Like, they might not be the best at communicating their emotions, which is going to be so deeply frustrating for them. Whew. So deeply frustrating for them. But I mean, that frustration is going to be a part of what spurs them to be better for you. They're always going to want to push themselves to be better for you. But what is it? It's words of affirmation? Words of affirmation. Yeah, they're going to be very vocal and very just open with you about how they see you, how amazing you are to them in their eyes. And this is a very high integrity person, very loving person. They're going to feel like they can be their purest, most innocent selves with you. They might not be able to offer you a sense of stability within, which is so weird because we had that you have a very stable relationship, but they're not, like them personally, like emotionally, they might not be able to offer you the greatest sense of stability. because they have some demons that they're working through. So much about stability. That's so odd. Okay, we will see what else we can get from that, but these cards here are going to show us your first impression of them. We're going to do this. Okay. Your general first impression of each other. Wow, purity and purification. Ooh. Okay, and their first impression of you. So your first impression of them. Love is all around you. There's love everywhere, all of the time. Simply acknowledge this truth. You're going to see them as a very honest person, a very loving person, and you are going to see them being very loved. Yeah, you're going to see them being very loved. Okay, and then they are going to see you. Okay, yeah. They're going to see you as very, very easily demonstrating how you feel. Demonstrate love. Find out what is important to those you love and act on it. So maybe that's why the acts of service message was coming through. Maybe you're the one with the acts of service love language. They see you as a very loving, very giving, very generous, very nurturing person. You could carry a lot of feminine energy. Even if you are a man watching this, gender is irrelevant, honestly, in tarot. It's all just energy. So you might have a more feminine or just like a softer side to you that they really love. Now, you both, I hold purity in high esteem. Man, meeting this person might trigger a spiritual awakening for both of you. Okay, I grabbed the book because I want to read a part of the book for this one. So, I hold purity in high esteem. Purity is the state in which, quote, a substance is free from contamination, pollution, or anything that debases the matter materialized, unquote. Out of context, the notion of this ideal may evoke feelings and memories tied to overzealous philosophies on chastity, abstinence, or other dogmatic tenets of belief, but contextualized as an ideal in relationship with perennial philosophy and the embodiment of nature as the manifested energies of the universe, we may be reminded that purity is something to be held in esteem, so that the inner spirit is refined enough for the soul of the natural world to reverberate through conscious awareness. Wow. So you both are going to see each other just as very pure, very giving. I suppose that was, you were connecting with your sense of your soul purpose. And they were joyfully in alignment with theirs. You guys are just going to see each other as your soul partners. The fact that we do have so much about purity and purification, again, brings up the sense of clean eating and also following a sense of religious or spiritual beliefs in some form or fashion. Even though this person and yourself might be traditional within the sense of relationships, it's not ever going to be in a constricting way. Very balanced too. This is very balanced, heart-focused energy. I want to look at now how you are going to know that this is the one and how they are going to know that this is the one. Oh, interesting. Queen Bee in reverse and the Hermit in reverse. Spend time in quiet meditation, spiritual teaching, and self-discovery. They're going to know you're the one because even though you are willing and open to learn, they aren't going to feel like they need to teach you. Which is going to feel like, it's like, I can feel it as like a finally, I don't have to worry about this one. Like, I can still share my thoughts and my beliefs with this person, but I don't have to teach them how to do things. It's going to be a very big relief for them. And it's interesting too that we have the Queen Bee in reverse right next to the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, which I kind of see as the embodiment of Queen Bee energy. So you're going to know that this is the one once you realize that they aren't going to expect you to be anything other than your most empowered self. And even though you both might, let's say, follow a specific faith or a specific belief system or tradition that is kind of controlled, in the sense of roles to be played, strict roles to be played within a relationship. Once you see that they're like, no, screw that, you are your own empowered person, and they're not going to put you on a pedestal. You might be really used to that. You might be really used to people kind of not, this sounds very weird, but it's coming through, but not like slaving after you, or like maybe like super eager to get your attention. There's something about your energy that is, it's like honey. It draws people to you, but they're not going to fall for that. They're going to see you as an equal, and that's going to be immensely attractive to you. And that's how you're going to know, because you are both going to feel like each other's equal. And you are going to feel encouraged to nourish yourself and your own dreams. This is very multi-layered, very deep. Okay, and then for them, they might, again, everything that kind of came through about the teaching, but also they might, if they're not a hermit, because they do really value community. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so everything that was coming through here about them kind of struggling with expressing their emotions and maybe even, being romantic. Like they have a hard time doing things like that. They're going to know you're the one when they realize they don't want to keep all of this to themselves. They want to evolve and to change so that they can share their feelings with you, because they see how important and necessary it is for you. That's going to inspire change. It's going to inspire self-reflection. It's also going to inspire them to no longer be oh, I don't want to say this because it sounds bad, but whatever, it's the message. But they're no longer going to want to be self-absorbed. I'm not trash talking on your life partner, I promise. It's just, it's just the message that came through. Thank you, Spirit, for making me say that. But, I mean, hopefully that makes sense. But, they are a very generous person. Oh, but the selfishness thing came through too. Yeah. They're going to feel like you get it. They're going to know when they feel like they understand that you get it. You get them. Even if they do struggle with all of these weaknesses, as we all do, right? We all have our own weaknesses that we struggle with. That's just a part of being human. Even though they experience that and you see that, and even though they might struggle with the very thing that you crave and you need the most, when they see themselves changing, going within and changing to be better, it's not like they're changing who they are as a person so much as they are evolving into something better for you. That's how they're going to know. And also the sense that, yeah, even with all that, you're still going to know that they love you. I'm getting the feeling that in prior relationships, because they weren't the best at expressing how they feel, prior partners misunderstood them a lot, and felt unloved by them a lot, which was deeply confusing to this person because they're so good at communicating. Just not not their emotions, you know. But you aren't going to be like that. You're going to get it. It's like an unspoken understanding. There's a lot of irony in this pile, but it's all very beautiful and it complements each other very well. You're really going to open them up. You are really going to open them up. And you're going to see how loved they are. Regardless of whatever happened in their childhood or their past or within their home life, regardless of that, they're still very deeply loved. And you're going to see that. You're also going to see them as a very honest person. You're both just going to really elevate each other. There's going to be a lot of unspoken understanding, but you both also are going to understand that there needs to be spoken understanding as well, which is kind of hinting at everything that we had talked about earlier. They could very well be very spiritually drawn, but their expectations of you are going to be nothing other than to flourish how you feel most empowered and how you feel most called to flourish. They're not controlling at all. They expect equal give and take, and they expect honesty. But that inherent understanding that you have of each other is really going to maintain a sense of balance and peace within your relationship. And they're going to feel so relieved that they don't have to teach you things. Like, you already are going to be at their level, which is, it's like you're inherently meeting their expectation, their need. Now, along this note, I have a few more cards. These are going to show us some obstacles and lessons that are learned from the relationship. Ooh, trust. Okay. Connect to heart. Yep. Something about dogs, because you have 2 dogs here, and then there was 2 dogs here. I mean, if you guys aren't dog lovers or you don't end up having dogs, this is also just like you're both equally loyal to each other. A lot about balance, equal give and take. That's very healthy. Ooh, and boundaries. You might expect, this sounds bad, but don't take it in the wrong way. It's just like you might expect too much from them as initially, as far as sharing their emotions, which is where these boundaries are going to come in. You're both obviously going to learn trust from each other. That complements this kind of jealousy and like insecurities that's going to be overcome by trust in yourself and in each other. And connect the heart. I mean, that's just, wow. I mean, I thought that these cards were gonna take a ton of time out of the reading, but they're genuinely just confirming everything that already came through. Connect to heart. I mean, you're going to teach them how to connect to heart. And together, you're going to learn how to meet each other's needs in ways where you are respecting each other's boundaries as well. Where it's kind of, for example, maybe it's like they don't have to tell you how they're feeling every second. Not saying that you would expect that, but just, kind of like that, where it's like, okay, you can keep things to yourself. I trust that you're going to tell me what I need to know and that you're going to be emotionally vulnerable with me. That's a boundary that needs to be reinforced. Wow, this is really beautiful and very transformative. Lots of growing, so much loyalty. Connect to heart. You both are going to learn how to connect to your heart in healthy and trusting ways. You're both going to very much so flourish in this relationship. Okay, so last few cards here. We are going to look at how they are going to benefit you and how you are going to benefit them. So, sacred sexuality. You're really going to learn how to nourish your feminine side. Wow. Isolation and flowering. Okay. And then transformation. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Abundance and get creative. I find it interesting that because sacred sexuality, that talks about creativity as well. Interesting. Okay. And then transformation, and abundance. Just put that right there. Okay. Well, I mean, so this is quite obvious as far as, wow, lots of feather energy. Look at the feathers here, or the wings here, and then there, and then there. What? Yes, they are a very, very pure person. I do definitely see that. The thing with creativity is that it requires emotional expression. That's really going to help them transform and change. And I'm also seeing they will be achieving higher levels of spiritual enlightenment and inner abundance. An abundance within a richness of self and self-love. Now, with you, you are going to learn how to express your emotions as well. For those of you to whom this is age appropriate and it applies, sacred sexuality, I mean, that translates quite literally. So finding a sense of self and a sense of purity with a sexual connection. Self-empowerment too, I'm seeing. You're going to really benefit by learning to give to yourself. Because we have flowering in reverse. This is a very mothering empress kind of energy. And then you had the Queen Bee in reverse and the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. I'm not seeing it as blockages either. I'm seeing it as encouraging the result of you honoring those things within yourself, you reflecting on those things within yourselves, and you're really growing from it. A lot of flower energy, so growth for you, transformation and expression for them. Self-love, which also was an energy that came through earlier in your story. I love the confirmations. This is really great. And isolation. This is showing you are going to learn how to surpass maybe some self-inflicted wounds and self-created boundaries between yourself and other people. The tears are the key to his escape. You're really going to heal with this. You're really going to heal with this. There's something about a very healing energy within involving sacred sexuality. And sexual energy can also be very creative. I don't know if I can't remember if I said that earlier, but sexual energy, it sources from the sacral chakra, and that energy can be manifested in one of two ways. That can be sexual energy and or creative energy, but they both come from the same source. So I find that deeply romantic and just deep that you have two expressions of the same coin for both of you. That's, oh my gosh. Hang on. I'm just realizing this. These are counterparts in this deck. These are counterparts. you guys are really going to learn how to be the ultimate couple. And it all starts with allowing each other enough space for self-discovery and self-love, which is necessary because you can only give to someone else the love that you can give yourself. So healing, a sense of safety, and because this person is so pure, like you're going to feel just so safe with them, and that's really going to help you flourish and grow who you are inside and how to give to yourself. They're really going to help you break through any walls that you have put up to keep yourself separate from other people. You will be breaking through that sorrow because of this relationship. Okay. Hot damn. This is so deep. All right, so these are going to be the last few cards, and then we're going to get into messages and runes. So these are going to give us any final hints on timing and or how you will meet. Meditate and contemplate. You are good enough. That's very in alignment with that. Wow, full moon in Virgo and new moon in Pisces. That's a complete moon cycle. Pisces can be a very spiritual energy too. So you can take those times literally. I'm seeing though a sense of balance, a sense of youth, a sense of newness. You are good enough. Look how similar that energy is here. All of that energy. Wow, because this looks like a full moon as well. Wow. So when you embark on that journey of your life purpose, it's going to source from you harvesting that sense of, and beginning along that sense of self-love and understanding, because Virgo can be a very critical energy sometimes. So understanding that you are good enough within Virgo, that's you really paying attention to the details of all of the things that you are doing right, and you learning to show yourself kindness. Meditate and contemplate. This is a direct message in showing that if you haven't met this person yet and you want a specific answer, meditate and contemplate and you will get answers. You just have to shut up and listen. And I say that with so much compassion because it's something I literally have to tell myself word for word, because I sit down and I'm focusing on my breathing and I'm asking all these questions and I'm like trying to connect, and I just keep asking questions and I'm so anxious for the answers that I have to remind myself, like, okay, you asked the question, now shut up and listen. I have to remind myself of that. I probably could say it to myself in a nicer way, but it's okay. But no, so literally reminding yourself to get out of your own head and to listen to the universe, to listen to the signs, to listen to what your emotions are telling you, and you will get answers. You just have to allow that emptiness, because otherwise there's no space for the answers to come in. Three of Swords. Okay. Seven of Swords reversed. And the Lovers. So many of you are meeting so early on in life. So Three of Swords talks about heartbreak. Seven of Swords reversed. Depends on the context, but in general it references to a dishonesty that has been revealed. This could even be as simple as you coming to the understanding that you are good enough, and you kind of being heartbroken by, or just crying through the fact that you've been so damn hard on yourself, and all of these negative things that you've been telling yourself have been lies, and that you are good enough. And that is going to be a moment of positive heartbreak. It's going to be like a good cry. It's going to feel good. The Swords energy, though, it's going to be whatever this is very fast moving. I love that we have the lovers here. Oh, yeah. You know, timing and how you'll meet. It's going to be after a heartbreak that is related to some sense of dishonesty or trickery. This could even be you escaping from a negative situation, and that's when you guys will meet. It doesn't have to be, though. That'll only apply for a few of you. It could also quite literally be, as far as moon cycles go, at the full moon or at the new moon. That's so interesting, because this is the end of the cycle and this is the beginning of the cycle. So no matter what, it is going to be at that pivotal point when you have just finished something and you have begun something new, which is a complete confirmation of what was coming through at the very beginning. Yeah, tarot doesn't like to be very specific usually in terms of timing, because it's all energy dependent, especially when there's another human involved and then there's free will. Like, there's a lot at play here, but no matter what, it will be after something ends and something new has just begun, which is what we saw with the Ace of Swords earlier. Oh, that's so beautiful. Okay, so I'm going to do now a few messages from your person. These are just cards that I made myself. They're just simple little messages. Now, I will grab some more, but I pulled this card with the intention of showing us if your person could tell you one thing right now. They could only say one thing to you right now. What would it be? I respect and admire you so much. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so beautiful. All right, let's see here. Any other messages from Pile One's life partner? I am so attracted to your mind, body, and soul. That really aligns with this like first impression energy that came through. I definitely see that. Okay. Woo! Falling on the floor. Okay. Whoa! Oh my gosh. These are just popping out. Okay. All right. I want more with you. When you over-focus on us, your own life falls apart. Practice being true alpha. Practice being the true alpha that you are, and build your dream life every day. All right. Just a few more messages. Woo. I want to stop fighting. Are you mad at me? That could apply to some of you who maybe are with your person right now. And messages from Pile Ones. Whoa! This is flying. I want to start a family with you. That's definitely 10 of Pentacles energy. Definitely 10 of Pentacles energy. Maybe that's something too. Maybe you guys have a kid together very early on. Doesn't have to be, but maybe for some of you. Okay, we've gotten a lot of information, so I'm not going to pull any more of those cards. However, I do have a deck. I kind of take this with a grain of salt, but I felt called to use this deck. Now, for those of you who after this you still have some burning questions in your mind, or a burning question in your mind, I want you to hold that question in your mind. And this deck is going to give us a variety of answers. So this is going to be a little more personalized. Each card isn't going to apply to each person. Don't force it. The messages that are meant to come through are going to come through, and you will know if it's for you. All right. Go ahead and pause the video if you need to, but hold your question in your mind. Ooh. Oh my goodness, these be flying. Realign and call it in. Oh. Okay. Reflect further for the outcome. Meditate and contemplate. That's funny. All right. Sorry. I love how it's not even spicy. What is it? It's like, it's not even snarky. What is it? I love how spunky. We'll call it that. I love how spunky, spirit can be and the universe can be. All right. Hold the question in your mind, or hold another one in your mind. We're going to pull one more card. Attune to your needs. Very much so in alignment with this energy of this deck. Okay. Oh, and back to the deck energy. Step back and reevaluate. I felt called to show you guys that. Holy guacamole. Your guys' energy has been it's just been a very cohesive reading. It's made a lot of things have just connected, which I find really beautiful. So I hope that you have enjoyed this. We are going to finish off with just some rune casting, and then hopefully you will know all that you want to know about your life partner, because we got a lot of info. Let's see. What? Okay. There we go. All right. Let me clear these bad boys out of the way. Okay, so you guys got some runes that naturally just tie in with everything very beautifully. The first rune that we're going to talk about is Wunya. Let's see if I can get this to focus. There we go. Wunya is the rune of joy. Just pure ecstatic joy. It talks about having like a place of reprieve from the daily toils and upsets of life. So I'm seeing that really being a theme in your relationship with this person. Your life with this partner is going to be incredibly joyful, despite any of like the stuff that you guys have to work through. At the end of the day, they're still going to be one of your greatest sources of joy. It also talks about wins. So once you guys meet, you're going to elevate each other and influence each other so positively that you are going to start to experience a lot of wins in your life. I'm also seeing this as you're going to feel like a winner with this partner in your corner. This person is going to make you incredibly happy. And a big theme in this relationship is going to be a state of contentment. It also talks about play as well. So wrapping things up nicely. I also find it interesting that we have all this talk of self-reflection, because the presence of Wunyo can inspire and encourage thoughts of what makes you happy, as well as inner child work. So inner child healing. You're going to feel like a kid again when you're around this person, and vice versa, them with you as well. It's going to be like your life is going to have a night and day difference. You're really going to reflect on the things that make you happy, because you're going to experience so much joy with this person that it's going to really force you to look at your life as a whole and look at all of the other multi-layers of your life and ask yourself the big questions of what makes me happy and how can I introduce more joy and peace and fulfillment in other areas of my life, which is very powerful. That night and day difference, though, that leads into this rune, Dagas. Here we go. Dagas. This comes from the sense of that energy of when the sun rises at dawn. So it doesn't talk so much about growth as it does a complete 180 degree flip from where you are as far as your perspectives go. The alternative to this rune, when we're talking about more of an internal focus with this energy, is Isa, which talks about unchanging and stubborn and stuck aspects of who we are, or that at least that is very difficult to change. And this is the exact opposite of that, which really just, again, confirms everything that was coming through, especially for your person, with opening up an emotional vulnerability and learning how to transmute that power of communication in the ways that are most difficult for them. Yeah, so changing of mind, emotion, perspective, 180 degree changes in your life, like literally translates to a night and day difference. That's how intense of an energy it is, which makes sense, right? This is your life partner. It also can reference things like marriage or the birth of a child or any kind of life-changing event. So your life partner, when you guys come together, is absolutely going to be a life-changing event, which makes a lot of sense. It's the sense of transformation. And we literally have the card of transformation. How many times did that message come through earlier? Transformation. Oh, I love runes. Okay, then the final rune is Uruz. Again, if I can get it to focus. Now, I haven't yet figured out how to pronounce it, but it translates to, I think it's Auroch. It's like Auroch, which is the ancient ancestor of cattle. They were the largest herbivore in the Holocene, and their horns were massive. They were bigger than 3 feet long, so they were highly coveted. Which is making me think of the Five of Wands energy. This person is going to be highly coveted, by you and by other people, because they're going to be immensely attractive. The messages that were coming through about health and fitness also resonate deeply with Uruz, because for the ancients, it was a sign of brilliance and athleticism to kill an Auroch. To defeat such an amazing, capable, fierce, primal energy of a beast says a lot about a person. They were considered to have pure hearts and brilliant minds and extremely just incredible athleticism, which again just confirms everything that I'm seeing for this person with the brilliance and the kind of pure energy that was coming through. They were probably going to be very physically fit. Oh, and like the gym rat message that was coming through. Something too, though, with Uruz talks about raw, primal energy. This is the kind of energy in our minds where we think without acting. And that's how natural this is going to be. This is also making me think of all of that wands energy, all of that we saw in your guys' story, all of that passion that I'm seeing confirmed in Urus as well. Oh, so many confirmations just again and again and again. Please comment down below if you feel comfortable doing so, and let me know if this resonated with you, if this vibes with you, if this sounds like someone that you would like, or even sometimes sounds like a reflection of who you are, because when it comes to life partners, we have a lot of mirroring energy. Oh yeah, because you had that message earlier too with the Four of Wands. Yeah. Let's just say this relationship will not be lacking passion, nor a sense of purity. I'm seeing wings again. This person is going to be such a good person. Oh, that is beautiful. Okay. Pile number 1, I hope that this has helped you. If you liked this reading, let me know by booping that like button down below. If you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. But otherwise, until next time, bye guys. Hello, sweet souls who selected pile number 2. This is the cute little glass heart that you guys selected. She's just a classic red heart. I like it. Now, let's break it down because there's a lot of stuff that I didn't explain in the intro. So, as you can see, we have a specific deck here for you. Each pile has their own specific designated deck that I will be incorporating into the reading. And I am doing this to help personalize the reading even more and to give us even more clues and hints about your life partner. Speaking of, right off the bat, obviously screaming out to me, your life partner may be of Latin descent, and if not, I'm seeing that they are most likely a different culture than you. So one of those two I'm seeing. Anyways, before we get into this though, we are going to look at your, I keep wanting to say life story, which I guess it is, but the story of the relationship between you and your life partner. And I will be incorporating the tiny tarot deck. You guys will see. It is so cute because this is thick with 3 C's. I already know I'm going to be maxed out on space as far as the layout of cards. We are going to end up doing layers, which is awesome. I'm excited. To begin, we are going to look at where you are going to be in your life when you meet them and where they are going to be in their life when they meet you. Whoa, that's too many. I'm sensing that you are a very powerful person. You might be in a place of leadership, and if you're not, you absolutely have that inner potential. Getting that strongly. Okay. Whoop. Okay. I'm seeing a sense of emotional maturity that comes after healing because we have the 3 of Swords and the King of Cups. This could be fresh breakup, maybe? I'm hearing healing, therapy, a sense of emotional maturity that will be reached because of this heartbreak that you will have gone through. Woo! What about your partner? So many cards. Oh, these 2 wanted to come out. Okay. Oh, they also will have gone through, they're at the edge of a painful ending as well. We have the 9 of Wands and the 7 of Swords reversed. They will have, They will have just discovered a truth that they're not the biggest fan of, that they are persisting through. They might be at the verge of something that requires persistence. I'm getting persistence. It could even be something like they're training for a marathon. Oh, they might be in the military. That's a message that's coming through. That's a strong message that's coming through. They might be in the military. Just graduating school, something. Okay, so for me personally, the Nine of Wands, my connection, if I can get it to focus, my connection with this card is, without a doubt, every single time that it was finals week back in college, I would turn to my cards, of course, for some support and guidance, and every single time the Nine of Wands would come up. When I was feeling defeated and out of fuel and just wanting to give up, inevitably, end of every semester, this card would come up. And because it is a 9, it's saying you're not quite there yet, but you are so close. You're not at the 10 yet, but you are so damn close. They might be finishing like a military training. Something physically active. Physically active or draining, because swords do talk about thought as well. Yeah, they'll be in a rough part of their life, but like it's a challenge that they need to go through and that they'll almost be at. So I'm seeing you guys will probably resonate with each other because of this discomfort and pain, and then this discomfort and healing. You're going to be able to really help emotionally support and stabilize this person, and just like, not in a sense of changing them, but in the sense of being their rock, being something stable that they can depend on. There might even be some trauma bonding that happens, which may or may not be the healthiest thing. That just depends on you and your situation. Yeah, there's like persisting through upset, and you will have just come through upset. Interesting. Okay, now the next few cards I want to look at what the start of the relationship, start of the relationship will look like. Your guys' pile, man, so many cards are flying. Okay, powerful new beginnings. Flying. Justice. You might have to compete for this person, in the sense that maybe they will be in the dating field, or they'll have to compete for you, because one or more of you, yeah, there's gonna be either you're dating a lot of people, or not in the sense of like officially dating, but like in the dating scene, getting back out there. Sorry, I'm just trying to straighten these damn cards. It's okay. That's fine. We're gonna stop obsessing. Ooh, I'm getting such strong military vibes. They don't have to be. They could even be into like martial arts or some form of martial arts, or something that requires a lot of discipline and a lot of attention to detail. They might be one of those like really high functioning people with not OCD, but like that same kind of vibe, that same kind of energy. But anyways, okay, so the beginning of your relationship, life transforming. I mean, we have the Fool and Justice. You have 2 major arcana cards. I'm seeing a disagreement with one of your, it's like mother-in-law vibes, or a big sister, or there's going to be a feminine energy in a position of authority, maybe a grandmother, or something that initially is not going to like this connection and is going to cause some problems, but it's not going to be a problem. Oh, it might even be, maybe they're coming through like a divorce and this is their ex. Ooh, I could see that as a possibility too. But either way, you guys are going to experience so much joy and loyalty. You see how in the back there's all these turbulent waves? But the Fool is just sitting there like just happy. Doesn't even care that he's standing at the edge of a cliff. Like, he's just happy. He's in a very pure-hearted sense of giving. I'm seeing travel here, so they might have traveled a lot, or maybe you have to commute just a little bit in the beginning to get to see each other. Either way, I'm seeing a lot of balance, a lot of truth, and a lot of fairness, equal give and take, a lot of equal give and take. And you guys are both going to really cherish the fact that this connection has so much possibility. You're both going to really honor and protect that and preserve that. There's something about, needing to compete. Someone's going to have to compete with other people. I mean, obviously, you or them are going to win. So, and that foolhardiness of just, I don't care. I want you. I am here and I will be here. You just wait. I am better than these other people that are trying to get your attention. I see you both being very open-minded at the beginning of the relationship. This is going to be very playful and fun and spontaneous. Yeah, very playful and fun and spontaneous. I don't throw out like astrological signs, but for whatever reason, Sagittarius is coming through. And that is a very sparky, fun, philosophical, just, I love Sagittarius. But I'm kind of seeing that just as an overall vibe within the beginning of this relationship for sure. With Justice here, I'm seeing that you're both going to be very cautious with each other, very careful with this relationship. I'm getting the image of like you both holding an egg and just understanding how fragile the beginning of something great can be. And you're both going to do a very good job at kind of, I'm hearing like equalizing things. Everything's going to be very fair, very well protected. I'm sensing a protective energy, which again vibes with military here. But your emotional maturity and healing that you will have gone through is going to immensely contribute. This Queen of Cups in reverse might even be your ex, because you have the King and the Queen of Cups. So there could be an ex at the beginning that tries to cause problems. But I mean, again, this is a fleeting energy. If not fleeting, like it's not going to matter. And it's interesting too, because we have the Queen of Cups who's in tune with the emotion. She symbolizes in tune with the emotion. She's in tune with the ocean. She symbolizes emotion. And then it just so happens that the Fool card has the ocean pissed off as hell, but it doesn't matter because the sun is still shining. Yeah. You're both going to be just so in love and so passionate about each other and what you have that it's going to be a nuisance, but it's not going to break you guys up. If anything, ironically, I see it maybe even bringing you guys stronger together because you will be facing it together, which is really magical. Okay, I am going to transform these. And then we are going to look at how this relationship will grow over time. And then also just any other general themes that we can expect in the relationship. Aren't they so cute? Ooh, I couldn't resist them. I couldn't do it. Anyways, so let's draw just a few more cards to kind of wrap up the story of your guys' relationship, general themes, all that. Whoop. Seeing emotional maturity. Oh, that came through earlier too. A slow start. 2 pages. Whew. Whoa. All right, well, that one wanted to come out, and so did this one. I do find it interesting that we have 3 pages here. The only one that's missing is wands, which I'm interpreting within this context as an affirmation that both of you are going to be loyal to each other. There might be a point in the relationship where they're moving way too slow for you, and you're going to consider walking away, but they're going to be able to detect that. And it will also be a show of faith. A show of faith. Not sure what that means, but that was a message for someone. A show of self-belief as well, and self-respect though, right? You will be honoring your needs and honoring your emotions by considering walking away. And when they see that, that's when they're going to come in and be like, oh, okay, I have something to offer you. And it will be a new and very stable beginning. To be fair though, tarot is coming through right now and showing me that the reason that they're going to be moving so slow. Also, sorry, quick side note, you guys might have a lot of kids. You might have 3 kids. Anyways, the reason why they might be moving so slow in the beginning is because you might be a little reserved with showing your emotions. I'm seeing here with the Page of Cups reversed. And it's just nerves. It's just nervousness. Yeah, once you realize how much you love them and how much they love you, the seriousness of it, you're going to deeply enjoy it, but it's also going to make you nervous because you are going to value so deeply the truth of your guys' connection. And I'm seeing a fear that the truth is that there's a lack of love, or that you will have to walk away. That's a fear as well. So tarot is coming in with a heads up of you can avoid that altogether and showcase to them your sense of self-respect and maintaining your boundaries and your expectations in other ways that won't involve this kind of upset. It could come across in a potentially different, more empowering situation, if you will. You know, the Fool talks about a leap of faith. So I find it interesting that later on that faith starts to waver. And it's just self-doubt. It's just because you care so much, like you don't want to lose it. And you're not going to. You're not going to. They're not going to let you get away. They competed for you. You are the prize, my dear. You are the damn prize. They will come in very swiftly. As soon as they see you are willing to walk away, if it's necessary, you know. Let's see. I see them really instilling a sense of confidence in you. Some of you, my pile 2s, are my creative types, my artists. And I'm sensing with the Page of Cups reverse that you're probably closet artists. You might be really nervous or shy to share. You don't have to be, but either way, I am seeing that you are creative. Whether it's building things with your hands or drawing or painting or music, it doesn't matter. You are creative, and they're really going to love that about you. And this is coming in as a clue that you can use that creativity to help express yourself and express your emotions where words may fail you. There might be a little bit of fighting around this, like, walking away energy, but ultimately it will end in ecstasy, honestly. Not the drug, the emotion. joy, winning, satisfaction. I love the Ace of Pentacles in love readings. It is such a positive omen. But yeah, they are really going to help you instill a sense of self-belief. They're just going to be dragging their feet a little bit, and you might just get a little too impatient, but it's all going to work out in the end. This is just recognizing your self-worth. You do have a healthy sense of self-worth, and you are intuitive. That's a beautiful energy. You will overcome any fights that you guys have, though. My eyes are being drawn to like the yellows and the reds, like the confidence and the groundedness and the love as he stands on top of this hill with the wind blowing so strong in the background. I don't know if you can see. Yeah, you guys are going to conquer anything that comes your way. This is such a beautiful energy. Ooh, I love it. Yep. And long term, you guys will end up building something so stable, so fruitful, and so abundant. This is also saying, too, you guys might go on a lot of trips together. I'm getting that as well. Maybe you both enjoy hiking, both enjoy the outdoors. So there's a lot of time that's going to be spent outdoors. Just be patient. Understand your needs, respect your needs, which I see you doing, and honoring your needs. But understand, be patient is what I'm seeing here. So, okay. That's all I'm getting right now from your guys' story, but don't worry, we are going to get so much more information. So let me transform these, and then we will get started on the cards that are going to show us all of the details about your person specifically. Okay, pile 2. So these are just a few cards to start us off, and then we will be incorporating cards from your deck as well, the Santa Muerte deck. So, okay, so these two are going to show us kind of the core root of who your life partner is. This is going to show us their strengths, and these are going to show us their weaknesses. And then these two are going to show us how they are going to treat you. And then later on, we're going to get into first impressions and all that. So, starting out, we have Priest. Facilitates spiritual commitments, serves as a channel of spiritual energy. And Green Terra, Salvation. They are going to be a very, very friendly person. And whether they know it or not, they are deeply connected with the divine. They might be psychic. They definitely have spiritual abilities. I can't see right now whether or not they will be tapped into these spiritual abilities. Community and friendship really mean a lot to this person. But they are such a friendly, kind person. I see prayer being important to them. If not prayer, then connecting with the universe and or honoring their ancestors in meaningful ways. They might be at the beginning of their spiritual journey when you meet them, because we're seeing the 1 and then the 7, and 7 can talk about spirituality and 1s are beginnings. So they might be kind of fresh into it, but they are going to find so much joy from connecting to the divine. It's actually really beautiful. They are very, very warm, relaxing kind of energy. You know those people where it's like you are around them and everything just feels okay. Like you're like, all right, cool. Like they have good vibes. They have very, very good vibes. I see them being decently wealthy as well, but they're going to be humble about it. They're very humble as well. Wow. Okay. We're going to put this card up over here because otherwise we won't have space later. Okay. Yes, a very, very pure heart. I mean, the fact that you guys have the red heart, I was getting intuitive hits off of that. Even as I was prepping the piles, I was like, man, pile 2, they are just a pure, classically good human being. Not to say that the other piles aren't. I'm not saying that at all, but this person really shines in that area. They go above and beyond in that area. So let's take a look at their strengths. Okay, so we have the owls, wisdom. Interesting. So they are very, very trusting, the magnifying glass in reverse. They are also very self-reflective, I'm seeing. And even though they're trusting, they're not naive. They are not naive. An owl can turn its head like all the way around. It can see in the darkness. And it does so very, very gracefully, right? When it hunts its prey, it does so very gracefully, very quietly. They might be a quiet person, like shy to open up. That's a possibility here I'm seeing. Very self-reflective, though. They like to ask the deeper questions, and that is part of what fuels this wisdom, this ever-growing wisdom, because we have a tree here. Yeah. They could be very, very interested and feel very connected to their ancestry and or their culture. They really appreciate the small things. They pay attention to detail. Oh, yeah, that came through earlier, right? Maybe? I think it did. With the story? I think it did. Anyways, they're very detail-oriented, and that helps them thrive. They are so spiritually in tune, which aids them in being a very peaceful person. But they're able to see things that other people overlook. I am getting that very, very deeply. And they really enjoy meeting new people, forming new connections, even though they might be quiet. They might be. That's not going to be for all of you, but even though they might be quiet, it's because they like to observe. That's what it is. They have such a large, warm, friendly energy, but not necessarily in a gregarious way where, you know, they're front and center and just like bum, bum, bum kind of energy, you know? Hopefully that makes sense. No, they're the kind of person who they're a very good listener. They'll walk into a room and with them being so intuitive too, I'm getting the sense that, oh yeah, okay, one of their gifts is they can walk into a room and instantly know what's going on with the person. And they like to learn more about people, which makes sense with them being so friendly and community being important to them. Very intuitive. Oh, they're so intuitive. Their inner knowing is just so strong. That is a very strong spiritual gift that they have. Some of them might be really tall. I don't know why, but this wingspan is just really standing out to me. And that makes me think of really tall basketball players, you know, that have like, super long arms. Maybe they do play basketball. I don't know, but a lot of them are going to be pretty tall. Okay, let's move on and look at their weaknesses. Okay, the drum and the blade. They really don't like change. Like, very, very, very averse to change. Very, very averse to change. That's a word, right? Averse? I don't know. Sometimes when I'm channeling, my logical mind will tap in and out sometimes where it's like, is what you're saying, like, does it make sense in real life? But But anyways, this is kind of silly. But one of the weaknesses coming through is that they might be a really bad singer. That's so cute. That's so endearing. I'm also seeing that they are... Okay, hang on. They're either deeply... So they either really, really, really don't like change, or it's the opposite, where they feel like they constantly have to be changing things in order for there to be improvement. And that is a misguided thing that kind of makes it hard for them to create stability, to maintain stability. They could have some self-defeating thoughts. Shut up. Oh my god, I have goosebumps. I don't know if you can see. Okay, pile number 2. I didn't have room. Okay, breathe. I didn't have room, but for whatever reason, and you guys, please let me know. If it resonates, please let me know what this means. But for whatever reason, I felt so called to bring this feather out for your reading. And so I used this feather to cleanse some of the cards, and I have it close to your reading, but there's just nowhere like practical for me to put it. Look at the feather. It's the exact same feather. Let's get that back in focus. I have chills. Oh my god. Whew. Okay, I'm like shaky. Oh, it's the exact same feather. Okay, don't mind me as I freak out. All right. I had to take a second and recenter because that shook me. Holy crap. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to move this feather because every time I look at it, it kind of freaks me out in a good way. It's an exciting freaks me out, if that makes sense. But anyways, okay. So for those of you with whom your life partner is in the military, I'm seeing some PTSD. Yeah, I'm seeing some PTSD because this just has such strong warrior energy. And that's, yeah, because that's what came through earlier as well. They might be a little flighty, and you might catch them disassociating a lot, but it's odd because they're a really good listener. So I guess it balances it out, but yeah, they have some healing that they need to do, but I'm definitely seeing some kind of PTSD in some form or fashion. They're such a persistent, strong, wise soul. But sometimes the wise ones overthink things. I see some overthinking here as well. You know, this is probably a part of what drew them to spirituality. That's where they find a lot of their peace, a lot of their sanctuary. I'm also seeing that they might have some bad dreams. So it's like their weaknesses are consequences of them fulfilling, like utilizing their strengths and fulfilling their dreams and their inner callings, which is interesting. So to be quite honest, you know, everyone's human. We all have our weaknesses. They are one of those rare people where the inner flaws, so to speak, are all consequence. They have worked on themselves a lot. So it's not really their fault. They are going to still take accountability for their healing, though, which is good. That might be something for some of you that you need to kind of nourish within them, that mentality of like, okay, this was horrible, but you need to honor yourself and honor your season of healing without pushing forward. So you might have to help them slow down a little bit. Yeah, they like to really, really just kind of push things to happen. Whether they're a literal warrior or not, though, they have such a strong fighting spirit. Oh, and martial arts was coming through too. Okay, let's look now at how they are going to treat you. Oh, shut up. Okay, you guys, stop it. You're freaking me out. Okay, so you can do it, Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael is the archangel for soldiers to call on. Wow. Okay. And Justice in reverse. They are really going to try to bring justice into your life and really encourage you to treat yourself fairly. They're also going to push you to be a better person, as well as to not put up with people's bullshit. You might have... It's just the message that's coming through, so don't take it personally, but you might have like doormat tendencies where you let people walk all over you because you feel like that's what you need to do in order to keep the peace, as well as in its own odd way, it's like you feel that as your strength, where it's your ability to adapt and be easygoing. But they're going to help you do it in a healthy way. Definitely do it in a healthy way. The feather here is standing out to me as well. Ancient Egypt might be important to you guys. Oh, I love ancient Egypt. Whew. Their gods and goddesses are so powerful to work with. You can do it. Wow, they are going to give you such a sense of confidence and empowerment. That was coming through earlier. Yeah, such a sense of confidence and empowerment, and they are going to be your damn protector. They will not stand for anyone mistreating you, period. End of story. They are very protective of you in a very regal kind of sense. Like, they're gonna treat you like you are a damn queen, like you're Cleopatra. It will be in a balanced way, but they will still kind of put you on a pedestal. They're gonna bring out so much of your confidence. Oh my gosh. And a lot of self-enlightenment as well. There are going to be a lot of inner truths that are revealed to you via this person and how they interact with you. They are such a good soul, such a strong soul. They also could encourage you to make healthier physical changes within your world, be it finances, if it's school, like being more consistent and turning in your assignments on time and actually studying for exams, but not in a procrastination sense. Oh, they're going to be so empowering, so kind to you, so protective. They are going to make you feel safe. They're going to treat you very well. They're going to treat you like royalty, but they're also going to, because of that, they are also going to expect you to act like a queen and or king, whichever energy resonates with you. They're going to expect you to just master yourself in your life, not in like a be perfect kind of way, nothing demanding like that, but just in like a come on, you can do it. Like literally, you can do it. They're going to push you to achieve your dreams and to really go after what you want in life. It's kind of like they're your own personal cheerleader, man. They're going to use their connection with the divine to really bring blessings and protection into your life as well. I'm seeing spiritual protection that they're going to send you. Specific message for a few of you: if you have a brother or a brother figure that there's been friction in the relationship, or there's been something bad or off going on with them, or even a son, this person is really going to help you navigate that relationship. They're going to help facilitate healing somehow in that relationship. Again, not going to apply to everyone, but that message was there for a reason. Okay, and then last but not least, we're going to get a couple cards just from your personalized deck. They really value family. Oh, look at that. The High Priestess. Yup. And it came up over here in Strength. Honestly, even though it came up in reverse, I'm still seeing it. Well, it came up over in Strength, so they're going to have a good balance of their spiritual side and a sense of groundedness. Look at it. Constantly learning, constantly reading, constantly finding enlightenment. Ooh, there we go. Okay, Four of Wands. There we go. Maybe. Okay. Very family. Oh, isn't that what I just said? They're very family oriented. Four of Wands is all about family, happy home life, growing in positive ways together, supporting your community, friends, celebration, which that resonates with Green Terra as well. Very generous. They aren't greedy at all. But again, there's something about that sense of stability that they are going to struggle maintaining in some aspect of their life. I'm not sensing that it's going to be every aspect of their life. They're still going to be like high functioning, but there's going to be one specific big aspect of their life where it's going to create a little bit of disharmony, but not in a horrible way. It'll still be manageable. They're still such a loving, like, let's enjoy life and celebrate it for what it is kind of person. Bit of a free spirit. I'm also saying that they've experienced a lot of success in their life. Even though they might try and distract themselves by rushing from success to success and achievement to achievement, ultimately, though, their overall pattern is practicing, like being self-aware enough to practice honoring and celebrating a success or an achievement or a victory when it happens before pushing forward. Interesting. I like your guys' person. They seem really cool. Very, very cool. They also have kind of a interesting, unique, different, foreign even kind of aspect to them. I think that they've learned a lot for the soldiers, like they've learned a lot from where they were. Let's see. We're going to do first impressions now. So your first impression of them. Love who you are. Okay, you are divine, delightful, and deserving of the wonderful things life has to offer. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be your first impression of them, quite literally. But also, you are going to see them as wise, as someone who's traveled, as someone that's very alluring, a good leader, a good leader, a creative person, or at least someone who brings out your creativity. You are also going to really be impressed by the fact that they have mastered quite a bit in their life. And they have a healthy sense of self-confidence. Okay, their first impression of you. We have a small token of love can convey great appreciation. Express love through gifts. Okay, so their first impression of you might be that, oh my gosh, yeah, that you're holding back. Page of Cups reversed. Their very, very, very first impression of you, though, they might see you as shy, Yeah. Someone that's shy, someone that like you really gotta work to get to that pearl. I don't know if you can see, but there's a pearl here. Someone that you have to work for, someone that you have to earn. You have someone with self-respect. Maybe a little greedy or selfish, though. Just in the beginning, before they actually get to know you. They also see that you might be a little closed off, either to spirituality in general, or you just haven't accessed all of your spiritual gifts. They're going to sense that very early on, which is quite a deep thing to sense about someone, but I mean, that's one of their strengths, right? Okay, and then overall, first impression of both of you, that both of you had of each other. I keep the waters pure. I'm sensing emotional balance. Oh, that makes sense with the King of Cups as well. Emotional balance. Oh, this kind of looks like how do you say it? The scarab beetle? Which is a highly, highly, highly magical symbol, and it's also associated with ancient Egypt. Maybe one or both of you are from Egypt? Or at least have maybe a past life there, some kind of strong connection. But I'm seeing this as stable in the storm, feeling at home within yourself, connected to the divine. Even if you seem closed off to it, you're still connected. You can just choose not to receive the messages. And highly magical. Look at how equal give and take this is. Very fair, very balanced. Oh my gosh, I just realized you have justice twice. Very fair, very balanced. Self-reflective enough too to keep the waters calm, to keep your emotions calm when they need to be. Okay, now these cards are going to show us how you'll know that this is your life partner, that this is the one. And then this one is how they'll know that you're the one. Okay, so we have the Sun, Archangel Uriel. Happy outcome, brilliant new ideas that lead to success. Have confidence in yourself. That's a big message that keeps coming through. And then for you, treasured memories in reverse. Okay, so for them, they are going to know that you are the one because you are just going to light up their life. You are going to feel like the sun. And back to the quick Egyptian references, the ancient Egyptians, they worshipped the sun. Sun god Ra, that was a big deity to them. That was a really big deal, a very powerful thing to take note of. But anyways, you're just going to bring so much happiness and confidence into their life. You're going to cement a lot of things. They're going to know pretty early on too. They might drag their feet a little bit, but they're still going to know. And the longer that you guys are together, and the longer that they are able to see how successful and how positive and how healthy and happy your relationship is, the more and more that this confirms it for them. You're also going to be their muse. Oh yeah, you are going to be their muse. And you're going to bring out the best in them. That's how they're going to know. Now you are going to know that they are the one because you are going to stop obsessing about your past. Sorry, these videos are pretty beefy. They're pretty thick and juicy, so yeah, my camera just is running out of storage. Anyways, back to what I was saying. You are going to know that this is your person because you're finally going to let go of the past. You are finally going to feel Like, because of the impact that this person has in your life, the mere presence of their energy, they don't even have to actively do anything. It's just the consequences of your guys' energy resonating together and this empowerment and all of their support. It's going to help you really break free from past negative influences, be it substances, people, addictions, to whatever it may be. You are going to begin to break free. And not only begin, but like really, really, really want to break free in a meaningful way. This might be trigger warning. Some of you might, I'm just seeing these flowers, they make me think of poppies, so like pain medicine. So I don't know if any of you maybe have an addiction to pain meds specifically, or disassociating to the point of no return within certain circumstances, refusing to face your problems. Not saying that in a bad way, but just sometimes our problems are so painful that it's just you can't face it until you're ready. And this person is going to help you be ready and help you really triumph and break free. These are just making me think of like prison bars. It's like a self-inflicted prison that you will be breaking free from with this person. And it will be by you understanding the truth and the complexity of who you are, and finally letting go of self-resentment and any other things holding you back. You are going to step into the truth and reality of who you are and your power. This is a deeply influential person in your life. Their purity, like, they're a channel for spiritual energy. We saw this in the priest card. They're a channel for spiritual energy. And we did see that one of the ways that they're going to interact with you is they will be connecting you directly to that spiritual energy, be it indirectly or directly. And that's really going to help you heal and transform and find a sense of inner peace and balance that you've never felt before. This person is going to feel like your salvation. This person is going to feel like your salvation. That is stunning. Okay. These next 3 cards are going to show us what lessons and obstacles are going to come up in this connection. Oh, grabbed an extra card. We'll get to that one. Okay. Love in reverse. Self-love. Oh my gosh, and practicing giving love. It's Page of Cups reverse all over again. Okay. And then ask body. I see an increase in physical fitness and physical well-being. I believe that came through earlier with this one. Oh, it's so powerful and regal and majestic and just, whew, that is such an empowering energy. Like this energy coming off of this card is like, I feel like I can run a marathon. Like physically, I probably couldn't, right? I definitely couldn't right now, but it doesn't matter. It's like this card, if this energy was for me, I would just do it. I'd go out and I'd do it right now. That's how inspiring and motivating this relationship is going to be. Okay. And then speak truth in reverse. I do find this interesting because we have speak truth in reverse and then we have deception up here in your story in reverse. So, and this sword is kind of a resemblance of the Archangel Michael's sword, especially with like, these look like angel wings. There's going to be a need to be honest with yourself, to potentially even for you, being honest with this person as far as being able to express your love, right? Self-love is going to be something that is in self-respect, is in self-empowerment, is going to be lessons that are learned as well. Jaguar spirit, it is associated with power, self-empowerment. It's a very individualized energy. So I'm sensing that within this relationship, something that you both are going to learn is how to not be codependent on each other for each other's successes. You are both going to each just be such a rock for the other person, so supportive for the other person. It's something that you guys will be learning and mastering, is how to go through these journeys here independently and facing the unknown within those journeys independently. Because at the end of the day, this person can hold space for you, you can hold space for them, but they can't do the work, and you can't do the work for them. At the end of the day, we are the ones solely responsible for our healing. So there's a fierceness of self-protection and self-honoring here that I'm seeing. Independence within healing, within the relationship, is going to be really important. And physicality is going to have something to do with that. This person might have, I'm getting from this that they might even have like a limb missing or some kind of injury from their warrior energy, from their warrior times. They might have some kind of injury that you both are going to have to learn how to heal and accept and overcome. Not heal as in like you can't regrow a limb, obviously, right? But our bodies hold past traumas. So it's going to be more so like your guys' love and unconditional support is going to allow each of you to hold space for you to explore aspects of your body that are directly intertwined with certain traumas that you may have. Yeah, and how to just reclaim your power. And this is also a very earthy, grounding energy, and speak truth is the embodiment of air. So there's something here about something that you guys will learn, or an obstacle that you will overcome together, is grounding things down into the material plane. Honestly, between priest and salvation and Archangel Michael, all of that spiritual energy, and the High Priestess, all of that spiritual energy that came through, this kind of hits on that, where it talks about how it can be easy to get too caught up in the higher chakras, in the spiritual realm, to the point to where you disassociate from your body. Yeah, so you guys will be learning how to reconnect back down into the earth to find enlightenment from a grounded perspective. And love, this is you're going to be learning expressions of love. You will be overcoming like self-love issues together, but you are also going to need to master receiving love. A lot of us will give love very, very freely, very easily, without any problems, without any issues. We'll just give. It doesn't matter. But when it comes to receiving someone's love, a fair number of people, I would argue a lot of the collective, we struggle with that sometimes, which is something that is important to reflect on. why that discomfort on receiving is there, which is something that you guys will be learning and overcoming together. Now, okay, this guy wanted to jump out way in advance, but we are going to look at first how this person is going to benefit you, and then vice versa. Oh my gosh, look, the eye. I guess they're from the same creator, but different decks. This is the Shadow Edition. Anyways, enlightenment. The eye symbolizes illumination and enlightenment, seen through deception and lies. Speaking truth to yourself. I'm not, because I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was coming through earlier that this is an honest person. Yeah, so no worries as far as that goes. But the snakes here are really standing out to me. So you and this person, granted, this is how you are going to be most benefited by them, but you and this person both, I'm seeing so much transformation and healing and magic. Snake energy is extremely magical. And they shed their skins. They're able to shed and heal, which is gorgeous. So, shut up, you guys. I don't look at these cards beforehand. I'm not even kidding you. We have a literal snake. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. I just want to see what the other ones are. And then harmony, inner peace, and playfulness. And truth and honesty. Blue symbolizes truth and honesty. And then maturity. Okay. I am going to pull out their cards really quick first, and then we're going to break it down. So for them, the creator. Something about your guys' connection is going to inspire them in such a way that they will self-reflect and turn this ambitious, victorious, just warm, powerful energy and reflect it back to themselves in order to create the healing that they want. This has a lot of healing energy for some reason. And then we have the rebel in reverse. Not knowing how to settle down. Struggling with settling down. Look, he's breaking free from the chains. Yeah, okay. And then, playfulness in reverse. Okay, let me get these cards set up. Okay, so movement. This translates quite literally to physical movement, and it asks you to reflect on, and this person is going to help you reflect on and realize what type of movement you need in your life, like literal physical movement. So like high activity, vigorous movement aligns us with things like motivation and ambition, whereas slow, methodical, even rhythmic movement helps us with healing and release. So you're really going to be working on yourself physically in order to give yourself what you need. That's interesting because it ties in with some of the lessons that you guys are learning about how to bring down spiritual lessons into the physical world with body. So much about body here. Now, this person is going to bring a lot of harmony and playfulness into your life. It's also worth noting, it's just like, it's so lighthearted. But anyways, it's also worth noting that dolphins are incredibly social and incredibly playful creatures. So if you have any social anxiety, you're going to be overcoming that. That's going to be one of the benefits of being with this person. It's really going to help you heal and overcome that. It's also going to help you kind of lighten up, because I'm seeing with maturity in reverse, you're still going to be a mature person, but sometimes maybe you might get a little too serious about things, and they're really going to help you lighten up and play. I also see an increase in empathy, and you are going to feel very at peace because you are both very helpful people. Dolphins are very well documented in helping humans survive, as well as helping fellow injured dolphins. So incredibly social minded, so their social energy is probably going to rub off on you a bit in positive ways. And that energy, that helping energy that we were talking about just now with the dolphins, you're going to feel in alignment with that, and that's going to bring you so much fulfillment and peace and joy. I see you getting really physically fit. Not in in like a respecting your body and your needs kind of way. If it's not going to the gym, it'll be dancing. Actually, dancing is a very strong likelihood because of the coils and the way that a snake moves. Snakes, it took scientists a long time to figure out how snakes move so quickly without legs. And ultimately what it boils down to is a combination of friction with the Earth's surface combined with their very, very powerful muscles. And that's what pushes them forward. So you are going to start to look at friction in your life as an opportunity for movement and progress and self-development, transformation, and healing. You're also going to protect you're going to protect the things that are fragile in your life. In the early stages of your story, I was talking about how you guys I got the image of you both like holding an egg in your hands and just treating the relationship like that and doing it very carefully. This is your egg. You're going to continue protecting that relationship and being vigilant about making sure that this relationship stays healthy. And in doing so, it's going to connect you deeper with your spiritual roots. It's going to help you shed and let go of the shit that no longer serves you and that's been weighing you down. And also, anywhere that you may be stuck in your life, you're going to be working through it. So things where you might be in a rut, places where you might feel stagnant. Once you're with this person, you're going to naturally begin to propel and work your way through those things. Now, for them, the creator reversed. So the creator itself does talk about playfulness. The creator is believed to have a very playful kind of disposition. So we have a lot about playfulness here, because here and then literally the playfulness card and the creator. So they're going to learn how to find balance between that playful flexibility versus that's required for problem solving versus not taking things seriously enough. So you might take things a little too seriously, and they might not take some things seriously enough. So you guys are going to really balance each other out when it comes to that. They're also going to stop rebelling from any sense of stability. And they're going to be able to find that inner magic and that inner understanding and that inner flame that nothing and no one, even these past circumstances, can control them or define them. You are going to help them realize that. And realize also that no matter what happens to them, they will never lose their playful spirit. We always will have our inner children inside of us. We'll always. So they're going to learn to begin to access that inner child. Because sometimes, especially after trauma, humans instinctively shut that side down. It's a protective thing where we're like, no. I need to deny access to that pure part of myself to protect it. But the irony is that reconnecting with it is going to be a big piece of healing, of the how behind the healing. So much healing here. That's really cool. A big benefit too that I'm seeing here is that once you are in their life, they are going to begin to stop viewing their value as entirely dependent on whether or not people appreciate them for their work and what they do. That could be a big drive for them. That could also be a big part of why they have so many successes, what has driven them that way. They're going to begin to find their own sense of inner self-worth and understanding that they are worth showing up for themselves. So stability, inner freedom, inner playfulness, but doing it in a way that finds balance. Okay, so now these cards are going to show us some clues about timing and any other hints on how you guys might meet. Okay, oh my God, don't let your past hold you back. How many times did that message come through? That's insane. Okay, cool. A personal issue reaches resolution. Wow. Man, tarot never ceases to amaze me, I swear, especially your pile. Good Lord. Okay, and then we have the Nine of Cups, 10 of Pentacles in reverse, and the King of Wands. When you want to stop being an F-boy or an F-girl, for those to whom that applies. I believe that came through earlier too. Or that has to be something that you feel open to, that you feel ready for. Timing wise, don't let your past hold you back. That's going to be, you won't have completely solved that problem, which makes sense because we have a lot of your story being you guys kind of empowering each other and encouraging each other enough to work through that. But you will be at the beginning stages of that. I'm also seeing the South here stand out, and the South talks about it is associated with the snake and shedding your skin and releasing things and transmutation. So if you're not at the beginning stages of being ready for this healing, then you will be right at the corner of it, right? So let's say this is when you start, like, okay, I'm gonna start reflecting and figuring out how to not let my past hold me back anymore. You're gonna probably be like right here when you guys meet. You're not gonna know it though. Yeah, you're not gonna know it. Everything's gonna kind of seem normal as far as that goes. A personal issue reaches resolution. Confirmation here earlier about, finally healing from a breakup or some kind of heartbreak. Now, the Cancer energy does talk about, it's giving me very family-oriented vibes. So this heartbreak, it doesn't have to be, but this heartbreak could be associated with some kind of issue that's going on with your family. It doesn't have to be, but either way, timing wise, I'm seeing there's some kind of healing that finally happens within your family setting, which makes sense also because we do have the 10 of Pentacles here in reverse. So discord and disharmony within a family legacy is going to finally, there's going to be a moment where you kind of turn the page and then it's like, oh, it's done. Okay, finally. This could also be referencing if this person is going through a divorce, right? How at the beginning of things, they will just be finishing up with a divorce. Again, that's only for a few of you to whom it applies. And then the 9 of Cups, this is understanding. I mean, this is your wish card. You are going to be kind of riding on this high, looking at this personal issue that resolved, You will be riding on this high of finally healing, and you're just going to be feeling really good, like really, really good when you meet this person. So now we are going to get some messages from your person. We're going to channel messages. This is just a deck that I made. They're just messages that I wrote out. Now this card though, I pulled with the intention set of, if this person right now could tell you just one thing and only one thing, what would it be? You make me feel like a man and I love it. I do get the sense that a lot of my pile twos are most likely attracted to males. But regardless, gender aside, this is like, you make me feel empowered. You make me feel motivated. Think about masculine energy. Like, you make them feel powerful in a healthy way. Ooh, I like it. Okay, let's pull a few more messages. Get a few more messages from pile two's person. You are so warm, caring, sweet, and kind. Ooh. You never drain me, nor expect too much. You are my perfect match. Ooh. Okay. I only want sex, nothing more. Yo. That F-boy, F-girl energy. This is going to be something that's like a fleeting energy in the beginning. You need to reach out more, please. Ooh, this one popped out. I can never get enough of you. I'm also seeing this as translate into, you guys are going to have a very passionate relationship, which also is in pretty good alignment with all of the body messages that were coming through. For those of you of which that is age appropriate and applies. Okay, don't be afraid. I'm not going to hurt you. Wow. Yeah, this person's going to make you feel safe. They're going to make you feel safe. Okay, so now one last thing that we are going to do, and then we are going to pull some runes. This deck, to be quite honest, I take with a grain of salt, but I did feel called to use it for this reading. Now, some of you may still have like a burning question in your mind. You can pause the video if you want to see if you if you want to reflect and see if you have any questions. These cards are going to give us more personalized answers. This is more of a direct message, so the messages are only going to come through that are supposed to. Only take it if it resonates, because it's not going to be for all of you. This is just going to be for those of you with whom you have direct questions that Spirit wants to answer. So pause the video if you need to, and then hold the question in your mind. Realign and call it in. Okay. Ooh, oh my goodness. It's in the bag. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. That's so many. Let's see. But they all came out, so whatever, we're taking it. Okay. Stand in your power. Spirit's like, stand in your power. Oh, hey, stand in your power. Oh, hey, by the way, let me just keep saying it until you get the message. Okay, so let's see. Not yet, but it's coming. I guess we'll just put it right here. Definitely not. Beyond a doubt. And it's on its way to you. Okay, pile twos. I hope that answered some questions for those of you. Again, don't force it. The messages only came through for the energies that needed it. Now, let's do some rune casting. All right. Let me clear these empty ones out of the way. Okay, so you guys got Ewes, Berkana, Naudis, and oh my gosh, Fehu. So starting with Ewes. Ewes translates to horse. It also talks about movement. Literally talks about movement. But also interesting. Remember there was like the royalty messages, the kind of like regal, noble energy that was coming through earlier with how they're going to treat you? It was because of the horse. To the ancients, a horse was a symbol of status. And people like nobles were buried with their horses. This talks about social status as well. There's going to be something about considering your status in your community and reflecting on your power. I mean, and also though, like having a horse was the easiest means of travel. So it quite literally translates to travel and movement. So you guys might travel a lot. You might move around a lot as well. That does, if they're in the military, that makes sense. From a more personal standpoint, as far as travel goes, this can talk about shamanic travel, connecting with the spiritual realms, travel within a spiritual realm. So all forms of movement, be it in the physical world or the spiritual world, are associated with Ewes. Berkana, she is the symbol of nurturing feminine energy and fertility. So this can talk about, within this context of your reading, I'm seeing someone who is just naturally caregiving. And it talks about also facilitating an equal give and take in relationships. This can also be a confirmation that you guys will have children if you want to. That is absolutely a possibility for you. Now these, I always think of it like, now this, but this talks about need, anything you need to survive. And that includes, think of like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. That's what this talks about. So it includes more than just air and water. This also talks about how we need connections with people. This is also hinting at you honoring your needs, recognizing your needs, because you can't compromise on a need. You can compromise on a want, but not a need, which is something that will be strong within this relationship, which is very healthy. Just being sure to communicate it well, as like, these are my needs. They're not wants. These are my needs. This inspires you to ask yourself what you need to feel alive. Again, not wants, but need to feel alive in every aspect of your life. Relationships, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. For many people, it is a need to have close family and friends. Some people are very, very content, just kind of more isolated. Don't get me wrong, we all at the end of the day need some form of a support system, but everybody's needs are going to be different within that world. But I'm sensing within this situation, someone is going to have such a strong need. Most likely your person is going to have such a strong need for having a close-knit group of friends and family. Which kind of makes sense how there's like that family resolution thing that happened. So from an energetic standpoint, it kind of pushes you into alignment with meeting this person's need effortlessly, as far as that goes. And sometimes for others too, this need is the need to face challenges, the need to face change head on and address what they need to address. And I think, hang on, let me grab something. Yes, okay. I wanted to double check. So there is an Anglo-Saxon poem that talks about this rune, that this rune kind of is described by, where it talks about how it's the meaning of the source of help and salvation. Literally, those words specifically, help and salvation. And you guys got the salvation card. This person is going to be your salvation. They are going to meet your needs. They're going to surpass your needs, especially when they see if you're willing to walk away in order to have them met. That's going to be a huge moment for you guys. And then Fehu. I could talk for a while about Fehu, but quite honestly, within this setting, what I'm getting, because it translates to cattle and wealth, I'm getting that your relationship, you guys, money isn't going to be a problem. Your needs are going to be met financially. There will be wealth. There will absolutely be wealth within this relationship. And it's also reinforcing the fact that you and this person are both high value people, because this talks about things that are of high value, things that are of worth. Okay, pile number 2. If you feel called to, if you feel comfortable doing so, please comment down below if this sounds like someone that would resonate with you, someone that you would like. I'm not seeing anything else here for you. If you liked this video, let me know and boop that like button down below. Otherwise, if you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. But otherwise, until next time, bye guys. Hello, sweet souls, beautiful humans that selected pile number 3. Welcome to your reading. Now let's break it down really quick, because there's some stuff that I didn't talk about in the intro of what to expect. As you can see, you guys have your own personalized tarot deck that I will be incorporating into the reading. Each pile has its own separate deck. I did that to try to help us be able to infer even more information. Speaking of, before I go even further, I am not the type of reader that calls out astrological signs. That's just not who I am, at least not right now. But for whatever reason, the messages keep coming through in other piles too. So it just is worth noting, your life partner or you might be a Gemini. They might have a twin that they are very close to. And they might be a little it sounds negative to say two-faced, but it's not that. It's like they are very clever. We'll get into it, because we'll get into it. They're very clever. And so this is the heart that you guys selected. Something about the stripes, it sounds bad, but it's not. But it makes me think of like jail, like a jailbird, or like a criminal or something. Someone who likes to live outside of the law. Now, depending on where you are living, that could just be a necessary expression of who you are as a person. For example, let's say you live in Qatar and you are attracted to people of the same sex. Oh yeah, I could see this being a lot of same-sex couples as well. It is against the law for you to be with the person that you love if you live in that country. Obviously, it's not just that country, but it's that kind of energy. Like, this is a good person, but they take the rules of society with a grain of salt, because ultimately, at the end of the day, they are going to follow their own inner truth, their own inner sense of what is truly right, even if that means getting them in trouble with the authorities. Very, very unique. I like it. Your person is, they're spunky. They might even be a little bit of like a bad boy or a bad girl. That kind of energy. But not to worry you, not to freak you out, even if they do kind of live outside of the limits of the law. I mean, honestly, it could be as simple as like they speed. Like, like they speed like a lot. A bad, excessive, well, bad, quote unquote, excessive amount. But there's something about them where it's considered quote unquote criminal. It's so exciting though. This is going to be interesting. Okay, we're gonna put your cute little prison heart over here. Again, this is all said with the energy of it is that they are such a good person. Maybe they had a troubled past and like they went to juvie as a kid. I don't know. We'll get into it, but those are some pretty strong hits that I'm getting right off the bat from your pile. So this is going to be interesting. I love it. Now, before we get into this pile, we are going to start with some normal tarot because we are going to look at the story of your guys' relationship. And in case you can't tell, these piles be thick with 3 C's. So this relationship, the story of this relationship, I will be transforming into the tiny tarot so that we can create more space because there's gonna be a lot. There's just gonna be a whole bunch of cards and not a lot of space. So I'm excited to use those as well. You'll see. They are super cute. The tiny tarot cards. Anyways, so let's start. First, I want to look at where you will be in your life when you meet this person and where they will be in theirs when you guys meet. Starting with you. World. I'm hearing graduation, moving out of the house, a new promotion, some very, very, very large victory that is life-changing. Maybe getting into like a grad school or med school or nursing school, something. Yeah, and the Tower reversed. Yep. The Tower in reverse can talk about, it's still this massive upheaval of an energy. Like, I mean, look at this. It's still that crazy kind of life-changing energy, but it came up in reverse, and that in conjunct with the World is just, this is such a peaceful, exciting life change that I'm seeing here for you. I want to see how that compares to your person. Where is your person going to be? This is such good vibes. This is like, oh, I did it, and I'm excited. You could be moving to another state. What else? Hang on. What else? Maybe you just started your dream career, your dream job. Or if you are an athlete who competes, like you just won a tournament or a game or an event, but in a big way. So like the competition to beat. Some big victory here that shakes up your whole life in such a positive way. That's cool. Ooh, what about your person? Where are they going to be? Whoa! Too many. But we'll keep this one because this one kind of stayed out. Okay. Let's see. 7 of Cups reversed and 6 of Pentacles. I see them doing community service. It might be like court required community service. I don't know why that's coming through, but I honestly, we're gonna find out why, because it's so unique. Like, it just makes them, I don't know, there's something very, very cool about this person. Yeah, and 7 of Cups reversed. They are very daydreamy. They're very daydreamy. They might also be a little overwhelmed at this part of their life. They feel like they have a lot of responsibilities, like a lot of mouths to feed, a lot of people to answer to. This is kind of like the it doesn't have to be, but it's the similar energy of like the overachieving kid in high school who has to work full time to support his or her family at the same time, kind of thing. Very overwhelmed. A lot of mouths to feed. I'm seeing that they're probably the leader of their crew. Oh, maybe, I mean, if it is quite literally a lot of mouths to feed, they're in a situation where maybe they steal food for their younger siblings or something like that. It's kind of like Robin Hood energy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. They're very justice and fairness focused, though. They're daydreaming right now, though, because when you guys meet, because their world is just so overwhelming. They feel like they have so many demands. They're overwhelmed by choice. So they're feeling overwhelmed. And it's creating this weird kind of lackluster in their life, which is making them daydream, which I'm actually seeing them. They are traditionally like the kind of player energy, to be honest, kind of like in that rebellious no one can tie me down kind of energy. So you guys are going to be meeting when there's this odd kind of, honestly, like the stars align, and there's this odd kind of lapse, kind of a loophole in that player energy, because they're going to be so daydreamy and so desiring of something different, of liberation from the stresses of their life, that when you come along, they're not going to be closed off. They're going to be open. Okay, let's look at the first few cards that are going to be the start of your relationship. Pile 3. Yep. That's too many, but we'll take it face up. Seen some... Ooh! Too many, but we'll take the face up. Okay, for those of you who... you'll be moving out of state. I see that's kind of disrupting the beginning of the relationship. There might be arguments about... Maybe not... Okay, no, not arguments, but internal conflicts about self-love and self-care versus selfishness in meeting self-needs. Something about that is because there's like blocked expansion here. Honestly, when you guys meet, you might not even be interested in each other. I see you guys like chatting and talking, and you're gonna miss each other. Yeah, one of you is gonna move away. I'm getting the sense that you are gonna move away, but they are going to have to stay. It's going to create distance makes the heart grow fonder. It also, though, is going to force the transmutation of selfishness into self-love, because there's going to be all of this excess energy that's an excitement that's generated when you guys meet. And when you guys are separated from each other, you're very limited. It's like you have all of this extra energy and nothing to do with it. So you'll be focusing on yourself. You'll be channeling that energy into meeting your own needs, and they will be doing the same. You're not going to be open to a relationship because it's kind of like, well, what's the point? I'm leaving soon anyways, but you guys are going to stay in contact. Something with social media, and then something about there's going to be a point where maybe you'll come back to visit. There's this Two of Wands here is showing me like, I'm going to go back to my hometown. So I don't know if it's a permanent move back where you finished your business wherever you've moved to, or wherever they've moved to if they're the ones who moved, and then they're coming back. But also, because the Two of Wands, it's a very positive card for partnerships. So this person, again, I feel like it's you who's moving away, but just take what applies. If it's vice versa, then that, applies for you. You are going to want to, it's not even a conscious choice. You're just naturally going to grow fonder and fonder of this person, and you're going to naturally just start making plans. It's going to become this thing of you can't imagine a future without imagining them in it. And that's going to be like, okay, this is worth exploring. Like, something needs to work. So we're going to look at what this is going to transmute into. Before I do that, so much blocked energy. Long distance can definitely be a thing here, but blocked expansion and also just kind of like a dismissive kind of, well, just the stars aren't aligned. Like, they're like, nah, you're really cool and I really like your vibes, but like, I've got a lot going on. And you're like, well, you have a lot going on. Look at my world. Look at my entire foundation is shaking up and changing. And yeah. It's kind of like a rom-com, like the beginning of a rom-com, where the two people maybe don't really like each other. What's that one movie with Heath Ledger? Okay, yeah, 10 Things I Hate About You. That movie with Heath Ledger, and I can't remember the girl's name. I'm really bad with celebrity names because it's kind of that energy where it's just like, nah. And then eventually, well, I guess, spoiler alert, eventually, they end up falling for each other. But, isn't that kind of implied with rom-coms? It's not necessarily a spoiler. Anyways, this is like a movie, man. Like, you guys have me invested. So let's transform these, and then we will pull a few more cards to find out where this relationship is going to grow, and also find some other kind of natural themes of your story with this person. Aren't these so cute? Ooh, they're so cute. Anyways, okay, how does this grow? Woo, okay, let's see. That's a lot, but I think we'll take all of them. Why not? 10 of Swords. Okay, some kind of painful ending that leads to an exciting new beginning. Coming out of isolation, revealing truths, and reflecting on what is worth investing in. Damn. Okay, so to keep it straight, say you guys got together and then you tried long distance. I don't see that being successful. And again, this is going to be your life partner, so you guys will end up back together. But unfortunately, the 10 of Swords within this context is showing me breakup or a painful ending of some form or fashion. This can also talk about just feeling the loss of this person. Like, you guys are really going to miss each other. And there's a lot of passion and excitement for each other. So and it's kind of poetic that we have the 10 of Swords, which talks about endings. The ending of pain, also specifically, which also reinforces the fact that you guys will be getting back together, and that this ending will just lead to a new beginning, because aces talk about new beginnings. So your relationship will definitely have a lot of passion. If either of you are an introvert, goodbye to introversion. They're not gonna let you hide away in your hole. Or vice versa, if it's roles reversed. I'm not getting that both of you are. Only one of you is, which is really cute. And it's cute because, if you are the introvert, or let's just say the introvert in this situation, they have taken the idea of what an introvert is to the extreme. An introvert just means that they need alone time to recharge, as opposed to an extrovert who needs other people to recharge. And I would argue that even though our natures kind of inherently lean us one way or the other, there are fluctuations throughout time as we grow. But it's a lie that this person thinks that they are an introvert, so much so to the point of, oh, I'm too shy, I'm powerless to social anxiety, like, no, I just need to stay in because I'm an introvert. Like, it's an excuse that's going to be liberated. It's going to be revealed. You're not going to be able to get away with it because this person is going to see, well, the introvert's partner is going to see how truly kind and capable and wonderful you are with other people. So you can be an introvert but still have a social life. You don't have to fall into the societal expectations of the extreme of what an introvert is. You will still honor your alone time and maintain those boundaries, and they will respect that. They will respect that inherently you're going to need your you days. I'm sorry. I just feel like you are the introvert. I'm trying to keep it neutral, but I'm getting that very strongly. And they're totally going to pull you out of your shell. But it's in such a way where it's like they're going to be revealing to you, they'll be pulling, they're pulling you out of that lie that you've been telling yourself about the extreme degree to which you believe you are an introvert. Because I'm sorry, you're not. You're probably listening to this right now like, okay, what do you know? Which is completely fair. But I'm telling you, this person, they are going to be the ones that convince you and help you understand that you've been lying to yourself about that. And that's going to force you to really look at how you invest in your life, how you spend your time. Now, I'm also seeing you guys are going to do sneaky stuff together as a team. I don't even know what that means. Like, that could be something like maybe you guys shoplift from time to time. Man, I don't know. Don't blame the messenger, Or it's like the situation that was coming through with same sex, where it's like you guys have to be sneaky to be together. That's a possibility as well. But ultimately, you are going to really reflect on what is worth the investment. Is it worth leaving wherever this place was? For those of you to whom that applies, was it worth that investment? And how can you make more wholesome investments moving forward? They're going to be your partner in crime, quite literally. And there might be some money problems that come up from time to time. Not so far as like poverty, but you guys might be strapped for cash from time to time. And I do see that you will both approach it as a team. There might be a little bit of shame that encourages, so much about self-reflection has been coming through in every single pile so far. Anyways, that encourages self-reflection and self-growth, which I guess makes sense. Our life partner, our person, they make us better, They're your person. There's also, though, going to be a sense of disillusionment that you guys both experience together with not delusional thinking, because that sounds severe, that sounds mean, but it's not like that. It's like unrealistic expectations. That's what it is. Unrealistic expectations. So you guys are going to be figuring that out together. Neither of you are coming across as super spiritual, to be completely honest. One of you is going to be more spiritual than the other, potentially. But at the end of the day, because we have these 2 7s in reverse, at the end of the day, man, like, no, even if you are spiritual, because we all are inherently connected to the universe, right? But we just choose to receive and connect at the degree to which we are comfortable. You guys aren't really super comfortable with like diving in and trying to figure out the answers of the universe. Like, I'm not really seeing that, at least not once you guys are together. You guys are going to be very focused on practicality. Also worth noting, some of you, oh, wow. Yeah. Ooh, okay. So some of you are going to end up escaping a bad situation, because the Seven of Swords can talk about that. It can talk about needing to be discreet for the sake of survival. So, needing to escape, for example, to a women's shelter for situations to which that calls. But for the same-sex couples, oh, this is so beautiful. It's giving me goosebumps. You guys are going to be getting out of wherever you are, where it's against the law for you to be together. And it's going to be hard, but you are going to be you guys are both going to work so hard on building a new life for yourselves in wherever this new place is. And at the end of the day, even though it will be a challenge, obviously, especially because there's something about it where it's going to involve, it necessitates secrecy. You guys are really going to trust each other. It's like, I mean, I don't know why the crime stuff keeps coming up, but it's kind of like they would be your getaway driver. And they are that level ride or die for you. 1,000%. If you were like, hey, I need to rob a bank, they'd be like, I don't agree with that, but, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. And would be your getaway driver. But yeah, you guys are going to end up somewhere new, building something new together, building a new legacy together, somewhere new. But it's going to be kind of hush-hush. This might even be, this could also apply to people who aren't in the same-sex couple situation, where they will be getting you out of a bad situation, or you will be helping them get out of a bad situation, and ultimately you will be sneaking away and happily, fruitfully living somewhere new. And you will be just really peacefully working on and humbly working on your garden, like your investments, and you are going to reap rewards from that. Enough to where you'll have some rewards to share as well as keep for yourself. Yeah, because the Ten of Swords with it, yep. So if you guys are in a bad situation, I'm not seeing you being in a bad situation when you guys meet, not at all. But if something ends up happening, you guys are going to get out of it together. So rest assured in the fact that this person has your back come hell or high water. And they're not going to let you just crawl up and hide. Nope. They're like, hell no, this is not who you are. You are strong, you are capable, and you are clever. Highly clever. You might be really good at chess, or they might be too. Your guys' story is so unique. I really like this. It could be a movie, man. It really could be a movie. Whew. Okay, so I'm going to transform these, and then we are going to look at the cards that are going to tell us more about your life partner specifically. Okay, pile 3, this is going to be interesting with your pile. These two cards here are going to show us the core root of who your life partner is as a person precisely. These are going to show us their strengths, these are going to show us their weaknesses, and then these two are going to show us how they treat you. So, Addict helps you recognize and confront addictive behavior. And Wise Leadership, Epona. See how it's like she follows? So in this imagery, she's enrobed in red silk, which is symbolizing her prosperity and her passion and her power, raw power as a human. And then this heart is blue. Her heart is true. She's incredibly charismatic as well. So your person is absolutely charismatic. They are a wise leader, quite literally. And yeah, they might literally be or have been an addict, or at the very least just have, you know, addictive behavior. Maybe kind of extreme behavior. But they never allow it, this came up in the upright position, so they don't allow it to compromise their integrity nor their honesty. And they don't allow it to have authority over their inner spirit. They are very strong-spirited. They are very aware of how they behave has consequences on other people. So they might have escape mechanisms, but they're still responsible. And I suppose addict 2 does confirm some of the stuff that we were talking about with potential like criminal history. Okay, we're gonna put this bad boy up here, up out of the way. I want to look at their strengths here. Oh, see, they have a pure heart. They could be really good with kids too, and very imaginative. Oh yeah, because we had very daydreamy, very imaginative, super powerful manifestors too. It's like if they can see it, they can make it happen. This person might be a girl or someone with very feminine energy, your life partner. Yeah, someone with very feminine energy, I'm getting. So again, gender doesn't matter in tarot. It really doesn't. It's all just about energy. And the Sweat Lodge, yeah, okay, yeah, they have done the work. Okay, so again, really good with kids. They might even teach kids. Oh, or have a lot of like little brothers and sisters. That was coming through earlier with so many mouths to feed, so many mouths to feed. They might have kids and be a really, really good parent. Actually, I mean, they will be, because they are inherently very, 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 very gifted with how they interact with children. They're very pure-hearted as well. That's coming through so strong. And that's one of their strongest strengths. And the Sweat Lodge. Yep. They may have gone to rehab. It's making me think of rehab. Let's see. They went on some form of a journey of self-discovery. They confront the sides of themselves that they no longer want, and they do so quite fearlessly. They are not afraid of stepping into the unknown. I'm getting for a lot of them, maybe they grew up in an orphanage and that taught them to be used to, the unknown, the unexpected. So they think quickly on their feet. They're good thinkers. And they're very charismatic. They naturally rise to the occasion. And they just take charge. They take care of things. If there's a problem, they just handle it. They don't ask permission. They just handle it. Let's look at their flaws. Okay. So we have masculine energy. And what is this, a clock? Okay, so they're not really good with time management. They might have an aversion to men to the point to where it kind of is a weakness. This is also coming through though as like their primal nature. Like they do what they want when they want. Like they do what needs to be done, even if it's at the fault of society. They have a little bit of an essence of, I am better than, not better than you, but just better than, above the law kind of energy. I'm also sensing a little bit of vainness That might be one of their weaknesses, is they might be obsessed with their body to the point of it being a detriment. And they might have an expensive taste without the connection to a realistic plan or means to achieve such expensive tastes. And yeah, honestly, with the time, I'm sensing some self-hatred about, they feel like they've wasted a lot of their time, or they've had to sacrifice a lot of their time. So this whole message that was coming through earlier with, you know, taking care of, being in a caregiver position when they were young, that robbed them of time, and they're very bitter about it. I mean, as they should be. I mean, I feel like that emotion is valid, but that is going to be something that hinders them in some manifestation. They might have their moments where they're a little bit lazy, where it's like they have the key to success, but they're just, I think they get mentally exhausted. So maybe it's not even laziness so much as they give and give and give and give and give, and then they just get mentally exhausted, and they're like, you know what, I don't care. I am going to maybe be a little irresponsible and call into work for the 10th time in the past 2 months. I mean, at the end of the day, they still do what is right, okay? So this is very just, I don't know if it's immature energy so much as it's like balancing on the line between being an inconvenience to other people as opposed to defying their rights in honor of other people, if that makes sense. Okay, let's look at how they're going to treat you. Knave of Cups in reverse. Focus on your strengths. Well, they are quite literally going to focus on your strengths, and they are going to really help you focus on yours as well. They might keep you secret in some way. Something about keeping secret, because that the Knave of Cups in reverse could talk about secrets. Yeah, they might keep you secret. It's kind of like you're their secret treasure. They don't want to share with anyone else. They're most likely very physically fit. You know, they might even be, this is coming through just for a few of you, but some of them might prefer the pronouns they and them. They may not even like be as specific, identify as a specific gender. They are going, it's like with you though, it's like you can't do anything wrong in their eyes. They're going to be very forgiving. They're going to want to give you the world and spoil you, even though they might not be able to, as much as because of the unrealistic expectations, right? But they will still find ways to spoil you. And in a way, it's going to make whatever gifts they give you so much more meaningful. They're going to be your rock. They're going to be very strong for you. They're always going to want to look good for you as well. And I'm also hearing that they are going to help you, this sounds weird, help you repeat the mistakes of your past so that you can finally confront them and heal from them and move on. So making you address your problems head on, which is a little ironic, but still cute. They are going to have so much confidence in you though, so much self-belief. Well, belief in you, I guess, that is going to lead to you having self-belief. They are going to admire you, oh my goodness, so much so. And they see you as very beautiful as well. Very, very, very beautiful. There might be a little bit of an imbalance in the sense that like that spoil energy, they aren't, they're just going to want to give and give and give and give and give, and they don't really want anything from you in return. They just get the joy and fulfillment and confirmation of love within that act of giving to you and taking care of you and just being there for you, providing for you, whether it be emotional support, financial support, whatever it is, whatever you need. They want to be your knight in shining armor, man. And they will be. Ooh, okay. So now we're going to look at first impressions. So this one's going to be your first impression of them. Be authentic. Be real and true to who you are and how you feel. Yeah. You're going to see them as it's a little bit of a like, hell be damned. That doesn't make sense. It's like come hell or high water, I'm gonna be myself. I don't care. Oh, wait, hold up. Before we get into first impressions, we'll just put that right there for right now. I almost forgot about your guys' deck. The Tarot of Mystical Moments. This deck is so pretty. Ooh. Six of Wands in reverse. They're going to have a lot of dreams that initially they're not going to live up to, but they are going to learn a sense of inner joy as a result of meeting failures. They're not going to have the strongest support system outside of you, and that's going to make it very impractical for them because they're such a dreamer. Like the unrealistic expectations, these big goals and dreams and plans. And I mean, if they think about it, yeah, they can manifest it, but they come into blocks when it comes to, in order to manifest, you have to believe, you have to already embody and vibrate at the energetic state of that which you want. So that's going to kind of limit their manifestation power a little bit because their failures, quote unquote failures, that's how they will interpret it. Their missed wins. Yes, their missed wins in life are really going to weigh them down. And they also feel like they can't be who they really are. They feel like, also, they're going to love you so much. So much. I just got hit with this like message of just so much love. Ooh, come hell or high water. That might be something that they say, like a phrase that they say, because that keeps coming through. But they're going to end up finding inner joy with where they are at. Eventually that is going to be something that they work on, but they might have some shame surrounding the fact that maybe they give up on their goals too easily because they are so dreamy that they don't put together a practical, consistent plan, which makes it very challenging to follow through. Because if you don't have a practical, consistent plan and you don't have a big support system that you can rely on for those big dreams and goals, I mean, it's not impossible, but it makes it more improbable. And then they kind of get into this self-defeating, like, get down on themselves. Eventually, though, they're going to start to learn to be creative, and they will not... Okay, at some point within your relationship, they're going to have this shift in mentality where they're going to fix this and address that sense of mental exhaustion and honestly boredom as well. They kind of fly by the seat of their pants. Like they do whatever they want when they want, you know? It's hard. That energy is very hard to tame. You know, it resists that daily routine kind of energy. Oh, yes, and that is a very Gemini thing. And I can relate because I am a Gemini and I resist consistent routine. It's like, it does not feel good. And I'm getting that energy from them as well. However, I see that they are going to find a way to overcome that creatively. It's like the video game, like life's a video game theory. It's a reframing technique that I've read about where it kind of helps with motivation and follow through sometimes with certain people. And in studies, I guess it's shown to increase a sense of well-being and joy in some people's lives. The idea is to go about every once in a while at least, but go about your day as if you were, what's it called? Like an avatar in a video game? You are the main player, you're the main character in a video game, and everything that you see exists for you to interact with. So it's like a highly interactive, involved video game. So like, for example, I have a ring sitting here. The video game put this here for me. What do I want to do with it? Well, I mean, I could do anything with it. You know, it creates a sense of possibility and it opens up your mind. So something along those lines, if not that specifically, it's going to be some kind of creative solution where they are able to grow consistently and consistently work towards those big goals. But also, even more importantly, work towards building the foundation and the support systems that are necessary stepping blocks in order to begin to start towards those big goals. They're going to find a creative solution. That's cool. Page of Swords. Very smart. They are a dreamer. Strong Gemini energy coming through, man. Strong Gemini energy. Which, again, I don't like throwing out astrology signs, but it's not that they have to be a Gemini, but it's that kind of energy that they will be embodying. Because Geminis are very... they're known for being quick thinkers, definite thinkers. And whatever opportunities that they feel like have been robbed from them, like taken from them, that sense of unfairness does kind of feed into their devil may care attitude, where it's like, well, the world's unfair to me, so why can't some big monopoly corporation experience something unfair, you know, by my hand? You know, something like that is that kind of energy. But ultimately, he or she will end up, wow, they are such a dreamer. Sorry, I just got so distracted by that. They are such a dreamer, but they're so smart too. And they are going to be able to transmute that this was unfair, what happened to me. Sorry if you hear my fur baby. He loves when I do readings. But anyways, I'm going to channel and transmute that unfairness and those robbed opportunities into opportunities that I create for myself. I'll be damned if I let my circumstances rob me of my potential, is what I'm hearing. They're really going to be a self-built person. They're going to be street smart and book smart. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm so relieved that I remembered those. Whew. Okay. Anyways, first impression. So yeah, you're going to see them as a very authentic person, it almost might be abrasive in a sense where it's like, I don't give a shit what you think about me. This is who I am. Take it or leave it. Not a people pleaser at all. But they're still very kind as well, which it's very, they might even be a little quirky too, but they don't care. Like Luna Lovegood in Harry Potter, like she's a little quirky, but she doesn't care. She does not care what other people think about her. It's that kind of energy where they are just purely themselves, and you see that and you're like, whoa. They don't try and adapt and change themselves to fit in. They are very comfortable standing out and being themselves, even if that means resisting transformation for the sake of becoming socially acceptable. They love being their own person. They have a very strong individualistic, is that a word? Mentality and idea to them. There's going to be something that you feel like you're going to feel magically drawn to them as well, though. Deep down, you're going to know that there's some legit potential for this person to be your lifelong partner. You're going to be closed off to it, but deep down, emotionally, you're gonna know. Because this is going to feel like, look at these two kids. You guys are gonna feel like kids together. You know, and so it's kind of like, again, kind of like in the movies when you see, at the beginning, you see these two kids playing and they're picking on each other, and it's like, you know, adults will say like, oh, you guys will make a great couple one day, and the kids are both like, ew. You know, they can't see it until they see it, like Simba and Nala kind of thing. Okay, their first impression of you. The union of hearts, a love connection that defies explanation. Their first impression of you is going to be that you don't want anything with them. Whether that's true or not, that's going to be their first impression of you. They're also going to see that there's something very impractical about you two forming a union, or at least that's going to be the vibe that they pick up that you're putting off. Now, the overall impression that both of you have of each other, I spread joy. Wow, that's cool. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you're both you see each other as very open-hearted, as very joyful and loving, and you're both gonna recognize like, wow, this person brings a lot of joy into my life. Oh. Okay. Simple and to the point. I like it. I like it a lot. Now I'm going to look at, where'd your cards go? This card is going to show us how you will know that this is the one. And this one's going to show us how they will know that you are the one. Oh, oh, wow. Make my heart beat fast, will ya? Contentment, peace, and abundance, a happy home life, a successful completion of a project for a fire. You're going to feel like home to them. They're going to know that you're the one because you are going to create a space of magic. This is like a fantasy level of joy and magic that feels safe and real and grounded and comfortable, but also still passionate and not boring. And they're going to understand that they can create and maintain something like that and keep it stable with you. They're going to know when they're like, wow, you're my home. Ooh. And they're going to see how much contentment, peace, and abundance and happiness that you bring in to their life. When you guys move into each other or move in with each other, and that might be when they're like, oh, wow, like a big realization for them. There's a big possibility that that's when. But when you do, it's going to be just kind of natural harmony. Natural harmony, a happy home life. You guys aren't going to have a rough adjustment period of getting used to living with each other. It's just going to feel natural. Okay, for you, ooh, Lorelei in reverse. You're going to know this is the one because even though you have, this might sound strange, but even though you have the power to flick this boat and flip it over, you're not going to. You might have suffered from a cycle of painful losses. Sometimes when people experience that, that's a cycle that they kind of like keep repeating. And that's something that I might see for you. Oh, like self-sabotage. Yeah, like self-sabotage behavior. You're not going to want to do that with this person though. You understand that the cycle of pain, any kind of cycle of pain that you may experience in your life, ends with them. They're your home too. And you are going to feel so at peace with the fact that you can trust them. It's like you can put the responsibility of the relationship, of the world, if you wanted to, on this person and you realize that they would carry it for you, no problem. And you're like, okay, yeah, you're the one. Not saying that you would do that to that person, but you're going to have that moment of realization of just to what extent they would go to for you. You're also going to feel like a lot of this is fate driven. There might be some signs that you experience either in your dreams or a lot of just coincidences that you see, that it's like the universe is going to be shouting at you, like confirmation after confirmation, like this is your person, this is your person. You're going to feel safe feeling powerless to them. That's how you're going to know. Wow, your guys' story is so cool. Okay, let's keep going. Now, let's look at these 3 cards are going to show us what lessons will be learned from this relationship and what obstacles will be overcome. Soul work. You guys are going to learn to work very, very hard together. Okay. Sacred sexuality. For those of you with whom that is age appropriate and acceptable, I'm getting, I mean, quite literally, sacred sexuality. You are going to start to feel comfortable and safe within the world of sex, but also with how you identify and with who you are attracted to. A lot of healing there for that. And it resonates with everything that was coming through earlier, especially for, you know, any of my lovelies who are in the LGBTQ plus community. Whoa, underworld reverse. Wow, this card is so cool. Can we just like, okay. Yeah, there's something about getting pulled out of a really dark place, one of you. Something that could even be, not to scare you, but it's a message that's coming through for some of you. Something that could even be like life-threatening. You and this person are going to pull each other out of and then learn how to heal from it and grow and move forward. This is so powerful. You're also going to learn how to be comfortable doing things in secrecy and how to escape the shackle of society's expectations and rules, learning to live by your own rules. This kind of hints at one of the stories that came through earlier, where it was like, say you have a lot of mouths to feed and you don't have enough money. Are you going to sit there and watch all of your loved ones starve to death, or are you going to go steal a loaf of bread? That kind of idea, that kind of mentality of you're just going to do what is truly right despite what other people might say, which takes a very, very pure heart to help realize. So in a lot of ways, this person's going to lead you through the underworld. When you're in the underworld, it feels like struggle after struggle after struggle, loss after loss after loss after loss, and you guys are going to be escaping that. That's going to be something you guys are going to learn how to escape together. And with soul work, this also talks about integrating your day-to-day life with your soul purpose. Oftentimes when we go through crazy shit like this, it makes us ask the big questions because we need to find meaning. And when we find meaning and we find that sense of fulfillment, that generally transmutes and shifts into us wanting to share our knowledge and share our experiences with the collective, to share our skills and what we have learned with other people, with the hive, right? There are going to be, I'm just seeing this diamond here. I don't know if you can see. This diamond here on the bee, the body of the bee. And as we all know, diamonds are formed through immense pressure. You're going to, oh wow, which is like also kind of in the underworld because it's deep within the earth. You're going to take that success and get to work with it, share it, educate people to people. I can't help but notice, like, we have these seeds here, and then reference to the bees with pollination. There's something with that there as well. Some of you might actually literally help the environment and increase education and increase tolerance for things that may seem annoying, but finding the magic in the day-to-day. So for example, like with this weed, you know, dandelions are considered weeds, they're considered annoying, when in reality, they are not doing anything wrong. They are just a wildflower that is growing out of place. That's you guys. You guys are wildflowers growing out of place. And a lot of your mission together is going to be getting back to that wildflower field where you guys actually belong, and teaching other people the magic within who you truly are, despite what society has to say about you. You guys could become, I'm seeing like influencers, educators, like really out there with a mission and a purpose, teaching and educating and sharing. Oh wow, whew, goosebumps. Now we are going to do how this person is going to benefit you and how you are going to benefit this person. You guys got one of the, well, the coolest and only card that is like this in the deck. The rest of them look like this. So you're going to be receiving some very rare benefits from this person. I'm sensing being able to cut yourself free, connecting with and finding balance and peace with your intuition. Because sometimes when you're in tune with your intuition, you start to see things and know things that you would really freaking rather not know or see. So you're going to start to make peace with that and start to learn how to navigate those kind of ugly truths, and also how to set yourself free from entanglements that don't serve you. Look how beautiful this card is. And that's just the back of the card. The card itself is the universe. Didn't I say like this person would give you the world? Like they are going to, in their own form or fashion, they are going to give you the world. More specifically though, this talks about you really feeling in control of your life. You learning to have trust in the universe, trust in a greater plan. And my favorite is learning to reframe like anxiety ridden, oh my gosh, what if questions with a positive what if. So for example, maybe your go-to thoughts are like, oh, well, what if this happens and then this happens and then, oh my gosh, that would be so horrible, and then this horrible thing happens. As opposed to, what if everything goes right? Oh, doesn't that just feel better? But what if everything works out? What if everything works out even better than I could imagine? What if that? That's going to be something that you guys learn. You're going to learn to master any kind of internal darkness that you have or that you have experienced. Now, oh yeah, see, look. Mind and tuning in. This person is really going to help you stop overthinking. I guess that makes sense with the anxiety messages that I was channeling. They're going to help you stop overthinking, help you get out of your head. For my same-sex couples, there might be some like inner conflict and guilt that you are working through in the terms of your sexuality, coming to peace and acceptance with who you truly are, and understanding that it doesn't matter what the construct of society tries to confine you in, because you are an infinite soul. And as much as mankind tries... Oh, hi, baby. My fur baby just came in to say hello. He felt called to you. Maybe work with pets. For those of you who aren't allergic, and that's something that you can do. I know my baby helps get me out of my head. Ooh, don't you? Yeah, they're going to have that kind of effect on you as well, though. Like, for example, when I come home from a bad day at work, and I'm just... Hi. Sorry. And I'm just fuming and upset, or, you know, any kind of negative XYZ. And the second I see this little fluffy munchkin, it all just melts away. And that's how it's going to be with this person. They're going to be that soft spot in your life where everything just gets to melt when you're with them. Everything just melts away, and it's going to be okay. Okay, let's look at how you are going to benefit them. Okay. The wildling. Okay. And then we have guilt. Guilt and morality. Wow. Hang on, I'm gonna let out my fur baby really quick, and then we're going to get into this. I grabbed the book while I let my fur baby out. I grabbed the book to read The Wildling, because it wraps everything up and describes everything so perfectly. So, the wildling is raw, empowered, and independent. Many people are intimidated by them because they need little from others and prioritize radical freedom, which can be unsettling as most of society operates within unspoken expectations and contracts. What? The wildling burns the contract and heads into the woods. Wildling comes to us as an ally when we need to break free of the systems that limit us. The wildling within us remembers a time where we lived with the land, when we walked barefoot, when our lives were in alignment with the natural world. A balanced wildling prioritizes freedom but remains grounded. They possess an instinct that may not make sense to others, but never leads them astray. They are present to their own emotions and needs, and will spend time on their personal development. Ooh, we saw that in here with, I think it was the Sweat Lodge, this card. An unbalanced wildling is in a state of perpetual chaos. They are avoidant and often use the external for a band-aid of their internal disease, which often means they are constantly moving on to the next thing. What they move on to never ends up being what they hoped for. I just want to read this again. They often use the external for a band-aid of their internal dis-ease. Addict. So if this person has a history of addiction, you will be helping them out of that. You'll also be helping them. They're going to benefit because that sense of morality that they have within themselves, you're going to confirm things for them. You're going to validate things for them. But you're also going to show them, like, hey, we can't just do whatever we want when we want because society sucks and because life sucks. You're going to teach them a sense of guilt. Guilt might be a deeply unpleasant emotion, but it exists for a reason. It serves a purpose, and you're going to teach them that purpose. Perhaps this is talking about like actual criminal behavior. And maybe it is for necessary survival means. You are going to help to coach them through your own inner strength of conquering and defeating your own darkness and your own demons. You're going to teach them, like, hey, yes, there's a right and a wrong way to do things, but let's not get so caught up in right versus wrong and in that battle so much as doing what feels right in our heart. And if it doesn't feel right in our heart, we should reflect on that. And if it does feel right in our heart, but it doesn't with society, we should reflect on that. That's how we find the truth. That's how we find the true answers of what is actually right and what is actually wrong, as opposed to morality that is imposed upon us by external people. This is also making me think of the church. Organized religions traditionally are not friendly, unfortunately, to same-sex relationships or to people in the LGBTQ community. There has been, changes and shifts that are being made, which I am grateful for. And actually, even within the Catholic community, Santa Muerte, she is a deity that is the first ever deity within Catholicism that supports and protects, is believed to support and protect, members of the LGBTQ community. And actually, she's also revered by criminals too, because she doesn't judge. She just takes care of people. Actually, I want you guys to look up Santa Muerte. It's like Santa and then M-U-E-R-T-E? T-E? Yeah, T-E. Look her up. Look up her lore. She gets a lot of hate from the church in a lot of different ways, but look at all of the love that she gets. She's a deity that, people who are in the drug communities, they pray to her, but that's because they feel safe enough to. That's because they know that they can, even though they do things that even they might feel like to themselves are wrong, at the end of the day, they know that they are worthy of and deserving of that divine connection, and she protects them and helps them too, despite whatever ugliness may be in their worlds. Ooh, that gave me goosebumps. That came through so strong. I mean, only do it if you feel called to, but seriously, these goosebumps are so intense. It's like she's here. She's like, send them to me. Send them to me. Like, look up her story, because a lot of you are going to find a sense of salvation and just reprieve and relief with her, which is magic. Okay, so now to wrap things up, the last few cards before we get into messages, we are going to use these cards to get any final clues on timing, as well as how you guys will meet. So, a new romantic cycle begins. Yeah, see, there's going to be delays in the beginning. Yep. And adjustments are required. Honestly, I'm not even going to spend time reading into this, because this is just repeating everything that came through in the beginning with your relationship story. Adjustments are required. That was with you guys moving back. That adjustments are required in order for shifts to happen, in order for these external blocks to be released. Yeah, it's gonna be, it also might be for some of you, maybe some of you will be fresh after a breakup. Only a few of you though, I'm not getting that for a lot of you. I guess we did have the Ten of Swords though. So maybe, okay, let's see. We have the Four of Pentacles, Two of Pentacles, and the Four of Wands again. The Four of Wands twice. What? Could I get any better of a confirmation for you guys? Look, again, the phrase, come hell or high water. I don't know. I think that that's going to be something that they say, but come hell or high water, you guys are going to be happy. Like, so happy. And it's because you're meant for each other. That's going to be a lot of it. You're going to, ultimately, you guys are just going to have such a really beautiful, peaceful, harmonious, celebratory home life. It's going to be so magical. So magical. You guys are going to grow and cultivate a lot of things together as well. Now, I'm just seeing as far as timing goes, there's going to be something about needing to, there's going to be a busyness. There's going to be a sense of busyness in your life when you guys meet. And you're going to feel like you don't really have much to give. And a lot of that is because, you know, the world, the Tower reverse, it's like you're kind of at the whim of your circumstances, so to speak. So you are feeling a little unstable financially as well, because it's expensive to move to a new country, a new state, a new whatever. Yeah, it's expensive. So you might be tapped out on your resources, and you're going to be very busy. And then there's going to be a little bit of that like back and forth energy with you guys as well. I'm not sure honestly what that means, but I just keep seeing that like back and forth energy. So maybe some of you, I guess some of you are going to try long distance. So that makes sense, back and forth energy. This is really standing out. So you might meet along like a coastline, or maybe you live along a coastline. I haven't gotten any hits like that from any other pile, so that's substantial. Something about a coastline. It could be a lake, ocean, something with water. It could even be like maybe it's a really rainy day and there are a lot of puddles, or a river, something like that. Oh, this is so magical and cool. Your guys' man, this should be a movie. Who has Hollywood contacts? Because starring you and your person, like, go become famous. This would be just an amazing movie. They're such a good person though too. It's so cool. Oh wait, okay, so before we get into it, I have more cards, but I pulled this card with the intention of, if this person could send you a message right now and they could only say one thing, what would they want you to know? I want to take care of you, provide for you. Oh, that was coming through earlier with this guy, with Apollo. Ooh, look at all these confirmations left and right. Okay, let's pull a few more cards, messages. I want to start a family with you. They are really good with kids. They're going to be a very good parent. I will tell you that. They'll have a very close relationship. Ooh, there we go. I am loyal to you and only you. I like that. I like that even though they kind of stretch the rules a bit, they have a pure heart. They still do what's right. And being loyal to your person, to your life partner, that's what's right. You are my divine counterparts. Yeah, serious twin flame energy. And I'm gonna make a video where I talk about soulmates and twin flames and stuff. So just, that's in the works eventually. But the divine counterpart, that is the highest possible level of connection, the highest possible manifestation of a soulmate. That's what you and this person are going to have. The Four of Wands can talk about that. The Four of Wands is kind of an indicator of that for sure. Ooh, ooh. I want to protect you. Ooh, oh my goodness. Okay. My family does not like you and it's creating conflict. And I feel like you don't want me anymore. All right, so the messages will apply for various people at various times. Maybe this person, though, like with the family does not like you and is creating conflict. I see that as that bad situation you guys are escaping, or unfortunately, you know, in same-sex couples, not all families are very welcoming to the idea of their child loving who they should and are meant to love. Yeah, I'm getting a sense of that for some of them. Or if it could also be like, maybe this isn't they have an abusive or a toxic home situation that they need to escape from, that you guys will be escaping from. And of course, like, they're not going to like you if you come into their life and all of a sudden their power is lost over the person that they're abusing. They're not gonna like you. So take that as a compliment. I feel like you don't want me anymore. That could just be an insecurity that's coming through, but also kind of indicative of the beginning of your guys' story. Oh, and I want to start a family with you. That Seven of Pentacles that we were talking about, where you guys are starting something new. If, God forbid, this horrible thing that you guys are escaping, say it was a cycle of abuse, they want to start a new legacy. They want to start a family with you that is healthy and just good. Oh, there's so much magic in this, you guys. Okay, to wrap things up, we are going to just do some rune casting. Okay. Wow, all of that? What about this guy? All of that, only one? Whoa. All right, that's cool. Here, let me clear these. Okay, so I'm getting really interesting, like, unique hits off of this right off the bat. So you guys got the rune Uruz. This rune talks about, I still haven't figured out entirely how to say it. I think it's Auroch, A-U-R-O-C-H, but that is the ancestor of the wild bison. They were fierce, they were strong, they were smart. It was, so for a warrior to conquer, to kill an Auroch, which was, by the way, they were highly coveted. Their horns were longer than 3 feet long. They were massive. This is a ginormous, very primal beast, which is worth noting because it didn't, I'm pretty sure something about primal energy came through here with, which one was it? It came through here earlier. Anyways, I remember reading, so the last Auroch was killed off in like 17th century in Poland. And I don't know why that stuck with me, but for whatever reason it did. And you know what that's making me think of? It's like the World War II kind of situations. Not saying that this is okay, not saying that this is going to be like a World War III situation, nothing like that. But the World War II situation where it was like, if you were Jewish, or if you were gay, if you didn't meet these very strict societal expectations that were laid down by a dictator, you ended up in a concentration camp. That message, it sounds bizarre, but it's coming through for a reason. There's something, it's like a violation of human rights that so many of you in this pile are dealing with. Where it's like you're being ostracized and told that you're bad, even though you're not. Wow, that's hitting so hard. Anyways, okay, pushing forward. So this also does talk about athleticism and brilliance. Oh, I'm pretty sure that came through, right? Because you have a, yeah. Yep, they're going to be very physically fit, very athletic, and very smart. Probably self-taught. They don't have to have been, but a lot of them will have been. very clever, because that was the type of warrior, and pure of heart. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yep. And because that was the type of warrior that it was considered in ancient times that it took to defeat one of these massive beasts. Defeating an auroch was the same thing, I guess, so I've read, was considered the same thing as killing a dragon. Like, literally, it's the same thing. And you guys got literally a dragon in this card here. None of the other piles got any dragons, just saying. Anyways, wow. Yep, so this person is going to have a very primal energy. Very, very strong-willed as well, I'm seeing. Very attractive. They're also going to be, okay, well, not only are they going to be very resilient, but you both are going to be a very resilient couple. It talks about acting on instinct. So a lot of navigating this relationship, this rune guidance is coming through and saying, listen to your instincts, because you're not going to be able to fight it. It's going to, this connection with this person is just going to be true, natural animal instinct. You can't control that, nor is it natural to control that. Pile 3. You guys are cool. This this got so deep. And I love it. It wasn't draining at all, even though we talked about some pretty dark things. It wasn't draining at all, which is saying that it's not going to be draining for you guys too, which is so magical. Oh, I almost forgot. Wow, there's something. I think your person might be forgetful. So I take this deck with a grain of salt, but I did feel called to use it. The purpose of this deck is to answer questions. So hold probably a yes or no question in your mind if you have one, and then we're going to pull some cards from the deck. Only the messages that are meant to come through are going to come through. Don't force it. These messages are not going to be for everyone. This is just meant to be a more personalized piece of the reading for those of you who still have that kind of like, yeah, but what about this kind of question in your mind. Pause the video if you need to, and then hold your question in your mind. Ooh. It's an enigma. Interesting. You can hold another question in your mind or the same one if you feel like that wasn't your answer. Oh, okay. Cast that spell. You guys are very magical. Oh, and your cards need to chill out. They're sliding everywhere. Okay, cast that spell, and it's a hard no on this. Okay. Pile number 3. I hope that all of this has made sense. If you feel called to, if you would like to, please comment down below. I love reading your guys' comments. And let me know, does this sound like a situation that resonates with you? Does this sound like someone that you would like? I would love to hear it. I would love to chat about it. And if you liked this video, please let me know and boop that like button down below. But otherwise, if you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. Until next time, bye you guys. Hi, sweet souls who selected pile number 4. Welcome to your reading. This is the little glass heart that you guys selected. She spotted. Kind of giving me like camouflage vibes. Anyways, okay, so let's break it down because there are a couple things that I didn't bring up in the intro. As you can see, we have your own personalized deck here that I will be incorporating into the reading. Each pile has their own specific deck. Your guys's happens to be this one. And the reason why I'm doing that, why I felt called to do that, is because it is going to help us infer even more information about your life partner. I just have to say right off the bat, your life partner, there's something to do with water. So they might live somewhere by a large body of water. They might love swimming or be fascinated by sea creatures. This is even giving me hints as far as their appearance. There's a good chance that they are fair-skinned, or that they have very light or even gray silver hair, be that at any age. I'd see both, because there are a lot of places where there are mountains next to a large body of water. But at the very least, mountains as well is a possibility. Water is such a big thing though here. I guess we'll find out more, but yep. Something big about water has to do with your life partner. Ooh, they're probably deeply intuitive too. Anyways, okay, so as you can tell, these piles are thick with 3 C's, level thick. I love it. We're going to get so much awesome, juicy info. But because we are going to be doing so much, I will at a point also be incorporating the tiny tarot. You'll see. It's so cute. It's so cute. I think you guys will love it as much as I do, because it's so cute. But anyway, so yeah, because otherwise we just won't have enough space. We already have layers. We already have layers that we are going to be incorporating into this reading to get it all to fit. So it's gonna be beefy. I don't know why that word keeps coming to mind. I feel like I've been saying it 50 times, but tis what it is. Anyways, so we are going to start off with the story of your guys' relationship before we get into any super in-depth specifics about your life partner. First, we're going to look at where you will be in your life when you guys meet, where they will be in their life when you meet, and then we're going to take a look at just kind of the beginning themes, what the beginning of your relationship is going to be like. Pile number 4. Oh, okay, wow. 10 of Wands and the Devil. Okay, so when you guys meet this person, you will not be in the best part of your life. It's possible that for a few of you, for those of you with whom this is obviously like age and value appropriate, you might be in a very sexually active part of your life, because the devil isn't only bad things. Traditionally, it can come across that way, but it also talks about like pleasure and passion, and then we have wands, which also indicate passion. So I'm seeing a lot of physical activity. You are going to be so busy and so overwhelmed when you meet this person. You also, honestly, a few of you might even be in a relationship. Yeah, you will be in a toxic relationship, or tends to represent like endings and completions. So you will have just finished a deeply influential, long-lasting toxic relationship, be that with a family member, a friend, or a previous romantic partner. Very busy though. You're going to be feeling very overwhelmed and burdened, tied down. Let's see. They're going to be pretty good. I mean, it's hard to beat the 10 of Wands and the Devil, but they're going to be kind of your knight in shining armor, honestly. Oh, hang on. All right. They're going to be kind of like your knight in shining armor, in the sense that you're going to be wrapped up in this world of just, ugh. You know, whether it's in the spectrum of that ugh feeling is going to vary depending on who you are as you're watching this. Some of you, it'll be really bad. Others of you, it'll be like still crappy, but not the end of the world. Don't force it. Take it if it feels right. But so you're going to be in that place of darkness, and then this really loving, compassionate person. Some of them might have even just become a mother. Ooh. That's actually coming through quite strongly. And you have the Queen of... They're in the position of the Queen of Cups. And they're... Where's their deck? What's all about a big thing with water? Interesting. It's obviously not going to be for everyone, but regardless, they are going to be in a very nurturing, loving, warm part of their life. So when you interact with this person, it's going to be like, oh, thank you. They will have just had a pretty big emotional victory, potentially a big realization about their emotional well-being, but they're going to be sitting happy. They're going to be very pretty. Oh, wow, I didn't even mean to say that, but okay, they're going to be very pretty. That just kind of blurted through. Okay, let's look at the beginning of your relationship. This is kind of comforting though, because it's like, if I were the one who picked pile 4, it'd be kind of comforting because it's like, well, if I come into this crappy part of my life, if I hadn't already, then it's like, well, at least I'm going to meet my life partner, you know? Like, at least I have something really freaking fantastic and wonderful to look forward to within it. Beginning. Oh! Yay! We love the sun in conjunct with the Queen of... Whoa, fallen. Okay. So, let's see. So we have the sun, the Queen of Wands, and the Five of Pentacles. The beginning of your relationship, you guys might not be the wealthiest couple in the world, and that's okay. I see, but you guys will be together. You'll go through what you need to go through and face what you need to face together, which will make you strong. But it's only like, honestly, within this setting, especially with the sun being here, this is like minor inconveniences. This is like, you guys, there might be annoyances within the relationship where you can't afford to go out on consistent date nights. I mean, I suppose dating doesn't have to be expensive. A date night doesn't have to be expensive, but you guys won't be able to spoil each other to the way that you want to, because there's going to be this bill that suddenly pops up. And then as soon as you get that paid off, then your car is going to have a problem. That's good. You know, it's like that kind of like, you feel like there's just one thing after another with just stupid annoyances with finances. I feel it. Anyways, but no, it's only going to be a minor inconvenience, and it will be something that's in the process of changing. Wow, though, the beginning of your relationship, you guys got the sun. Oh, the sun is the one card in tarot that is so powerful that when it shows up in a reading, it lightens up and brings up the positivity of every other card in the reading. No other card does that, just the sun, which is telling me that that is going to be the effect that you guys have on each other's lives. Oh my god, didn't I say that this was going to be like a light in your life? Maybe I didn't. I think I said knight in shining armor. I don't know. Either way, this is going to be what it feels like for sure when this person comes in. The beginning of your guys' relationship is going to be so full of fun and warmth and passion, really good conversations, very active. I'm seeing a lot of sunflowers here. It's going to be such a positive beginning. Aside from the minor annoyances with the money, that it's just going to be something that you guys are like, together, you know? Aside from that, and again, that's just minor, it's like all positive, my peeps. It is all positive. I don't think I could have asked for a better beginning. The Sun and the Queen of Wands. The Queen of Wands, she happens to be my favorite of the court cards because she is so empowered, so in tune and balanced with her dark side as well, which is what is symbolized by the black cat here. Let me see if you can see. The black cat is here to symbolize that, you know, she's not some naive, toxic positivity kind of person where everything is fine, even though it's very obviously not. No. She's faced her demons, and she recognizes, you know, certain toxic behaviors of the past or toxic or just negative stories, and she has healed it. She's friends with it. It's her cat. You know, we love our cats. For those of us who have cats and who actually do like cats. But, you know, we love our pets. It's that kind of a thing where you are going to begin to feel in control of any kind of negative aspect in your life. It's completely under your control. You're living in co-harmony with it, and it's such a small aspect of your life, which is night and day difference from what you're sitting in, all the troubles and struggle that you're dealing with in your life when you guys first meet. So this is really going to be kind of a sense of salvation for you, night and day difference, and then for them, just a continual growth of a great thing into something that's just burning so brightly. This is going to be very innocent, pure, fun-loving, passionate, lots of passion, and transformative in... Sometimes in the spiritual community, when we talk about transformation, we kind of know that it's like, ugh, you know? Like, transformation is uncomfortable, and it's gonna freaking suck, man. Like, it's just not gonna be fun. I'm not seeing that with this, though. This is just that kind of natural side effect of being so freaking happy and having such a source of joy and love in your life. This is going to be very pure, very just innocent. There's not going to be like the, I don't know, I feel like in the dating world right now, there's so many games and so much like disrespect and I don't know, obviously not all encompassing, but that kind of seems to be a big thing that I've seen in the dating world right now, and it's just ridiculous. And this is like kind of that, not old-fashioned romance, but maybe in the sense of the stuff of dreams that you see in movies, where you're like, that's not real life. That's not gonna happen. Well, you guys are getting that movie beginning. So that's gonna happen for you. Natural transformation, positivity. You're both gonna be feeling in control of your lives. Very creative, too. It's like you guys are gonna be each other's muses. You're going to start to really create change and change the things that you recognize aren't sustainable, and you're going to begin to work on changing those things into something that is more sustainable. So say, you know, maybe the finances, maybe all the bills and stuff, like it just kind of got away from you. This is having that sense of empowered outlook of, okay, this is temporary. This is also something I don't like. How can I change my financial situation so that when these unpleasant surprises pop up in the future, it doesn't completely set me back as much as it has this time? And again, you guys will have each other through it, so it's not going to be anything big to worry about. I'm not seeing that at all. This is all joy and positivity. Ooh, that's exciting. Okay, I'm going to transform these cards, and then we are going to pull a few more to kind of see where your relationship is going to grow, how it's going to grow, and any other kind of themes of your guys' relationship in general. See? Aren't they so cute? They're so cute. All right, now let's keep moving forward. Oh, I love it when the Four of Wands comes up in a love reading. It is such a positive omen, and it just, woo. Oh my gosh, and the Nine of Cups. Stop it. Let's see. Couldn't tell if I wanted to be upright or not. The Magician. Oh, pile full. This is gorgeous. Woo, just one more. You know what? We're just going to take the card that is showing. That popped up. And of course, naturally, it fits the theme of everything else. Holy crap. Wow. Can you hear me smiling? I can't stop smiling. This is fantastic. This is the stuff of dreams, my guys. Like, wow. So, your guys' story, general themes. Okay. I mean, you remember the positivity and the amazingness of the sun energy? I mean, I guess to be fair, it makes sense because this is a major arcana card, and major arcana energy is very, very, very long-lasting kind of energy typically. And I see that carrying over extra long-lasting throughout pretty much all of your guys' relationship. This is so positive. I'm hearing fast-moving, but it'll feel right. It's going to feel right. Other people are going to cheer the success of you and your person. There might be, yeah. This is, okay, sometimes Six of Wands can hint at potential aspects of jealousy because it talks about public, not just success. Six of Wands is the success and victory card in tarot. Oh, and while we're on it, the Nine of Cups is the wishes granted card in tarot. And Four of Wands is the card of happy home life and marriage. Like, you can't make this, you can't make it up. Okay, so sometimes though, because this is public victory and success, and people are going to be proud of you. So I'm actually not sensing any jealousy. Sometimes, yeah, that can be a thing, but nope. People are just going to be so happy for you, especially your people, because they will see this night and day difference from where you were and what you accomplished and like finished and got out of. And then they're going to see this and they're just going to be like, yes. Your family and your loved ones are just going to, they're just going to see you guys and just be so happy for you. It's going to be incredibly healthy. Your mind isn't going to run amok with negative imagination. You know, sometimes anxiety will provoke like intrusive thoughts and fears and stuff. If that does come up, it will be in the, for most of you, it's not going to. But if it does, because you're like, that's kind of me though. That's kind of something I struggle with. It's not going to be long lasting at all. This person is going to dispel any and all fears and doubts. They are going to prove to you that a stable, happy, healthy, abundant, prosperous home and life is possible for you. This is genuinely, I mean, I'm not making it up. I always keep it very straight with you guys. This is genuinely a dream come true relationship. When you think of a relationship and you're like, man, it would be really, really just perfect if it was like this. The universe is like, your wish is my command. Genuinely, though, this is what you're getting. Oh, I can't stop smiling. I also can't help but notice, so we have the Six of Wands here and the Four of Wands. And I've seen those two cards come up in readings before, but it's never shown up to me like this, where it's like, you know, the 6 plus 4 is obviously 10. So it's, okay, sorry, my neighbor was being very loud, so I just paused the video. Anyways, back to the story. Yeah, okay, we were talking about how you harnessed like the power and the magic within to manifest what you wanted. And it's like you took this energy and you flipped it on itself and you just like turned it into something beautiful. This is going to be a very successful marriage. You don't have to get married, but most of you will end up getting married. Definitely long-term commitment. I mean, but I guess that makes sense, right? This is all about your life partner. The Page of Cups in reverse, I am seeing once we get past this, well, I mean, honestly, your honeymoon phase, it's just there's gonna be cycles. I'm sensing a bit of like an ebb and a flow, but only a little bit. And so every time it ebbs, it's going to come back. It's going to flow back like even stronger and happier and healthier than it was. So it's like your relationship with this person is going to be a honeymoon phase that just keeps maturing and getting better. Oh my gosh, I just looked at the camera and it's 444. Oh, that's so magical and beautiful. Oh, so much positive, healthy, happy stability. Anyways, the Page of Cups though, I am seeing, okay, there's going to be some insecurity, which is natural because that's just a natural consequence of emotional vulnerability, right? But like I said, ultimately that's going to be something once this honeymoon goes into its first big like ebb and you guys are just getting into the like we are together part of the relationship. That's where some of these insecurities are gonna pop up because I see you kind of doubting like all I knew was this, or this was the last thing I experienced, so maybe this is too good to be true kind of fear, which is kind of a fair feeling because this is going to look too good to be true, but it's gonna be true. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be true. This is wonderful. I mean, I could keep going, but it's wonderful. You guys are, that's what I was gonna say. This 5 of Pentacles, those like kind of minor annoyances with finances, that's going to just be in the beginning of your relationship. That will be something that you guys overcome. And yeah, I'm seeing riches and prosperity and like healthy well-being and growth moving forward. This is so cool. Damn. Honestly, a part of me doesn't even want to move forward. I just want to like sit in these vibes because they're so good. Okay, but alas, we must persist. So I'm going to transform these and then we are going to get into all of the deets about your life partner specifically. Okay, Pile Fours. So these 2 cards here are going to show us really the core root of who your person truly is. These ones are going to show us their strengths. These are their weaknesses. These are how they're going to treat you. And then we'll get into like first impressions and stuff. So starting out, we have Exorcist in reverse. Shadow attribute is fear of facing your own demons. Okay. Wow. Branwen, forgiveness. These are kind of similar cards, aren't they? Between like the colors, a lot of like feathers. Huh. Okay, so your person obviously is a very forgiving person. That is going to really help introduce a lot of like calm and well-being into your guys' lives just inherently because they're they're just so forgiving. Very feminine energies. So your life partner might be primarily a feminine energy, or if that's not what you are attracted to, then they are a masculine who just has a lot of feminine energy, healthy feminine energy within. They're a good mother. Oh, that came through here too. Huh. They're a good mother, and or they will be. They do have a fear of facing their own demons. But honestly, you guys, out of all of the cards in this deck, some of the shadow attributes are like, whew, like real freaking rough. So this one is not bad at all. They might just be a little timid. Yeah. Not to say that they haven't gone through their own demons, but... And it's not that it's a comparison game, but I don't know. You can take it with a grain of salt, but in comparison to you, let's just say the demons that they've had to face weren't the literal devil level. You know what I mean? They're just very soft, and not in a weak way. It's their strength. Their softness is their strength. Absolutely it is. But yeah, they have a fear of facing their own demons, which, yeah, I mean, don't we all? Okay, let's look at their strengths. We have giveaway, or the giveaway, and luminous warrior. Wow. Again, with like the feathers. I think they see the truth in situations pretty easily without expecting the same in return, which is unique. Yeah, they see things quite clearly. They're also very quick thinkers. They're so warm and nurturing. So this Queen of Cups energy that we were seeing, as far as where they were in their lives when you guys meet, they are very much so just being themselves. Just a warm, nurturing person. They're very generous. The giveaway, I mean, it's quite literal. They give away, with the forgiveness too. They give things up very easily in the sense of like resentments or grudges. They're like, you know what? This makes me too heavy. I have a lot of feathers. I like to fly and be free. I don't want to be held down. So this is also interesting though, because sometimes the best givers make the worst receivers because it makes them uncomfortable. This person isn't like that. They have a healthy way of receiving. Now, they fight through the world with this luminous warrior. They fight through the world with peace by being light, by bringing this sun energy that they have wherever they walk. They face because I was gonna say they face demons with light, but sometimes that self-belief might be lacking, where they might be, that's why they fear facing their own demons, because they're like, well, can I give myself the same light that I give others though? Which they don't like to focus on too much, which is why that fear is there. But honestly, I don't think that they need to worry about it. I mean, we'll look at their weaknesses, but I don't think they need to worry about it. They're very in tune with natural cycles as well. If it is a woman, they have a healthy menstrual cycle. So fertility is not going... fertility is not going to be an issue for them. They're very in tune with the cycles, though. Cycles of the moon, their intuition. Yeah, and that came through with your card, too, that you guys had. The green is really standing out, which feels like the heart chakra to me. So they're very heart-centered person. Very just, their energy just feels good. It's no wonder you're going to have such a good life with them. Let's look at their weaknesses. Taming the wind and the seer. That's interesting because it was coming through that they were an intuitive person. Okay, and then taming the wind. So taming the wind, that is just a reaffirmation of what the message that we got with fear of facing their own demons. That's all that is saying. They're also taming the wind. They are afraid of self-reflecting to the point that they overdo it and they change a core piece of their nature that sabotages in the long term their ability to be who they love. Wow. The seer, if they are intuitive, they view their intuition, they might even have visions, and they view them as a weakness. This is more of a flaw that they see in themselves. There is a potential that they use their visions and their intuition to manipulate people. Sounds harsh but it's a little bit of that, right? Where they're manipulating situations to kind of bend them into what they think is the best. And sometimes that's a little short-sighted because at the end of the day, we're all humans, we're not all knowing beings. We can't know what is truly the best. So surrendering. Oh, and then okay. So surrendering to just how things naturally are supposed to be. That's something that they might struggle with if they don't like what they're in. They're a fixer. Oh. They are a fixer. And, being a fixer can be a strength or a weakness, but for this person it is coming through as a weakness. I think the biggest thing with fixers is that their heart is pure. It's always in the right place, but they feel like they know how to solve someone's solution, how to find someone's solution instead of allowing them to find it for themselves. I think I already said their gifts making them uncomfortable. Oh, okay. And their gifts make them feel weak. So, yeah. So for this word is thrown around a lot, but it's the message that's coming through. The empaths, so they walk into a room and they can physically feel what someone else is feeling. They have yet to learn how to draw those boundaries. Okay, which means that they care a little too much about stuff that isn't their problem. They're such a good person that their weakness is coming through is that they care too much. Okay, that was a yummy shuffle. Let's now look at any other final things that we can get about this person. Something about their inner nature that they're really afraid of losing. They're afraid that if they open their eyes and they see the world the way that everyone else says it is, that they're not going to be able to be as giving as they are. And the fact that they are so giving, it's their strength and it's a part of who they are, and it's a part of what keeps them free from their demons even. Okay. They're very honest. They don't play games. Very, very honest. Don't play games. That's interesting. Okay, so this is actually coming out as like a clarifier. So about if they're intuitive, sometimes they might use their inner knowing to kind of manipulate situations. It's never going to be, they're never going to misuse it. So it might be annoying or unpleasant for you, where you're like, why are you trying to like, what are you doing? It's never going to be from a place of abuse or misuse. No. They do use their intuition to keep them on the right track and to keep them honest, if that makes sense. They're a very honest person. I didn't do this for the other piles, but I kind of want to grab... Whoa! Of course. I just wanted one more. I just want to see... Okay. 7 and 8 in reverse. Wow. They're good at sticking things out. Takes a lot to scare this person away, which makes sense because they're so forgiving. They might stay with a spider? What does that mean? They might stay with a spider. They have some kind of fear of destruction. What the hell is the spider message? Oh, okay. I get it. So, a part of their strength is also their weakness. It takes a lot for them to walk away. So, they might stay with people who take and who violate boundaries whenever... I don't like spiders. Even just talking about them gives me goosebumps. But one of the things that deeply bothers me about spiders is I feel like they violate my boundaries. Like, I open the shower and it's just chilling in the shower. Like, dude, what? This is not your space. You're taking advantage of my warm home. Just stay out of sight, please. Yeah. Ooh, no. So that's my personal association with spiders. And for this person, it's because they're so forgiving. They see the best in people. And they also see that everyone is their own inherent creative. Yeah, which makes sense with this. This is very creative energy. So they always want to create instead of destroy, because we have the tower coming up in reverse. They always want to create instead of destroy. I'm seeing here that they follow the path of love to the point of sometimes maybe they let people walk all over them, but they don't see it like that. They just love people for who they are. That's all it is. And they don't like sudden change. They like creating and growing with people and, just taking the best out of things. But they do it to the point to where it becomes a bit of a weakness for them. They love, okay, they literally love everyone, because there was the spider message, and then I'm seeing the snake here. They love even the snakes and the spiders. They have that big of a heart that they love even the snakes and the spiders. The things and the people that other people are kind of like, ugh, towards, like me with spiders, they don't have that approach. When you guys are living together, do not kill the spiders. Let this person take care of it, because they will be upset. They will want to just do a capture and a release. Unless it's like truly a black widow, then you might want to take care of it. But yeah, just because someone is being really toxic with them, they're still going to love them anyways. Ooh, it is so lucky that this person is finding you. Oh, it's so lucky that this person is finding you and not someone bad that would take advantage of this, because you are not going to take advantage of this. You are going to be so kind and good to this person, and thank goodness. But yeah, they don't like sudden change. And if a foundation is built, even if it was built incorrectly, they don't care. They don't want to give up on it. They're so loving and kind. Okay. Now I want to see how they treat you. Of course. Choose peace. Oh, this is one of my favorite Ace of Cups. This is how they're going to treat you. Oh my gosh. Stop it. They are going to love you so deeply. This is like, you know how in movies and stuff, and I guess sometimes in real life, although it's a little more rare in real life to see it, but you have that old couple and they just, the way that they look at each other and the way that they love each other, like, it's just so obvious in their eyes. Like, even 80 years into a marriage, they still just freaking adore each other. Hello, that is your person. Congratulations. This is a karmic reward is what it is. If you're thinking of taking the easy way out or giving up or giving in to whatever this kind of devil overwhelming energy is, don't you dare. The universe is coming through right here and saying, don't you dare. I wanted to swear so badly right then to emphasize the point, but I didn't. I was good. Don't you dare, because you will be robbing this person of their soulmate. You will be robbing this person of all of this love and joy and peace and fulfillment and just like unconditional love. You will be robbing them of a dream life if you give in to that. So don't you dare. This person deserves better, and so do you. But if you're in this dark space and you feel like you can't really act from a place of, well, I deserve better because you haven't, that's not in a space where you're at right now, okay, then don't think about yourself. Think about this person. This pure, kind-hearted, endlessly giving person who is destined for you. Because they are destined for you, you are also destined for them. This is your ideal partner. This is your ideal match, and vice versa. So don't you dare just, if you're in a toxic relationship right now and you're watching this and you're like, yeah, well, you know, they only yell at me about leaving a spoon in the sink like randomly. You know what I mean? Like, don't make excuses for them. That was just some random ass excuse, but you will know if the relationship is toxic. And if you're making excuses for them, if you're like, well, I don't deserve any better, you will know. If you are in that situation, understand that you can either choose to stay in that or you can choose a life of peace with this person. This is a very amazing reading. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, so we're going to look at first impressions now. This is going to be how your first impression of them, theirs of you, and then there's going to be some kind of block in the beginning. Oh my gosh. And then this is your combined impressions of each other. I remain in balance with my emotions. You guys bring out inner peace. You guys bring out inner peace with each other. I'm also seeing that you guys will, so when you guys meet, it's going to be this inherent understanding of like, we are not the same person at all. You are yin, I am yang. But because of that, that's what makes us perfect together. That's what makes us perfect. We're both equal in the fact that we are good people, but we both have different things to bring to the table. This person has an eye, this person has a heart. This person's like, I'll bring my insight and wisdom. And this one is like, okay, I will bring my unconditional love and support. That kind of complementary energy. I don't even feel guided to read the book with this one. I've done that for a few of the other piles. But not with this one. It's so straightforward. Ooh, I like that a lot. Okay, now let's look at your first impression of them. So we have patience, love is patient and kind always. Your first impression of them is that they're going to be impatient. Okay, interesting. And then look to your inner strength. You are stronger than you realize. Their first impression of you is that you are stronger than you realize. Like, you are strong and you don't see it. Or that you are just barely starting to walk into that space where you are recognizing your strength. One of those two things. Wow. Your first impression of them, the lotus here is showing me that you're going to see that they are very peaceful inherently, which is going to be a little confusing where you're like, you're a peaceful person, why are you being impatient? I think when they find you, they're just going to know, and they're not going to want to waste any time. It's just, yeah, that came through earlier, right? That you guys were that things were probably going to just come together very, very quickly for a lot of you, but that it was going to be okay because it was going to feel natural. Yeah, so it's a cute kind of impatience. All right. Now these two are going to show us how you will know that this is the one and how they will know that you are the one. Four of Cups. Okay, so missing an opportunity, discontentment, or boredom, open your eyes to the possibility. They're going to understand that without you in their life, that they are missing an opportunity. Without you in their life, they're so discontent and bored. Like, you bring so much value. They don't. Also, though, look at how she's turning away from this really big cup that's being offered. That's also a part of how they're going to know. Because they're like, no. Someone will come up to them, and like with a romantic offer, other people will come up to them and they'll be like, no. I have found the person that I love, the friend that I love, like, no. Nope. Zero interest in other people. Completely bored with other people, which is good, right? That's how it should be. Yeah. They will just be entirely discontent without you in their life. They'll know that something is missing. And that's how they're going to know when they realize that. For you, oh, look, like a bird, you're going to feel free. You are going to know that they're the one when you begin to understand that true love doesn't keep you trapped in a cage. True love does not keep you trapped in a cage. True love just worships you for who you are, cherishes you for who you are, supports you as you're working towards building yourself into who you want to be. It's actually kind of funny that your first impression of them is that they're impatient, because you're going to really begin to understand that this is the one, because they are going to be very patient with you when you guys are together. Those insecurities and stuff, they're going to understand. They're not going to just like not care about the fact that you went through all of that kind of, it's even like potential trauma, hardship. They're not going to just not care. They're going to be very, again, just nurturing and loving and unconditionally kind and supportive. And it's going to be something that you have never experienced from anyone else in any other way, shape, or form. You're also going to feel like you are on cloud 9 with this person. You're going to begin to see the big picture of your life. And that you have found it's just like this true companion moment. There's going to be a moment where you're looking at the big picture of things, and it's going to feel as if this has been programmed into the stars for you guys to meet. Listening to this now, you might be like, okay. But no, I'm serious. That's going to be the energy that you are embodying, that you build up to when you understand that this is not just another person. This is your life partner. You guys are made for each other. And when you look at moving forward and building that big picture scheme of things, you know that you can't do it without this person. It's going to feel impossible to do it without this person, because they're your person. Oh, that is, your guys' love is so just, magical. You know? You literally had the magician come up in your reading. It is so magical. It makes my heart just feel really warm and good. I think if I ever need a picker-upper, I'm just going to listen to your guys' pile and just retune into this energy, because it's just oh, wow. Your person is cool. Your person is cool as shit. I love it. Okay. Now for the next layer. These cards are going to show us what lepsticles, lessons and obstacles you guys will face and overcome throughout your relationship. So first we have the Sage in reverse. They might really struggle with any kind of essence of spirituality. They might really, really struggle with that. Okay. Get Curious in reverse. And wow, Destruction in reverse. This is a stunning card. All of these cards are. I love this deck. I'm getting the feeling that they really don't like being an intuitive person. So they inherently are, but they must not like it very much. Which means that they are cut off from their spiritual side, their spirituality. Which ultimately, in spirituality, it's different for everyone. Be it, you best connect through organized religion or through pagan religions or worldviews, or maybe you're atheist and you don't believe in it at all. It's fine. Whatever it is, it's completely fine. The part that is going to be the obstacle is learning how to still connect to something that is greater than yourself. Learning how to connect to yourself and connect to the parts of yourself that are a part of something bigger than just your small world. That's interesting. It also keeps you cut off from your inner magic. Not that your guys' relationship is going to be lacking in magic in any way, shape, or form, but that's going to be more of a personal journey that one or both of you are going to face. Destruction in reverse, and we have the Tower, which is the card of destruction in reverse. Yeah? Okay. So the messages that came through earlier about, I keep wanting to say her, but I don't want to throw out genders. They have a very feminine, nurturing energy. It's just worth noting. And I think we already said this, but connected with nature too. But anyways, there's going to be something that you guys are going to have to face together, is this weakness of, okay, some things need to be destroyed. Some things need to be walked away from. And you are really going to be a key player in helping this person with that, because you had to do it. You understand at a core level that some things are meant to be destroyed. The Tower card, my favorite way to really think of the Tower card is I imagine a piece of like cement or of a building, something man-made, lying in a forest, and it's blocked all the growth that it's laid on top of. But the Tower moment is the greenery, the plants starting to grow through that piece of concrete, that piece of what was man-made, that piece of something that was not natural, not meant to be there. It's like nature returning to its original form, to how it's supposed to be. It's like overcoming something that maybe we thought was good, but ultimately it was blocking growth. That is my favorite way of thinking of the Tower card. And the Tower card is still usually a challenging card in most contexts because it's sudden, massive upheaval and change. It is not typically a pleasant experience. And this person is really not gonna they don't like change. They don't like the idea of like quote unquote abandoning people, right? Or walking away from people. And it's going to be to their own detriment. So this card is just reaffirming what was coming up over here earlier with that. That is going to be an obstacle that you guys end up facing together. Get curious in reverse. For some reason, this is making me think of like boredom. Get curious in reverse. This is showing me a conversation technique where when you guys are... Okay, actually this one's more you. When you are feeling insecure and upset because of these insecurities and these fears, you are going to have to learn to come from a place of curiosity. So say they do something that just seems totally out of character, like totally breaks your heart, and you're just like immediately just angry and enraged, and just all of your worst fears, start to bubble to the surface. Instead of coming at that person like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did this, blah, blah, blah. Instead, this is you learning that sense of inner peace and faith in believing the best in this person, because they're human, they're gonna make mistakes, but not like that kind of mistake energy that you had to deal with back up here, So instead, you're going to be able to come at it from less of an what would feel to them accusatory energy, and more of a kind of forced inner calm, where instead you're coming at it with, I'm curious. Would you please explain why you did this? And then I can see it so clearly, you guys, because then they're going to explain something that they did, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, no, I didn't say that. I said this, which is why that behavior that they did that looked so horrible wasn't adding up and making sense. You know what I mean? Like, it's like miscommunications, and you're not going to let your fear feed, like your demons feed off of your fear and your insecurities. You're going to learn to, because that's not natural. Look at these roots. That's kind of making me think of the roots story of how I kind of interpret the I almost said the tarot card, the Tower card. Look at those roots. It's you learning that it's actually not natural to come at it from that approach. It's more natural and actually animalistic to come at it from a less overthought approach, and to just kind of be curious, like, okay, well, why? And allowing them the safe place to explain, instead of, you did this and it means this and yada yada yada, which sounds harsh, but it's just the vibes that I'm reading. And I can relate in my own ways, where someone would do something, like someone close to me would do something that was, or say something that would just blow my freaking mind. I'm like, And I would just get furious instantly and just so upset and lash out. And they would just, and then that would hurt them because it was all based in misunderstanding. And they wouldn't know where I was coming from. I wouldn't know where they were coming from. They would just see me just lashing out for what seemed like no reason on their end of things. Whereas I'm over here like, are you an idiot? Like, how would you not see that what you just did hurt me? And then they go on to explain like, well, no, what I actually did isn't what you think I did. So, okay. So now we are going to do how this person is going to benefit you and how you are going to benefit this person. So let's just lay out all the cards, starting with them. Play! I love this card. Cute. I think this came up. Did this come up in one of the other piles? I don't know. The Source. You're going to help them learn to connect to something in a safe way that bigger than something than themselves. So like say they are intuitive but they're an atheist. You might help them reconnect with science, because this kind of looks like the sun, where it's like, okay, well, let's look at how small we are in comparison to the freaking universe. That kind of energy. Oh, and the Fool. Oh. Wow, you are genuinely going to benefit this person so profoundly. That's so beautiful. Okay, let's look at yours and then we'll get into it. Trust. What? Trust. Oh my gosh. It's giving me goosebumps a little bit. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. We are the world. And consciousness. Okay. Well, this is gorgeous. Of course, it makes sense. It follows suit with everything else within your guys' reading. Wow. They are going, so let's start with you. They are going to bring such a place of zen and peace and conscious thought. That get curious message that came through earlier. It's like, so the gray in this deck represents mind and thought and emotion, and how fleeting and usually kind of sometimes unpleasant. This is one of the very few cards out of that deck where it's how we can experience that realm of things, the air, the words, thoughts, how we can experience that in a way that incorporates peace. And that's going to be how you get to that point of, okay, I can trust, I can be curious, and I can be zen. And then, I'm not seeing there being an and then, but, and then if something actually, if my fears are confirmed, then I can freak out and lash out and be mad. But you're going to become so much more zen and peaceful and trusting. Oh, it's so pretty. And yeah, trust in and of itself. When you have gone through that kind of damage up here with the Devil and the Ten of Wands, when you have gone through that, and we knew it was with someone that was close to you and someone that had been close to you for a long time, that is deeply hurtful and painful and damaging to the human psyche. So this person is really going to benefit you by helping you heal and helping you learn how to trust again. Not only in other people, but how to trust yourself. That is just wow. And we are the world. I love this card. This is actually one of my favorite cards to get in this deck. It is celebratory and joyful. In a lot of ways, it embodies a lot of the energy of the Four of Wands. but it's also going to, it's showing me that you are going to find a joyful way of reconnecting with a sense of peace and stability in a community again. The family that you guys build, it's going to be so gorgeous and healthy, and it's going to be such a pure new cycle for you. Something that maybe you haven't experienced before. You're going to learn how to love humanity again. Because when you're deeply betrayed by someone who is so close to you, and someone that you care so much about, because otherwise they can't get that close to you, it's like, okay, well, if someone that meant that much to me can hurt me, then, and strangers rob from each other all day, in the streets, then where the hell is the good in the world? Like, I can't trust anyone. Again, that's when we were talking about this, we were saying it was going to be a spectrum of what it would be specifically, where you would be on that level of hurt. But I know that some of you will understand, and at least to some extent, if you have any kind of hint of that energy, that betrayal, you're not really gonna want to care to connect to the world, because it's like you feel like people are gonna screw you over anyways, so why? What's the point? And this person is going to help to show you that no, actually, so many humans are inherently good. And you're going to start opening up to really beautiful, heartwarming experiences. You're going to realign with communities where you feel seen and acknowledged and it feels safe. Hopefully, even this channel can be one of those communities for you. I pray for that. I hope deeply for that. But I mean, even then, even if it's not this channel, it doesn't really matter. It's just the point itself that you're going to learn how to look, like they're literally dancing. They're so happy. They're able to not even put their differences aside, but just not let their differences come between them. If anything, they're celebrating each other's differences. And because of that, and because no one is trying to shove their differences aside, everyone just brings who they are to the table as they are, you get an entire rainbow. You will begin to accept your differences and love your differences and love who you authentically are at the end of the day. Oh my gosh. Again, this is more of I could keep talking about this. I really could. I could just keep going, but I don't think it would be. I'm gonna end up just saying the same thing over and over again. Again, I just really love the energy of your guys' pile. It's not just your person, it's you too. Which is no wonder, because we got this energy here too. I think also, actually, you're gonna be wow. You're gonna start to see some of the really amazing good parts that you really love about this person. You're going to start to see how you are similar, and your love for this person is going to help cultivate a self-love as well. Okay, moving on. So how you're going to benefit them. I find it interesting that the water messages were coming in so strong, and then you get dolphins. I mean... Oh, I love it. So this person, you are going to benefit them by bringing out that inherent playfulness. Also, believe it or not, you're going to meet this person and be like, how can you possibly be any more giving? But your interactions and living around your energy is going to benefit them in becoming even better and becoming more giving. Dolphins, there's documented reports of dolphins not only helping humans who are in danger, but also helping fellow injured dolphins. So they are incredibly smart. They are very community based. They very, very strong like social connections and very helpful. You actually, whoa, with that very helpful energy, and then the Fool here with starting a new journey, you might set them off on a new career path. Medicine, even, like maybe nursing or like a doctor, or some way that they can contribute these skills of just inherent nurturing that they have. Working with kids, something, yeah, you're going to start them out on something new. You're going to get them started onto their path of really contributing their strengths of who they are as a human. Wow. And also help them make peace with whatever kind of spiritual stuff that they were struggling with. Spiritual or like science, whatever it is, right? You're just going to help them find their right answers for them. Because there is no such thing as a right answer, right? We can all disagree and agree all day. Wars have been fought over this. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what's right is a person living in alignment with what feels right to them. And as long as they're not hurting anyone and they are living out their heart's truth and they're in alignment with that, then that's right. That's it. They're going to make peace with that. Yeah. Ooh. So many of them, you guys, you're going to get them kickstarted on like their career or a passion project. Maybe they'll even start volunteering. This is going to be a stunning new beginning for them because of you in so many ways. You're also going to benefit them because they are so loving at heart. And so it's going to be very, I'm hearing the word cathartic, for them to have a source, not just a source, but the source of who it's meant to be. Oh, the source, whoa, of where to give their love. Yeah, so you are going to be the source of them being able to channel giving their love and being romantic. Like, they have so much love to share and to give that they're just going to be so happy. So, I mean, happy's an understatement. They're going to be so overjoyed and just blissful and so content in life-changing level, sustainable, long-lasting ways when they meet because of you. So that whole, for those of you who needed to hear it, don't give up if you feel like you want to give up message. Yep. Okay. This is just, hopefully everything that I've come through is proof enough for you. You are going to insanely benefit this person's life. They're going to become more playful and lighthearted, and it's like you're going to be their son and they're going to be yours. Okay, I can't. Fangirling out over here. So these next few cards we have are going to give us some more just kind of final hints at timing and or any other hints at how you guys are going to meet. So we have your dreams need a practical plan. And it's time to release negativity in reverse. Okay, so timing. You're holding on to something negative in your life. If not right now, then at the time that you guys meet, you're going to be at that completion point where you're like, hey, it's time to let go of it. And the practical plan. This is odd, but a few of you might be starting a new job when you meet them. Also, though, worth noting, we have 2 full moons here, which full moons, if I had to give like the phases of the moon a number, this would be 10. The full moon is the completion phase of something. And we got 10 of Wands over here. So, okay, not giving us too many new hints with that, but this Scorpion that you might be holding on to in some form or fashion, time to let go of it. Stop being so stubborn. Taurus is very, 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 very stubborn. Y'all are. I'm sorry, but you are. I have some Taurus in my chart, and I'm stubborn in that area of my life as well, so I can say it. Okay, so let's see. You got the 6 of Wands again? What? The moon. The moon kept kind of popping up for you guys with because it came up earlier, I guess, right? And the Chariots. Once you start moving forward, once you start taking practical, actual steps forward, listening to your own intuition, we have 2 kind of sphinxes and then 2 dogs, 2 wolves. And because those are more mature, kind of wild and ancient animals, that is giving me a little bit of a hint that a few of you might not meet until later in life. And, you know, honestly, later is all... You're just not going to meet when you're kids. Most of you are not going to meet when you are very young. You're going to most likely meet a little bit later in life. When you begin to find people, like when you begin to find your pack. So, yep, when you begin to find your pack, whatever that means for you. And that could be as simple as like joining a, I don't know, hell, like a welding class or a yoga class or a book club, whatever your thing is. Oh, you know what? And that makes sense too, because one of the best ways to overcome the devil energy is to get in tune with who you truly are and leaning on a support system. So finding your pack, finding your wolf pack, yeah, that's going to be a very, very good sign for you that you're going to meet this person. Oh, and you might even meet them there. Oh, that's encouraging. Okay. I can't believe you guys got the 6 of Wands twice. This is honestly showing me that, I mean, unless you guys meet like a horse riding equestrian class, this is mostly coming through though and confirming to me that, well, no, confirming to you, this is gonna be successful. You will successfully find this person. And it's going to be probably when you're feeling like at your wit's end and like there might not even be any hope left for some of you. If you're feeling that, then I'm telling you, there's a really good chance that this person is just right around the damn corner. The moon, so if you travel to somewhere where there is an ocean or a large body of water, because the moon changes, right, the tides, and then all the water messages that were coming through earlier, volunteering at an animal shelter for some of you, it's coming through, be it cats or dogs or anything in between, or like a pet shop. These are more specific hits, so don't force it. You'll know it if it's for you, if it feels right. But the lobster is really standing out for me. Maybe your first date will be seafood, like you seafood and you eat it diet. Seafood, let's see. Oh, they will have just had a victory. Yeah, they'll be feeling good about themselves. So, okay. And then Chariot, this is just talking about forward movement. Forward movement needs to be had. So it's right at that transition phase, right when you're at the end of something and you're like, okay, we gotta go. We gotta go. Forward movement needs to be had. With all of this night energy between the 3 moons here, right? 2 there, and then the literal moon card here, and then the stars that I'm seeing here. You guys might meet at night, so maybe you'll meet out like at a public venue. Maybe traveling for a few of you. One final message that's coming through with this, then we'll get into messages from your person. For a few of you, this is honestly going to be as simple as like you'll meet them when you're grocery shopping for healthy food. Because Chariot talks about forward movement, and it's really, really like you can't really experience that forward movement when you're in all this stuck kind of muddy tar. I think of it as like trying to walk through tar kind of energy, right? You can't take a chariot through that. So when you start to feel the chariot, when you start to feel free of the tar, when you start to release all of it and you let it go, and you're able to start making forward movements and really stepping into alignment with who you truly are, that's when. And you'll probably be eating healthier, being healthier, listening to your body when you eat, listening to your intuition. Okay, pile number 4. We're almost done. We are going to get into some direct messages from your person. I have more that I'm going to pull. This is just a deck that I made myself as just little handwritten messages. I pulled this card though, with the intention set of if they could tell you just only one thing. They could say anything in the world, but it had to just be one thing to you right now. What would it be? I don't know if I can do this. For a lot of you, I feel like this might be how you are feeling. At least when you meet this person. And if not, I don't know if I can do this. I actually find it really interesting that such a intense, direct, kind of forceful message came through from Spirit earlier about you not giving up on the idea of finding this person, because they're feeling like they can't do this life without you. I don't know if I can do this. No wonder they're impatient when you think that they're impatient when you guys meet. They're feeling like if you guys haven't met, okay? If you guys haven't met yet, they're feeling pretty disheartened in love. And the Sam Smith song, Make It To Me, is coming to mind. You should listen to that song. Listen to that song for sure. Just look it up. It's by Sam Smith. It's called Make It To Me. That's kind of the vibe. That's actually 100% the vibe that I'm getting from this. Now, if this is someone that you already know, and say you guys are still in the friend zone, they don't know. Like, it's torture for them to just not be with you how they want to be with you. You'll know if this person is in the friend zone, if that's the case. And if you are with this person and they're sending this message, I don't know if I can do this. They're feeling defeated about something in their life. Not you. Not you. Every single card, and we've pulled a lot of them, has definitely shown us that this is not you. They know that they can do this with you, but there's something in their life that they need your support on. Ultimately, though, they need you. I don't know if I can do this. They need your reassurance. They need your strength. Yeah. Okay, let's pull a few more messages, and then we'll keep going. Any other messages for pile number 4 from their person? You make me feel calm and free. That's how that person is going to make you feel too. My family does not like you, and it is creating conflict. So that will only apply for a few of you. Maybe that's what they need your support on. Okay, I want something stable and long-term. Yeah, for sure. I'm having some doubts about us. Okay. Woo. I'm going through a really hard time. I don't know if I can do this. I'm going through a really hard time. They need you. Wow. Oh, and the doubts about us, that is what I was saying earlier with the like feeling disheartened about finding love. They're having some doubts about even being able to, that the fact that a life partner even exists, let alone someone like you. Yeah, so they're having a hard time right now. With the family thing, I'm having some doubts about us. I wouldn't take that too seriously. They just need your support. That's what it boils down to. So just give them a lending ear. Ooh, definitely don't lose faith, because, yeah. Let's run away together. Aw, that's cute. Now, what we're going to do is, these are all the final messages. This deck, though, I usually take with a grain of salt, but I did feel called to use it. For those of you who, at this point, you still feel like you have like some burning questions in your mind, hold your question in your mind, and this deck will address it. So these messages aren't going to be for everyone. This is meant to be a more personalized portion of the reading before we finish up with the runes. So if you need to, pause the video, hold the question in your mind, and then we'll pull a few cards. Again, don't force it. Only the messages that are meant to come through are going to come through. So if it doesn't feel right, it's not for you. Whoop. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Okay, we have take it to the altar. That could be like an altar of worship that you need to go and talk to your guides and ancestors and your deity or deities, or like a marriage kind of altar. So I guess that will depend. Transformation is on the horizon. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Especially if you're in that Ten of Wands energy right now when you're watching this. Ooh. Oh, okay. If you feel like those weren't the answers to your question and you still have one that's burning in your mind, I'm going to pull another card, or you can always just think of another question. I'm going to try and get just one more. Woo! Loosen your grip. Okay. Pile 4. This is great. I like your guys' reading a lot. I'm actually really curious to see what runes you guys get. Okay, final guidance and messages. All right. Okay, let me clear out the blank ones here. Pile 4. Do you remember at the very beginning and then throughout most of the reading how I said that water carried some significance? Yes, well, you guys happened to get the very rune, Lagus, that, spoiler alert, translates directly to water. Cannot make this shit up. Yup, you guys got the literal rune that translates to water. Please let me know. I am like, at this point, I'm just like, all right, what does this mean? What is this translating to in your life with this? Please let me know, because, oh my gosh. So yeah, Lagus directly translates to water. Now, as we've talked about, water can also talk about the emotional state of things as well as psychic abilities. It also talks about dreams as well as with your emotions. So I don't feel like, other than kind of translating that I need to get too much deeper into that, because I feel like we've already kind of touched base on all of those things throughout most of this reading. But, I mean, can we just... something to do with water, and then you just so happen to get the rune that literally translates to water. Oh my goodness. So then also we have Fehu, which I'm only going to touch on just a little bit because those messages, Fehu translates to cattle, wealth, prosperity. This for me is showing that a confirmation of what was coming through with the Five of Pentacles, where there might be some fees that you have to pay, some bills that you have to pay and that you have to worry about, but ultimately, and again, as came through later, you guys will be prosperous. 1,000% you guys are going to be prosperous. Wealth will be something that you get to enjoy as a part of this relationship. Wunyo is another rune that you got that is one of my favorites. It is the rune of joy. Literally the rune of joy. Again, I can't get any better than this, you guys. I'm telling you, my goodness. So this relationship, again, is going to be filled, like overflowing, not just filled, overflowing with love, joy, peace, contentment, happiness. This talks about reflecting on the things that make you happy, the people that make you happy. So this person is, and you to them, you guys are going to make each other incredibly happy. So much of this relationship is going to just be encompassed by joy. Like, how beautiful is that? I mean, you guys got the dream come true card, you know, as well as victory twice, so it makes sense. Now we have two runes left that I want to get into. This one is Hagalas. Hagalas, it can talk about self-destructiveness if we're looking at it from like an internal perspective, but ultimately it talks about storms. Hagalas is the destructive form of nature, which is interesting because we had the destruction card, oracle card, and then the tarot card as well that symbolizes destruction, both in reverse. We're going to get into what that means. So this here is really talking about, and it ties into this rune here, Algae. This is one of my favorites. This talks about like spiritual protection and spiritual energy. We're going to get into that though. But Hagalas, as much as it talks about literal like storms, it talks about self-destruction as well. Any kind of disasters that are kind of created by self-destructive behavior and inner turmoil. Hagalas is the part of our nature that causes anxiety, and it's what really spurs on, again, that like self-destructive behavior. This is really, to me, standing out as this, how to finish up with this Ten of Wands and Devil energy, because how to discover the source of what is creating destruction in your life. And, you know, also though, it might not even, because I suppose these could be inner demons that you are overcoming, but destructive behaviors as well that you're dealing with in general, things that just are toxic and bad and just not favorable. The way that you can channel this energy is to harness the storm and face it head on and do some deep analysis and self-care and a healthy dose of honesty to really look at where the source of all of these storms are coming from. Are they coming from a place within you? Are they coming from something outside of yourself? Maybe someone. You can't control someone, but you can control how your accessibility to that person. It might take varied degrees of action steps that need to be taken, but there's a need to find the inner calm in the storm in your storm. And to get into alignment with the healthy, helpful form of this energy is understanding you have to finish through the storm in order to renew and restore yourself to your healthier, stronger nature. So it's like how volcanic soil is the most nutrient dense. That can only happen after a volcanic eruption. There are certain pine seeds that can only happen after a fire. It's that kind of vibe, and it ties in so well here with algae because of a couple different things, but within this context, this is spirit coming through very strongly, and for one thing is saying you are protected, you are spiritually protected, you are safe. Side note, if God forbid you are in a place where you are not physically safe, get yourself to somewhere physically safe. Somehow reach out for help, use your support systems, okay? Just you need to be able to find your inner calm within the storm, but you also need to be practical. Isn't that saying? Yeah, your plans need a practical approach. So we need to balance that practicality with the fact that we are spiritually protected. You can't stand in front of a train and say, I'm spiritually protected, and not expect the train to hit you, okay? Take that message if it applies. Algae, though, it also carries the wisdom and the message and the guidance that one of the best ways to dispel, to banish, to conquer and get rid of darker, malevolent forces is not with an equal energy. It's with the opposite energy. This is talking about higher spiritual vibrations, higher levels of consciousness. Oh, whoa. Yeah, and you had the consciousness card that came here too. This person is going to help you access those higher levels of consciousness and peace and energy. Think about it. Everything that we've talked about with this person is literally the opposite to those darker forces. Unconditional love, that came through. Oh, and laughter. Algae talks about laughter as well. It is considered by some the highest form of spiritual vibration that can exist within the human body. How amazing is that? So this high spiritual vibe, that high spiritual energy, that is poison to, the lore is that it's poison to demons. So, it's poison to any like toxic, darker energies that you may have to get rid of. So this is coming through and saying this person is going to help you find your inner light, your inner laughter, help bring that out in you. And because of that, you will be safe and protected, spiritually especially. Well, I don't know what their ish is, like with whatever's going on with spirituality, but the fact that they are such a high vibe person is inherently going to keep you both safe from like psychic attacks. And you know what? That makes sense because there wasn't any jealousy energy that was coming through. People are just going to be happy for you. You guys are going to be high vibe. You're going to be high vibe. There's not going to be anything that stops you guys, that gets in your way, that's this darker energy. Once this is done, it is done. So find an innate sense of safety within yourself. Do so practically as well if you need to. Connect with your higher self. This is also saying this person, your spiritual connection, they are your divine partner. This is a connection that is divinely guided. I think that came through as like earlier, right? It's like karmic reward or something. Yeah, this is the universe coming through and being like, here you go. This is really powerful. Oh, that's so beautiful. Pile number 4. I hope that this has helped you. Please, if you feel comfortable doing so, comment down below and let me know if this sounds like anything that resonates with you, if this sounds like someone that you would like. If you liked this video, let me know and just boop that like button down below. And if you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. But otherwise, until next time, my friends, bye. Hello, sweet souls who selected pile number 5. Welcome to your pile. You guys selected this beautiful heart here, a blue heart with some orange speckles. Excellent. Okay, so as you can see, we have an extra deck here. So let me break it down really quick because there are a couple things that I left out in the intro. Each pile is going to have their own specific designated deck that is incorporated into the reading. The reason why I felt called to do this really is because it is going to allow us to infer even more information about your life partner, which, before I can even continue, just right off the bat, your life partner, they are elegant, regal even a little bit, and highly intuitive. I would not be surprised at all if they were psychics or tarot readers themselves. Very well educated as well. And possibly comes from money. Possibly. That one's more of a possibility. All the other stuff though, 100%. So, before we get into this though, your pile, well, everyone's pile really, is so thick with 3 C's, that I am going to need to incorporate a little bit of a deck that is called the Tiny Tarot. It's so cute. You guys will see. It's so cute. So, because we are going to run out of space, we are going to max out of space on the amount of cards that we will be using in this reading. Also, this reading, this video, I should say, has taken several days at this point now to film and to do everything. So somehow I ended up losing my rings that I was wearing. So if you notice that I'm wearing different rings, I don't know. I just know, like, if I was a viewer and I noticed something that was that big, it would annoy me if I didn't know why. So that is why, but it gives me an awesome excuse to break out this sick new ring that I wanted to wear, so it all works out. Anyways, okay, so to start, we are going to use tarot to look at the story of your guys' relationship. So we will be looking at where you will be in your life when you guys meet, where they will be in theirs, and then we're also going to pull a few cards to look at kind of the general themes and what the beginning of your guys' relationship is really going to look like. So starting with you. Pile 5. Where would you be in your life? Oh, when you guys meet. Okay, so we have 4 of Swords reversed and the Chariot. You will be very, very busy. Very, very busy. Let's look at theirs, and then we'll, too many. Where will pile 5's person be? Ooh. Maybe a little bit of a hermit mode or in a self-worth journey. Pile 5's person. Oop, there we go. Self-worth journey. I am hearing that loud and clear. Self-worth journey for them when you guys meet. They might have suffered, they might have suffered some, like, workplace drama that forced them to really go within and to ask them some of the bigger life questions, which is putting them into a little bit of a recluse mode, so they might not be the most receptive person when you meet them. Now, while they'll be in a little bit more of a focusing on the past, a little bit more self-reflective mode, you will be in a rushing forward mode. The Four of Swords upright talks about rest and rejuvenation. In reverse, I'm seeing that as a block for you. You will be very busy. There's a finish line that you might be trying to cross. Some kind of deadline, potentially multiple deadlines that you're trying to meet. There's a very busy but in control of it energy. You are feeling like, you know what, I have a lot going on right now, but I am powerful, I can take it, I am capable, and there is an end in sight. Interesting. Okay, now let's look at what the beginning of your guys' relationship will be like. Pile 5. King of Wands. Okay, so very passionate. Ooh. Has to pop out or I don't take it. Oh, okay. Okay, I had to straighten those out. They were driving me crazy. Okay. I haven't ever had to, with any of the other piles so far, I haven't had to actually stop the video and realign everything. Like, I just kind of realign as I go. So the very fact that I felt called to do that, and then we have the King and the Queen of Swords, and they are, if you look, they are facing away from each other. Centered by the Three of Swords. This is not going to be the happiest beginning that I am seeing for you guys. I'm not really sure. We're going to pull some more cards to kind of see where this goes. Because, I mean, ultimately, like, this is your life partner, right? It's just that everyone's story is going to be different, which is a part of why I am doing this portion of the reading. It's a little closed off, though. It's a little hard to read, to be honest, because there's so much passion, but then there's some kind of heartbreak that turns things cold. This might be too much too fast energy. This could even be maybe you meet on a dating app, and so your guard is up. Like, you're kind of going into it subconsciously or consciously expecting heartbreak. And so you're going to be pretty closed off, which is going to cause blocks. At the very, very beginning, when you guys first meet, oh my gosh, it's going to be very, very fun. It might even, for those of you who are old enough and to whom it applies values-wise as well, it might even be a bit of a friends with benefits situation. And then there's some kind of, this is Three of Swords symbolizes sorrow, heartbreak. I think I was saying earlier how it's like a little bit of a hard to read energy. The dating world is going to eclipse the vibes of the beginning of your guys' relationship, because one or both of you aren't going to be 100% upfront about the fact that, just expectations of exclusivity. So there's going to be an imbalance as far as that, where one of you is going to have the mentality of, well, we're dating. We don't need to make anything official in order for us to be loyal to each other and only each other. And then the other one of you is going to be like, no, I am on the market until we have that DTR, define the relationship moment. So that's going to lead to an innocent heartbreak is what I'm hearing. It's not intentional at all. But yeah, there's going to be some kind of misunderstanding that's going to make things grow a little bit cold and even die off a little bit. You guys might go just to texting for a while. There might even be a period of time where you guys just like don't talk to each other at all and then reconnect later on. For a few of you, this is even perhaps when you first start dating, it doesn't really work out in the beginning, and one or both of you end up dating other people. And then after you guys are done with your life lessons with the other people that you were dating, then you guys end up coming back together and being like, oh, hey, saw you as single, what up? It sounds like that's, or looks like that's probably what it's going to be like. There's going to be some kind of distance that happens, and that distance is going to vary for each of you depending on your story. Let me know, because this is going to be vastly different for every person. Because with your guys' story, there's just so many like possibilities and kind of gray areas and nuanced things. It's not going to be clear cut. Ultimately, though, if I had to sum it up before we pull a few more cards, is hot and heavy in the beginning. Things are amazing, but it's like player energy potentially, or just no, not player. Non-committal. That's okay. That's what it is. Non-committal energy from one or both of you. So either both of you are going to be non-committal, and it's going to be more of like a casual kind of friends with benefits situation, and one of you ends up getting your heart broken because of it. Or one of you, there's going to be a misunderstanding, and one of you is going to want this and be more committed to it than the other person, which is going to lead to a heartbreak. And then I see you guys going your separate ways. For some of you, going your separate ways is going to be as simple as like you guys don't talk for a week or two, and then you come back and then you're like, okay, let's have some very non-emotional, the Queen of Swords is non-emotional, let's have some very non-emotional conversations about what happened and why this heartbreak happened, and about expectations and what we both actually want. It's maybe a little bit of game playing. Ill intentions aren't necessarily there so much as kind of like a devil may care attitude in the beginning from one or both of you. And then, yeah, the space. So that's what I was saying. So the space could be as simple as like a week or two or years even before you guys reconnect and rekindle things. But it's not going to be emotional at all. It's just going to be all conversational. Let me transform these, and then we are going to take a look at how this relationship is going to grow moving forward, and any other kind of themes or general nature of your relationship with your life partner that you can expect. Okay, Pile Fives, we have these super cute tiny tarot version of the beginning of your story up here. Now, I am very curious. Let's see where this relationship goes. Oh, okay. Yeah, see what I tell you? They are a very intuitive person. Maybe their intuition gets you in trouble in the beginning. Like, they can tell that you're not being straightforward with them, and you guys get into a fight about it because you're like, well, we're not official, so I only owe you a certain level of forthrightness. Okay, this one is showing, and this one is showing. Let's just get one more. You guys got the Lovers. Love it. Well, that fight thing isn't going to stay a thing, I can tell you that much, especially because the Knight of Cups is the romantic card. Ooh. Too many, but we'll take the top card. Oh yeah. Okay. Let's move these. Yeah, okay. Hypercritical in the beginning. Expectations are just unreasonable in the beginning from one or both of you. It's just a misalignment of it. But I can tell you that whatever you guys go through in the beginning of your relationship serves a purpose. It definitely serves a purpose. Because you have the Lovers here, front and center. And the Knight of Cups. Those are two highly coveted, I think would be the best word for it, cards for that you would love to see in a love reading in tarot. The Knight of Cups is a romantic. He is open-hearted and loving and creative and passionate. This is like singing you songs, making you breakfast in bed. And the fact that this card came up not in the beginning phases where it should be the quote-unquote honeymoon, but in what this grows into is a highly positive sign. The High Priestess. This makes sense that your reading is a little hard to read because this is Spirit coming through and saying quite clearly that a lot of essential information is going to be left out of this reading or left secret in this reading. If you notice the High Priestess, so she has either pillar to the side of her, and then there's a veil behind her. In this deck, it looks like it's covered in pomegranates, which talks about the divine feminine energy. So this is saying you're just going to have to receive it as it comes, because this veil is a veil of mystery, which, I mean, the whole point of this reading is to get some answers. So I personally am not the biggest fan of this card for you in this moment, but I do get it. Sometimes, so this is the universe coming in and protecting you from you preventing yourself from having this committed, truly wonderful and abundant love, because tarot can only show us so much, and if we know too much, then we will change certain things in the timeline that will completely throw us off course. So it's a protective thing here coming through and saying, like, there's going to be some mysteries here. This person is also going to be very mysterious. Wait. Shut up. Hang on. This is the High Priestess card in this deck. Whoa. What did I say? Highly spiritual. Very divinely connected. This person is going to feel mysterious to you. Even when you guys have been together for years and years and years, it'll feel like you're still getting to know them. Oh, sorry. I don't know what it is, but my upstairs neighbor, she is quiet 99.9% of the time. And that 0.1% always seems to be when I am recording. But that's okay. Moving on. This is a divine and divinely guided partnership. This is a soul connection that you have with this person. Your relationship is going to be filled with romance. You guys are both going to be really charming with each other. And you're going to take a while really opening up to each other again. So it's going to be like this slow burn effect that's going to be really healthy for both of you. I also see, remember that prosperity message or comes from money message that came through earlier? 5 of Pentacles reversed is coming through and confirming that in some form or fashion, this person will be supporting you financially or helping you financially. If not throughout the entire relationship, say they're just the one who makes the most money between the two of you, so they're able to cover more of the expenses, then at least for a significant amount of time, or it'll be like a significant event within the relationship for them to kind of spot you. Not sure if that makes sense, but... And then the Knight of Wands, this is just really, within love readings, when it comes up in reverse, this is showing me loyalty. This is showing me that, again, that kind of slow burn passion where you guys are going to be incredibly careful with this. Which makes sense because you guys had this, okay, random side note. Well, yeah, so also at the beginning, one of you might reject the other. That was a hit that I got that I wanted to pass along. Anyways, that fast and furious, that fast and too much too fast in the beginning of the relationship. That's going to be a part of the lesson that you guys learn that's going to really nourish and nurture your love as you move on. That's going to be something that you guys never do again. Financial stability, well-being. Sometimes it might feel like you guys against the world, but in a very positive way. Something about royalty or nobility, something. They might be, and then the Knight. They might be a person of status, comes from old money, something along those lines. That's kind of coming through. Anyways, okay, so that's kind of all that I'm seeing as a general brief overview of your guys' story. So I'm going to transform these, and then we are going to get into the deep, detailed specifics of your life partner, who they truly are. Okay, pile 5. So let's break it down. These 2 cards are going to show us the core root of who your life partner truly is. These are going to be their strengths, these their weaknesses, and then these cards are going to be how they treat you. And then later on we'll get into first impressions and more. So let's start with the core them. Danu. Wow. Timing. She's all about divine timing. Okay. Very nurturing energy. We like that. Oh, companion. Loyalty, tenacity, and unselfishness. Well, oh, I'm going to put this right here, up here out of the way for now. Companion. They are at the core root of who they are. They are a companion. They might have a history of being a serial dater, so they might not quite know how to be on their own. I'm also getting hits of potential for codependency, but we will find out more about that when we get into weaknesses. Oh my God, look. She has the triple moon sign. Okay. Oop. So the triple moon sign we saw on the High Priestess, as well as on the High Priestess for the cover of your guys' personalized deck. They might be a self-proclaimed witch and be really into witchy stuff, really into paganism, really into healing, ancient arts, I'm hearing. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm also noticing that it's encrusted. Is that a word? Encrusted with diamonds and a sapphire. So yeah, they're going to be wealthy, at least at some point in your guys' relationship. I'm talking like big time wealth. They might be really good with plants, like have a bit of a green thumb. That makes sense, like with the witch message. Maybe they're a green witch or a kitchen witch. They just inherently know which herbs and which plants have which healing properties. Oh, I would take a class from them so that I could learn. I have a black thumb. Anyways, I want to look at their strengths specifically. Oh, okay, loyal. And we have loyalty over here too. They are so loyal. Wow. We have 3 1s here and then an 8. Oh my God, no, with that we have 4 1s, which is telling me that they are a master manifester. They're so lovable and playful. And again, this is showing me with the plants, there's something about growth and tenacity and unselfishness had come through on this card, which dogs are incredibly unselfish. They just love you. They're very committed to you. They're also very good at transformation, very good at banishing unhelpful and unwanted energies. which makes sense. That's most witches. Especially with all this white, they are a good witch, 1000%. They might have a lot of friends, especially with how lovable they are, and with the core of who they are being a companion. Didn't something come through earlier about ancient something? This spiral here is making me think of that. So they might be deeply connected with their ancestors. And I see them really respecting the earth. The environment and animals they are important to this person. They have a very pure heart. There's something with the earth, something with plants, that they're very good with them and very good with animals. Animals might be naturally drawn to them. And yeah, very committed and playful and spoiled. Maybe their family has money. I'm sensing more of a family has money for most of them as opposed to self-made. Not that there's anything wrong with either of those. They're also going to be very reassuring, very calming, very respectful of cycles. They are total, like, witchy spiritual vibes, my dudes. Ooh, I love it. Okay, let's take a look at their weaknesses. The ancient ones. What? And the sacrifice. What? Okay, so connecting with the ancient times was their strength. So it also is incorporated into a weakness, as I'm seeing this as they might get a little too hung up on the past. Look at this imagery. The butterfly and all the flowers. Yeah. The sacrifice. They are willing to sacrifice themselves to a detriment. They're willing to sacrifice themselves for you to their own detriment. So that is something that you will want to be careful of, so that you don't absent-mindedly accidentally end up taking advantage of them or changing them into someone that they are not. Be careful not to be too forceful and too adamant about making sure they fit your expectations. Don't ever compromise on your needs, of course, but compromise on your wants where that needs to happen, because they will over compromise with the sacrifice. I also see this as like, yeah, you're gonna need to support them and kind of be, sounds bad to say, their spine, but sometimes you're gonna have to like remind them that they have a spine, because they just love so deeply when they do love, that they're willing to give up anything and everything for their person. They might also give too much to their family. The fours are kind of standing out to me with that. And yeah, they might have some codependent tendencies. That came through earlier too. The ancient ones in reverse, I think sometimes they just get too hung up in the past. And, okay, yeah, I see them being a little, maybe overly dependent on their ancestors and their spiritual side. They might have problems with things like time management, practicality, anything that involves being grounded. Because the ancient ones, I mean, you know, they are physically in the earth. And the fact that it's coming up in reverse is just, yeah, they're having a hard time. They have a hard time making stable new beginnings in meaningful ways that break away from their family history and culture and or tradition. Let's pull from your guys' specific deck. Okay. Ooh. Too many, but we'll take the top one. Yeah, they have a hard time with decision making. They're very indecisive, which will feed into their you just decide kind of codependent tendencies. Yeah, they're gonna be wealthy. I don't like the fact that I even felt called to use this deck that has the gold encrusted. Money's not going to be a problem for you guys. Eight of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah, they're not going to have to work. Yeah, most of them were not. Most of them were not self-made. This kid, I'm even sensing like millionaires level money. This is a lot of money. They don't let it become their weakness though. That's good. They're very generous with it, maybe even overly generous. So that could be a role as well that you end up playing in their life where you're like, okay, let's maybe limit, well, if not limit, let's maybe create some boundaries so that people stop taking advantage of you and of your money. There might be some people in their life that they see how good and pure-hearted and generous and loyal and maybe a little bit clingy, not in a bad way, but they're just always going to be there for you. They're going to be very supportive too, but some people in their life may see that as you guys kind of grow and live together, and you're going to have to protect them and help kind of recenter them and remind them, okay, not everyone needs to really see the full capacity of what you are capable of doing, because unfortunately, there are people who will take advantage of that the second that they know. It's really slimy and gross energy, but yeah, so they see the best in people and they just want love so badly and connection so badly that I see you having to kind of be their guide with that sometimes. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse is also showing me that they are perfectionists. That was coming through earlier too, when I had to pause the video and make sure everything was straight. And even then, when I looked back at the video, I was like, oh my gosh, it's still not even straight. So I see them being a perfectionist and focusing on the details. They're very detail oriented, but because that came up in the strength position, that's showing me that that benefits them quite a bit. They might, if they do have a job, they might work from home, or they're kind of detached. So say they own a company, they have people to do the day-to-day kind of nitty-gritty. Like they might even have maids. They pride themselves in being the best possible person they can be, which I guess aligns with that self-transformation and self-work message. Okay, how they're going to treat you. Fertility. Oh my gosh, and the Empress. They are going to spoil you. And fertility, that has to do with music and, oh my gosh, seriously, whether you are a king or a queen or anything in between, they are going to treat you as such. Oh my goodness. Wow, that kind of takes my breath away. Also, I find it interesting that I couldn't find my rings. I had them for 1 through 4, but I lost them for your guys' video. And look at the snake. So snakes are kind of notorious for the idea of shedding their skin, transformation. They're very powerful and respected in terms of shamanic or any kind of like healing ceremonies. Alchemy is considered, maybe they research alchemy, and snakes are considered powerful within that world. Oh my gosh, they are going to spoil you. Didn't I say they're gonna serenade you? I swear I said they're gonna serenade you. I can't remember. Damn it, I swear though. They're gonna serenade you, they're gonna sing to you, and that is what Pan in this card really talks about as well. Wow. Pan is also a Greek deity of nature. They might want to take you camping or traveling, or they might really love greenhouses and gardens, and like they want to showcase and show off their skills with you. They're going to create a place of peace for you. I mean, look at these. Oh my gosh, they are going to worship you. It is like my heart is like, what? Like, fanning myself off. Like, this is insane. They're definitely spiritual because we have the lotus here as well, and all the other 50 billion messages that came through with that. They're also going to inspire you. This card talks about inspiring you with new ideas, new plans, new creative projects. They're going to support you in any creative projects that you take on. I'm hearing like if you are a singer, they are going to really push you to and support you to really reach your fullest potential and kind of transmute that energy of them always wanting to reach their highest and best self and wanting to reach their highest potential into how they treat you, where they're like, you got this. You are a goddamn queen, king, anything in between. You are going to feel so confident because of this person. You see how she has a mirror, but she's not even looking at it? She knows that she's naturally gorgeous. That's how this person is going to make you feel. Naturally gorgeous, naturally handsome, naturally attractive. Also, the Empress is the mother, and then you do have fertility, so they will definitely be giving you children if that's something that you guys choose to do. Many children, as many kids as you want, man. And they will be a very, very, very nurturing, grounded, down-to-earth parent. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, now let's look at first impressions. I'm actually curious about this one, given, because I don't look at these cards. They're pre-shuffled, but I look through them, or I see them for the first time with you guys. So this one's going to be your first impression of them. There's their first impression of you, and then your first impression of each other. And we'll save that one for a second. So, your first impression of them. Relationship patterns. It takes strength to recognize the need for change. Yep. You're going to be like, nope. Something needs to change. I am not down for this. You're going to see that this is just confirmation of everything that came through in the beginning. You're not going to be blind to it. You're going to see it. You're also going to notice there's something musical with them, because we have a harp here, and then pan, and then the serenading messages that came through. There's something musical with them. So you're going to notice that they're musically talented. Maybe they know how to play a lot of instruments. Their first impression of you. Ask for help. What do you really need? Be willing to accept support. Their first impression of you is that you are going to be overly needy. I'm sorry. Overly needy, or like overly willing to, they're gonna project. Overly willing to sacrifice the things that you need. Overly willing to sacrifice your needs. Oh, they're gonna project. They're hella gonna project. Okay. Yeah, I mean, not the world's most favorable first impressions, but there's positivity in them as well. There's something with singing and music with one or both of you guys. Okay, this is only going to be for a few of you, but their first impression of you is that you might have a thing for authority figures. Ooh, okay. But also that you were very receptive and kind. All right, let's look at first impression that you guys both have of each other. I live in truth. Oh my God, there's another snake. Let me grab the book for this one. The Hermetic principle of polarity describes the dual nature of reality in such a way that reconciles the very notion, stating that all truths are but half-truths and every truth is half false. This complicated paradox may cause us to wonder, what is truth anyways? In looking at truth beyond the esoteric lens and into what is in the present moment, this malleable concept may ideally be understood as a choice to live in alignment with what is authentic to your true instinct, the heart of your soul's song. Song? What did I say? Anyways, When we are out of alignment with our truth, the heart can feel heavy, anchored in the weight of deceit to self, paralyzed by inauthentic action. The venomous energy of dishonesty constricts the potential to be a creator within a consciously creative reality, as the space in which your soul orbits spirals into discord. As time goes by, the serpent sheds its skin, letting go of what is no longer necessary, slightly transformed but still ever evolving and consistently moving with the momentum of its soul song. In our human existence, we are presented with daily obstacles and potentially difficult personalities that will cause us to instinctually tell a half-truth or say something half-false. But if we try to stay in alignment with our first intuition and speak less, teach more, we anchor our awareness in authenticity. For every true no we say, we remain in alignment with more yes. And what may feel in opposition is actually a reconciliation with duality. So, wow, that confirms a lot of what was coming through. The truths and half-truths. Yep, that's going to be a big part of where this heartbreak comes from. This is also showing me that your guys' group is very unique in the fact that you will have 2 first impressions with each other. And this one is showing that the key to your transformation lives in truth. And when you guys come back to each other, you will be in alignment with who you authentically are. You're going to see that these half-truths didn't serve you. You're going to see that there were some things that needed to be healed, some transformations that needed to happen. And whenever you guys end up back in each other's lives after this heartbreak, this first impression will transform, much as your impressions of each other are going to transform, where you guys are going to begin to see each other living in harmony with, as the book said, your soul's song, with your authentic sense of being. I really like this because this is really powerful that you guys didn't work out in the beginning because you guys weren't interacting with each other's truest selves. So of course you're not going to work. You're only meant to work if you are your true self and their true self, if that makes sense. You're not going to fall in love with someone that isn't them at their truest form, and vice versa, which is why you guys clash. Oh, that's deep, you guys. Damn. Okay, let's keep going. These cards are going to show us when you will know that this is the one and when they will know that this is the one. So let's start with them. Ace of Air. Brilliant new ideas and inspirations. Seeing the truth of the situation. A challenging beginning. A challenging beginning. I have goosebumps. Okay. Give me a second. Holy. Wow. I have goosebumps all over. Oh my gosh. Well, if that doesn't confirm the last however many minutes we've spent in your guys' reading, I don't know what would. Holy. Wow. Okay. Honestly, so aces talk about new beginnings. When they see the truth of the situation, which is going to happen when you guys reconcile, that's gonna be when they know. So it's going to be very fast. They're going to see it very clearly and very, very confidently as well. When you guys reconnect, that's when they're gonna be like, oh, this is who you really are? Yes. All of the yes. I want to spend forever with you. Okay, let's look at yours. Ava. What? Yo, this is the card, the only card in this deck that talks about deception. Wow. Oh my god, and there's a snake. Oh, what? Do you guys have a snake or something? Do you like snakes? Like, what is going on? So with this card, this is interesting because this Ava that's here, this figure that's here, she presents herself as something that she is not. She's like, oh, look, I'm this amazing fruit for you to eat. Look at how great and amazing I am. But in reality, she's toxic. So it's tricky and deceptive, and it warns of caution and duplicity, I suppose. She's also pretty unreadable, which allows her to mask her true intentions, which is going to cause those complications. Well, not cause, but be one of the many influences of the complications that you guys will have in the beginning. You're going to know very early on. You might know at the very beginning. Also, side note, look at all these plants. Something about plants. You're going to see the front that they put up, and you're not going to care. You're going to love them, even if it's at like the smaller end of the spectrum. Obviously at the beginning, you're going to love them in any fashion, any presentation of themselves. You're going to understand them and have compassion for them. This is a little lucky, to be honest, because let's just say this, it's a very good thing that this is such a good, loyal, and unselfish and just pure-hearted, magical person, because this kind of approach with the wrong person is what feeds into and toxic relationships and allows them to persist. So it's going to hit you in bits though. So the biggest knowing is going to be in the very beginning. I see you fighting it though. Yeah, because you're going to start lying to yourself like, no, because something is off, but I feel drawn to them, but something is off, so no, which is going to cause some inner conflict. You're going to be at harmony with them no matter what or how they present themselves to you though, because you're going to see their true nature and you're just not going to care. You're just going to love them for who they are. You see that no matter what front they put forward, there's a lot of healthy growth and a lot of good, positive things that surrounds them, which is going to kind of help you keep hooked in. You're also going to know, ironically, because I'm sensing that you're normally very comfortable in the dating world. Like, you don't really care, but with this person, that's when you're going to start to care. And you're going to feign. Okay, so let's say when you meet this person, let's say you want to be, and you know that they probably expect you to be at this level, but you're only at this level. This is just an arbitrary example, but still. So for the first time, you are going to be inspired to, and you're not going to be able to help it, you're going to present yourself at this level that they expect. They're going to see through it. They're going to see that it's a lie at one point or another. And when you guys reconnect, the growth and the transformation will have happened. You will be at actually an even higher level, I'm seeing. But you're willing to be anything that you need to be for this person, which it sounds maybe bad, but in a roundabout way, it's going to end up forcing you into a state of transformation that leads you into well-being. So your inner knowing is going to hit you in waves, and it's just going to strengthen each time more and more and more. And the ending of that deception is going to be that ultimate kind of final, like, oh, okay, what I have been feeling, this inner knowing I've been sensing, is accurate. And so that makes sense then that you guys, once you see your true selves, are going to fall into this Knight of Cups, romance and the Lovers energy. Like, you literally got the Lovers card in a love reading. I mean, does it get any better than that? All right, so now we're going to look at the next layer. These cards are going to show us what lessons and obstacles you guys are going to face and overcome together. What is this? Compassion. Whoa, this looks intense. In reverse. Okay, so patience and understanding with other people and maybe yourself as well. Play in reverse. Yep. So just quick note on that. This is the shadow edition of this oracle deck. So the fact that this play card is coming up in reverse and is the part of the shadow edition is just kind of confirming that energy that came through earlier that you guys will be dealing with at the very beginning of your relationship, where you guys are both too non-committal. These are also very social creatures, so there might be a standoffishness that you have to deal with as well. And then paradox. Woo. Kind of reminds me of a compass for some reason. All right. Let's move that down there. Paradox is you guys are going to both overcome the idea that you have to be perfect and that things have to be viewed in black and white. There's going to be an acceptance of your flaws and an acceptance of the flaws of your person, which, you know, this honestly makes a lot of sense with that perfectionism and that hypercriticalness that was coming through. The key to this is going to be in reflecting on duality, maybe even doing some shadow work, and ultimately just coming to the understanding that there's two sides to every story. That's going to bring so much peace and understanding into your guys' world. That kind of ties in with the compassion card in reverse as well. Also worth noting, it's genuinely, so it's compassion towards self and others, and being especially kind to people around you, and especially conscious of how your actions affect the people around you, because you have no idea what they're going through, and a lot of people put up a front. It's also going to help you connect to the truth of your own feelings. This relationship is. Oh my gosh, and there's the deer. And the deer is all about kindness and compassion, even to demons. That's one of the stories of the lore of deer. Compassion and gentleness towards people who have harmed us. Wow, that 3 of Swords, man. And understanding that when humans are hurting, that is usually when they are going to project the most. And by project, I mean it's like projecting their pain as well onto other people. And also you both will have to thoroughly process whatever this hurt is. And also worth noting, compassion, you don't have to have it for every single person. So there are times to make exceptions, and you are going to learn through your interactions with this person that sometimes exceptions need to be made and sometimes absolutely not. Period. You're done. You know? Okay, let's look at now how they are going to benefit you, and then we'll look at how you are going to benefit them. The Explorer. Whoa! I said that looked like, oh my gosh, compass. The Explorer in reverse. You are going to benefit in that this is going to help you really find your inner truth of who you are. This person is going to be the reason why you are able to find this and live in this truth and this authenticity. Sometimes it can be, I'm sensing that it's like, there might be some struggle here. You might struggle with authenticity because if you wear a mask when you interact with other people, when or if they hurt you, then it gives you the illusion of safety because they're not hurting the true you, they're only hurting the mask. The paradox, I guess, comes in though with the fact that you can't truly connect with another person. You cannot authentically create an authentic connection until you remove the mask. So there has to be a sense of vulnerability there. Oh, yeah, trust. Okay, and the Creator. The singing message that came through earlier. Like, if you're a singer, I see them definitely supporting you. Oh, yeah, in any creative endeavor. They're really going to bring out your creative energy. And you're going to learn how to trust yourself, to handle yourself in any situation as you bring your truest self forward. Ooh. All right. Now let's look at how you will benefit them. The Sovereign. There we go. You're really going to bring them into their power. Really going to bring them into their power. I suppose that makes sense with that sacrifice message that was coming through, or some, like, they overgive. Okay, hang on. And then possibilities and stress. Okay, so let's see here. Let me just put these in here. Yeah. So, do you see the playful monkey here that has a needle and is popping the balloon? You're gonna be the monkey. Because this perfectionism, even though it is their strength, it can still sometimes evolve to the point or grow into something that becomes their detriment and stresses them the hell out. I'm sorry, but there's no way that a perfectionist out of balance is not stressed. That is impossible. So you're really going to help them come back to Mother Earth and understand, hey, it's okay. We don't have to be perfect. And you're going to do it in a very playful and lighthearted way. So they're not going to take it in a way that they otherwise have taken it as condescending from other people. You're going to connect them with the possibilities of a spiritual side, I'm seeing. And you might even travel a lot as well. Their world is just going to really open up. I see you also benefiting them somehow by making them an even greater and more powerful manifester. They're going to be manifesting left and right because of something to do with you. They're going to, I think a lot of it too, though, with manifestation, we have to remember when we're manifesting something that we have to receive it. We have to make the conscious choice to receive the goods that we are trying to manifest, the gifts. Security and happiness too. You're going to bring this person a lot of security and happiness. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. And remember the messages that were coming through with the ancestors card, with being overly focused on the past? I think that that can manifest as being overly sentimental and overly nostalgic. And you're going to help them evolve from that and look at it from a kind of detached, more practical standpoint and help them understand, oh, this isn't serving me, which will help them with being in service to others by choice instead of feeling like they have to just give to people, that's always the right thing to do. You're going to help them find the truth in that. You're also going to help them feel very strong and capable and powerful and come into balance with their inner feminine. And that doesn't matter whether they are primarily a heavy masculine energy or a heavy feminine energy. Regardless, we all have both masculine and feminine energy within us. So I see you really helping them connect with and purify and elongate their willingness to do the deep dives, to do the deep work, which requires them being receptive and tapped into their divine feminine energy. I also find it interesting that you are going to treat them like, oh my god, yeah, like a queen, yeah. And then you have the empress that came up. Or they're going to treat you like a queen. So it looks like you're going to be doing the same for them. You're also going to help them not be so controlling if they struggle with that. Whew. Okay, we're almost there. Moving on, so these cards are going to show us any final kind of hints or nudges about timing and or when you guys will meet. Oh, how you guys will meet. Timing is when. Duh. Okay. All right, so we have the answers you need are coming in reverse. And you're very close to achieving your goal, also in reverse. So you remember that message that came through with the High Priestess? How it was like, for your own sake, you can't know all of the things with this. Yep. The answers you need are coming. That's what that's showing us. It's not going to let us know timing. Although I can say it's not likely to be very soon, because you're very close to achieving your goal. There is a chance that you've already met this person and that you're in that stage of separation. That is a possibility. Ooh, that's actually a very strong possibility. Comment down below and let me know, because I see that's coming through. Very strong. Okay, let's see what we got for these guys. Justice in reverse. Ace of Swords in reverse. Yeah, they're not going to tell us anything. And Ace of Cups. Wow. Well, this is Spirit being a little snarky. And I say that in a completely loving way. Sometimes the universe is just like, I've already told you all I can tell you, so I'm just going to keep saying the same thing 50 billion different ways. This is just recapping the story. There's going to be an injustice at the beginning that is going to kind of cloud things. There's not going to be, because the Ace of Swords can talk about seeing truth, but you got it in reverse. And ultimately, there's going to be a lot of self-work that's done that's then going to lead to the Ace of Cups, which will eventually be that new beginning. Most of you, yeah, so it's in your future. It's in your future. And again, it's not letting me show too much. It's not giving me anything about how you guys are going to meet. I think that's probably one of the things that's being protected the most, as far as the universe not letting you see for your own sake. Okay. Well, damn it. So now we're going to go into messages from your person, directly from your person. I have more of these I'm going to draw, but I drew this one specifically with the intention set of, if this person could only tell you one thing in the world, just one thing right now, what would it be? Be patient with me. Welp. Okay. I'm not going to expand on that too much. I don't feel like I need to. I mean, if you want to talk about it with me in the comments, we can, but I just be patient with me. Yeah, most of you, many of you are in that separation stage, which is a part of why that message is coming through, where they're like, just be patient. Let's see if we can get any other messages, direct messages from Pile 5's life partner. Whoa. My friends do not like you. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. I miss you. Shut up. Oh my gosh. Okay. You are so warm, caring, sweet, and kind. Love that. Okay. We are destined to be together. Wow. I think they probably have an inner knowing as well, because I was talking about how you did with the Ava card. I think that they know deep down as well. Okay. Woo! Okay, that's a lot, but fine. We'll take them. We'll just do it. We're just running with it. You are not the one for me right now. That's what I'm getting. You are not the one for me right now. I don't know if I can do this. Okay. I am testing you. Ooh. Okay. Let's see. Oh gosh, where am I going to put these? Okay. You make me feel calm and free. Will you marry me? What? Look at this. This person is all over the place. But again, just, don't force it. Just take what resonates. This also could be some of you watching this, like, you've already met your person, so maybe you guys are at that point in the relationship. I am terrified of shut up. Oh my god. Okay. I am terrified of opening up and being vulnerable. Please be patient and accept me gently. You guys are giving me the goosey bumps. Okay. And then you make me feel calm and free. Wow. Ooh, okay. So pile 5. That is all I am seeing. Now, to wrap things up before we go into the runes, I take this deck with a grain of salt, to be honest, but I did feel called to use it. So if you still have kind of a burning question in your mind, go ahead and pause the video if you need to kind of center yourself and or think of it and kind of get it clear. But we're going to ask this deck, and it's going to give us a more direct answer. So these messages are not supposed to and are not going to apply to everyone. This is just supposed to be a more personalized form, personalized part of the reading. Only the messages that are meant to come through are going to come through. And if you don't have a question, that's cool too. So go ahead and pause the video if you need to, but I am going to start shuffling. Trust it will manifest. All right. If that didn't answer your question, or if you have a second question, you can hold it in your mind still. Ooh. Unveil your truth. Oh, wow. That's, ooh. Okay. Let's do one last one. Pile 5. Ooh, it's being tight-lipped. Whoa! Okay. That's too many. We'll take this one. Visualize your desire. All right. We'll just put that guy right there. I think that works. There we go. I get a glare sometimes, and I swear, you guys, it drives me up a wall. If you know how to get rid of a glare, please, God, let me know. Okay, so hopefully that answered your question. But honestly, with your pile, I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't, because, yeah, of everything that we already talked about. Now we're going to wrap up with some messages from the runes, and then, yeah, we'll be done. Okay. Oh, wow, you guys got a lot. All right, let me clear out the blank ones. I'm so sorry, my heater came on, so that is what that little background noise is, so my apologies. So we got 5 runes here for pile 5. Starting off, we have Awaz. If I can get it to focus. Awaz translates to the yew tree. Again, more about plants. But anyways, the yew tree was considered sacred and magical to our ancients in Scandinavia. And so this rune also symbolizes mystical kind of experiences. It talks about an individual's connection to the divine, to the universe, really. That's the biggest thing. So how connected you feel to the spiritual realms. It also talks about psychic abilities and reflecting on your psychic abilities. Again, of course, as the runes always do, this is just a deep confirmation of the High Priestess energy that was coming through for your person. This is passing through a gateway. It talks about how there's a requirement to leave behind something old to make the space for something new. It's talking about a gateway that we have to pass through to birth something new. A few of you might be into like quantum jumping or quantum leaps, quantum jumping. And that's a part of how you are going to confirm and deny your transformation. Confirm or deny your transformation? It sounds weird, but confirm or deny. Okay, anyways, what's interesting, so this is a highly spiritual room, AWAS. And then, of course, you also have another highly spiritual room, Algies. This is one of my faves. This talks about spiritual protection. It translates directly to the elk, and you did get this kind of elk, deer, stag type energy. This is a message of raised spiritual vibrations, being spiritually connected, and spiritually protected. So again, just another deep confirmation that the universe is withholding specific information for the sake of yours and this person's protection, so that you guys can eventually come into union. So, but it is calling you, well, at least it talks about evaluating your connection to spiritual states. Ties in quite nicely. Also, talking about spiritual abilities, we have Lagus. Focus. There we go. Lagus is the rune that symbolizes water. It also talks about mysteries. Oh, and you guys had a lot about mysterious stuff in the beginning, especially. This, because water does symbolize emotions, it's also talking about how there's a need to connect to and reflect upon your emotional state to find truths, as well as to find acceptance for all of your emotional states. Sometimes this can talk about dreams as well, so maybe that could be some of where you get maybe more answers is in your dreams. And this is quite literally saying that this person is going to be the person of your dreams when you guys come back to each other. So yeah, Lagus is big on journeying inward, getting deep with yourself. And because water flows through each living creature, it also hints upon the fact that we are all connected and inspires us to reflect upon that. Oh, also, algaes, I think I said protection and connection to your higher self, but it's also a sign of luck. But because it is a protective stone, it does kind of call you to be vigilant, to be guarded about something. Okay, so don't beat yourself up for this guarded energy that you may have with this person in the beginning. It's what's called for, and also it just kind of appears to be the natural state of things anyways. Whoa. Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized? So you have this symbolizing the yew tree, and then you have water, and then you have sun. So willow is sun. Can get it to focus? Maybe? So willow is highly powerful, and it is the rune of the sun. What do you need? What do plants need? Sun and water. Wow, that's really cool. This is also a very powerful rune. It can talk about enlightenment as well. Oh, and personal growth. It is a symbol of success and warmth, inner power, and motivation. Our ancients viewed this, and I mean, we view it as this too, but it is the power of life. The sun is the power of life. So this relationship, oh my gosh, with your life partner, it is going to bring so much warmth and life and growth into your life. And oh, it talks about empowerment, and we had all the messages about empowerment that was coming through earlier with the sovereign. And then I'm also seeing when we reflect, okay, so when we reflect upon Sowilo from a personal perspective, so power and warmth from within, that hints at and it talks about personal motivation, what gets us out of bed in the morning. And I'm seeing this here as a really beautiful confirmation that you guys will be so in love with each other that a part of what is going to get you out of bed in the morning is going to be your person. They are going to be incredibly motivating, and they're really going to help you get to your goals. You're going to feel so just driven, and it's going to be all because of the inspiration of this person. Some of it might, I mean, maybe they will intentionally do that, but a lot of it is just going to source from that sense of, oh my God, I really love this person. And then there's just going to be that natural sprout of light and power and inspiration within you where you're like, okay, I want to be my best self. How can I bring my best self to the table for this person, for my life partner, for my companion? This person is going to make you incredibly happy. This is going to be filled with so much warmth and joy. And that is heavily symbolized by the rune Wunyo. That quite literally translates to joy. This is fulfillment, well-being, peace, fulfilling our desires. Ooh, yes. Oh, and I could talk about wins too. So you are going to feel like a winner, and your person is going to feel like a winner. Oh, that's so cool. So something deeply spiritual with this person and or with this connection. Lots of warmth and love and growth and joy. You guys are just going to be happy when you come back together. That's going to be an overall theme. Happiness and joy. Feeling like a winner? Yes, please. You will be extremely content and extremely happy with this person. Pile 5. Wow. This is cool. I've really loved how different each of the piles have been. And your person seems pretty dope. Not gonna lie. Especially after all of the transformation and growth that's going to happen. Oh, yeah. The inspiration that you're going to feel is going to help trigger your growth and inspiration. Or growth and transformation. Okay. Pile 5. I'm not seeing anything else for you guys. If you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. If you liked this video, then just boop that like button down below so that I know. Otherwise, until next time, my friends. Bye, guys. Hello, sweet souls who made it to pile number 6 with me. How you guys doing? Welcome to your reading. Now, let's break a couple things down that I didn't bring up in the intro. As you can see, you have your own personalized deck that you will be that I will be using in your guys' reading. Each pile has their own special specific deck. I did this and I felt called to do this because it is going to help us infer even more information than we would have been able to otherwise. And right off the bat, I'm getting so many hits off of this. Your person is so creative. They are an artist in some form or fashion. They could live somewhere warm and be from somewhere warm. They are definitely a celebratory person and a very happy, positive person. But because they transmuted their pain into joy, they've done a lot of self-work and a lot of self-healing. This isn't like naive joy. No, they worked hard for this. They are a very friendly person. They might be okay, this is weird, but they might really like team projects. I just see them really enjoying working with and being around other people. They might like to party a lot. They love to celebrate. They are such a positive person. They're also the kind of person who's like a little silly and dramatic for effect. I'm just hearing like my birthday month is my birthday. Kind of silliness. And then they've worked very hard to cultivate a sense of healthy, high self-esteem and independence. And of course, the most obvious, they could be a part of the Pride community, the LGBTQ plus community. But if not, they are, at the very least, they are a very loving, kind, woke person who really is accepting and non-judgmental of everyone. Wow, that was a lot right off the bat. Cool, I love it. Really quick, this is the glass heart that you guys selected for your pile. We'll just stick him over here. And then, so before we get into the actual pre-shuffled cards, as you can tell, maybe these decks, these piles are thick with 3 C's. So we are going to need to incorporate a deck called the Tiny Tarot. It's super cute. You'll see. So I'll start with these tarot cards to kind of get us started on your guys' story of your relationship, and then we will transform these into the Tiny Tarot, and then we'll have even more space available to us because we gonna be maxed out on space, let me tell you that much. Okay, so pile number 6. First, we are going to look at where you will be in your life when you guys meet, where they will be, and then we're going to kind of look at the nature of the beginning of your guys' relationship. So, pile number 6, where will you be in your life when you meet your life partner? Whoa, that's too many. But this one was face up, so we'll keep it. Okay, finding an interesting new perspective, feeling stuck as hell. Ooh, I can resonate with that. That's where I've been for the past 8 months. Whew. Okay, too many. Pile 6, where will they be in their life? Whoop. Okay. Conflict. You'll be in a situation where you feel like you need to win at all costs. You could be facing a really important choice. You're going to be desperate for change. Actually, you'll be fighting a lot for change because we have the 5 here. There's going to be some kind of conflict that's going on in your life, though, and the universe is stepping in and just in one way or another is making you pause, is making you stop. When we see the Hanged Man in reverse, this can talk about even as serious as you coming down with a cold or an illness or, you know, some kind of injury, because that is the only way that the universe can get you to calm your tits and to stop and to just stay stationary. So this is stubbornness, and the universe is stepping in and making sure that you stay stuck where you are until you do the work and learn your lesson. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a fun vibe. Okay, let's see where they will be in their life. Where will pile 6's life partner be? Ooh. Okay. 9 of Wands. Let's see. There we go. Okay, finally. You will be facing a choice, and they will have just finally made a choice. Actually, when you guys meet, they might have, this sounds weird, but they might have just gotten married or had just moved in with their current partner. There's some kind of leveling up with their relationship. So it looks like your relationship with this person is going to start out platonic. Okay. They will have just come into a part of their life where they're a little more open-hearted. They feel like they're overcoming a period of being defensive, or they'll be overly defensive with you. Okay, let's pull some cards for the beginning of the relationship to get some insight into that. Ooh, pile sixes. Ooh. I mean, they are such a warm and loving person, so it is kind of odd. Maybe, let's see. Okay. Let's get these. Oh, the Fool reversed. Yeah. Yep. New beginning reversed. Okay. You are going to have to be quite adamant and quite persistent. And not pushy, but just constant for this person in order for the beginning of this relationship to eventually flourish into something. You're going to have to be patient. I see you just being their rock. No emotional connection though. You guys might not even know that you like each other, or you just genuinely don't like each other. I know I'm like that. When I was dating, the second I found out someone was in a relationship, boom, all emotions just naturally shut down. And it's like, all right, cool. You're a friend then, and a friend only. So I see a kind of natural shutdown response like that. You guys will be very respectful. But the Fool reversed, I mean, that talks about new beginnings, the Fool upright. So it makes sense that your guys' beginning will be very delayed. You guys might be friends for years before you get together. I'm seeing at least one big relationship for the both of you before you come together, or at least for them. But also, so that's going to be for some of you, but also I'm seeing multiple relationships. So this is a kind of, what's that movie called? When Harry Met Sally, I think. You know, where it's like they were completely platonic friends. A portion of their relationship, a long portion of their relationship, they were completely platonic friends. Like, they would call each other after a date and be like, oh my gosh, listen to what happened. That kind of very loyal, trusting, but very respectful and very strict. Don't worry, there's not going to be any funny business. There's not even going to be attraction because we have the Queen of Cups reversed. Yeah, there's not even going to be attraction. I really respect that. Okay, I'm going to transform these cards, and then we are going to pull a few more just to kind of get some more insight into the general themes and nature of your guys' relationship, and we're going to look at how this is going to grow. As I look at your super cute, isn't it so cute? Tiny tarot. When I'm looking at the beginning, I also can't help but notice that there are 4 major arcana cards. This is coming through very strongly and telling me that you guys are not going to have a short-lived friendship before jumping into a relationship. You guys are going to be friends platonically with zero emotions for each other for years. Multiple years. Minimal 2 years. But good possibility for more. Okay, I want to see how this grows. Let's see where the rest of this relationship goes. Okay. Yep, Knight of Cups in reverse, Knight of Wands in reverse. This is a very straight and narrow path here. Good grief, when do you guys even Okay, it's too many, but this one was straight up, or face up, I mean. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, this is very interesting. The beginning of your relationship is just, even when you guys start dating, the honeymoon phase is going to feel primarily financially abundant. Yeah, you guys are going to take this so slow. I'm seeing the transition out of the friend zone being a little uncomfortable for you guys. There might be some blocks there. That transition from friend zone to romance and to pleasure and passion, there's blocks here. So that's gonna be something that both of you have to work on. Also, look, they're like facing away from each other. Ooh, it's like awkward tension. It's kind of cute though. But eventually, you guys will be coming into this state of your relationship stability changing, breaking down almost, to make room for growth and moving on into King of Pentacles energy. Oh, yes, just so much yes. And it complements, so the 5 of Pence in reverse talks about difficult times ending. I'm getting a pretty specific timing message, but maybe even when you guys end up getting a new job. One or both of you are going to end up getting a new job, and that's going to be a huge transition point for you guys moving into this sense of stability. I'm seeing stability is very important for both of you. I'm also hearing rite of passage. Rite of passage. I do like that I'm seeing a 5 here followed by a 6. So that is showing me a sense of progression and growth, especially the 6 that talks about moving away from troubled waters. You guys are going to go through, like, make it through something together. Honestly, for those of you who are already with your life partner, this could be talking about COVID. This could be talking about, like, the blocks that come up during COVID, between quarantine and not being able to go out on dates because of everything on lockdown. Ooh, that's a very strong possibility. Yeah, if you've already met this person, that's probably, I see that as being relatively accurate for a number of you. But you guys are going to move on to a sense of, oh my gosh, fulfillment. Again, financial stability. You guys are going to have a very loyal, committed, supportive relationship. You're just going to have to work on it to get there. This is, your guys' story, I'm not going to lie, is a little odd because it has such a slow start and it doesn't really give me any big details other than the King of Pentacles about the nature of your guys' relationship, which is very strange. You guys might go into business together as well. I am seeing that as a potential aspect of your relationship. New growth, I'm hearing. Oh, okay. Keeping it mysterious, I see, pile number 6. Well, we are going to keep trucking forward then. I am going to transform these, and then we are going to get started on the actual deep specifics of who your life person truly is, their strengths, weaknesses, etc. All right, guys, these are going to show us how this person treats you. This is going to be the core root of who your life partner truly is. And then these are strengths and weaknesses. So let's jump in, starting with the core. Okay, we have guide in reverse, so it's the shadow attribute. Places financial gain and control over imparting spiritual insight. Okay, honestly, this doesn't surprise me because we got the King of Pentacles. I do see them as being a very finance focused. They have a very strong focus on stability, and they see business and finances as the way to do that. And I see them doing that maybe at the expense of spiritual well-being. Yeah, they might not be the world's most spiritual person, and that's okay. So we're gonna put this guy up here. Okay. Ooh, in Revelation, look how similar the colors are. It's funny because these are the colors that symbolize spirituality. So, if I can get that to stay. There we go. Wow. They are so creative and powerful. They are a very powerful business person. They might speak multiple languages. I've seen that as a possibility. Maybe they travel a lot for business. They have a lot to offer. Yeah, they have a lot to offer the world. It might be something, it's like getting to see. So maybe they travel overseas, or their business has a direct impact on the sea. Either way, though, even though they do put business before spirituality, that's not to say that they are closed-minded, because they definitely are open-minded, and that's what allows them to realize things. And by realize, I mean take their visions and bring it into the 3D. Okay, let's look at their strengths. Okay, we have the circle. Yeah, they're very community focused. Collaboration was coming through earlier. They really like working in teams. I think they really just like working. And then this looks like 4-leaf clover upright, but then the weeds in reverse. They have a knack for finding treasures that are hiding in plain sight. That kind of looks like that as well. Very what's the word? Why am I struggling? Ingenuitive? What is it? I can't remember how to say that word. They are very imaginary, very creative. Oh yeah, that came through, huh? They're very creative. They're committed to making their stamp in the world, and that allows them to really focus on what is important. Do you remember that message about positivity that was coming through earlier? How at the very, very beginning, how we were talking about how they are very positive? This is them. They're seeing in a field where other people are going to look at what's the most immediate because it's closest to the eyes. These weeds, they see the 4-leaf clovers hiding beneath. They're a very fortunate person too, then. They're very lucky, which is not to say that they don't work for their luck, because oh my, do they work. They're very hardworking. Let's look at, thunder and the rattle. Their weaknesses. Okay, you might see this as a weakness, more so than they do, or it just might cause a lot of problems in their life, but they're really awkward around kids. But more importantly, I'm seeing that they don't really want kids, and I see it coming from a place of like regression. That's interesting. They don't feel like they're healed enough or put together enough to be in a situation that is conducive to a healthy, happy family life, in the forms of being able to truly show up for a child and truly be full-heartedly responsible for them. They don't think that they would be good at that. Thunder. They've been through some ish. Definitely been through some ish. They might be a bit of a reactive person. Oh, drama. Drama was coming through earlier, so that makes sense. This is also showing me that maybe they have unhealthy sleep patterns. They might stay out late too much. Oh, I just realized there's animals there. Okay, so they need to be careful. It looks like they organize people to do things. I see maybe even rallies in support of the LGBTQ community especially. It doesn't have to be just that, but I see them doing rallies, and when they get into that position, they kind of get swept up in the intensity of emotions, and they don't handle, like, they're negative and angry in those situations. And because they're so charismatic, it's a little bit of like they end up leading the pack in a way that isn't the most helpful and beneficial. Although I will say that, I mean, how often are they doing rallies, you know? Even if someone is going to rallies relatively consistently, that's still not a lot of their day-to-day per se. Sometimes I'm seeing too, though, as far as the day-to-day weakness, they are such a visionary that they kind of unwittingly stampede over whoever they need to get to their goal. And it's just like they just don't notice it. It's not like a fault thing. It's just like they get so focused. And sometimes it's even like fear-based. So maybe they allow, in their moments of weakness, they allow their fears to really control them. And they have a hard time, though they do have a hard time self-soothing, because they're such a positive person that they don't have a lot of practice having to self-soothe. This stampede here is showing me, it's making me think of the Lion King, when all of the animals stampede, and that is how Mufasa ends up getting trampled and killed. Like, it's that kind of like, the animals had no idea what they were doing. They were just so caught up in the moment. This is not to say that they would ever hurt someone. Even accidentally, they wouldn't, like, actually hurt someone to that extent. Maybe emotionally, they might kind of be a little bit of a steamroller. But yeah, it's that kind of energy where the animals, when they were stampeding, they were just, like, running. You know, they were acting very instinctively. So there wasn't a lot of higher consciousness thinking. Let's look at cards from your guys' specific deck. Okay. Oop, that's popping out. The High Priestess. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. The High Priestess is a card of spirituality, and it showed earlier in in their archetype card that sometimes they bypass spiritual insight for the sake of material success and gain. Okay. Page of Cups. Yup. They are a romantic, they are a creative. Honestly, most of the time, they are pretty balanced. They're pretty balanced and peaceful most of the time. I do see that. They could be an animal lover. Oh, look, and the sea again. There's something about the sea, like the ocean. Maybe they live next to the sea. They're all about tuning into their creative side. I think that is going to really balance out that steamroller at all costs, bypassing a sense of spirituality. I think that's going to balance that out quite a bit. They're going to be very romantic with you when it gets to that point. They are a very empowered person. I think that they're going to be good at manifesting as well. And again, that positivity, each day is a new day, is how they're going to look at things. They are going to be good at being fully present and very receptive and very themselves. They're going to be very happy just being full-heartedly like themselves. And very open-minded, very open-minded. They might have a hard time, I'm seeing, making decisions, because sometimes we have decisions that really require us tuning into our gut, tuning into our intuition, in order for us to make the correct choice that is in alignment with our highest good and in alignment with harmony. So maybe a little bit of insecurities too. But I mean, who doesn't have insecurities, right? Okay, that's all I'm seeing as far as that. Let's look at how they treat you. Teacher. Look at that big cup that he's offering. Wow. Okay. And Two of Swords. he's they're they're going to choose you, but they're going to have, okay, Two of Swords talks about a stalemate when you need to make a decision. So they're going to be very indecisive with you. They might be a little wishy-washy, but ultimately they will be balanced and fair, and they will be protective and make sure that, in making sure that other people treat you fairly. They have a big thing on fairness, making sure they're treating you fairly. They're going to teach you a lot. You are going to learn a lot from this person. They're going to kind of take the lead in the relationship I'm seeing, and they're going to have a lot of love to offer you, a lot of wisdom to offer you as well. They're going to teach you their creative ways. They might even teach you to play an instrument. They're always going to be willing to listen to you and give you their advice and to share their wisdom. They're really going to help you through some big spiritual life lessons I'm seeing. They're going to replace, also I'm seeing, any negative patterns within relationships. They are going to replace that with wonderful new experiences for you. And I think, with them being such a collaborative person, I really see them being a visionary. I see them being front and center in big movements. They might even work with people in government, being an advocate for people. So not only are they going to be your advocate in some form or fashion, but they're also going to teach you how to see the world and approach the world in a way that encourages, it sounds maybe a little cheesy to say, but in a way that encourages world peace. They love that sense of togetherness. Ultimately, that is what they're searching for and working towards. Let's look at, we're gonna do first impressions now. So this is going to be your first impression of them. And this is their first impression of you, and this is your first impression of each other, which we'll save. Okay, so your first impression of them. Take a chance on love. When we love, our lives are changed forever. Even though everything is going to be very fair, very on the straight and narrow path, whatever that means, throughout your relationship, towards the end of both of your relationships that you have before you come together, you're going to see them as opening a new world for you. This could be, for some of you, for a few of you, this person is going to really help you identify pieces of yourself that you've been repressing and help you make peace with it. So maybe your soul is somewhere on the LGBTQ plus spectrum, but you've never felt comfortable enough to embody that. They're going to lead the way for you. They're going to teach you how to feel comfortable in your own skin. You're going to see them as a path to joy and happiness. From a platonic perspective, even then though, you're still going to see them as someone that you can grow with, because you see that they have a lot to offer, a lot of joy. I'm just seeing a lot of rainbows. Now, their first impression of you. Look at how committed you are to love. Consider your foundation. They're going to see you as very wise, but maybe they see you as being in a relationship that's a lie. That is coming through for a few of you. They can see that you are uncomfortable in your own skin for some reason. They also perceive you as a night owl and someone who is on the path of enlightenment. Okay, let's look at your shared first impressions of each other. I regard all altars with respect in reverse. This is giving me very strong vibes of being your own person. So especially within the Pride community, organized religion doesn't exactly have the world's greatest history with being accepting and loving. So I see you both having this first impression of each other of maybe being a little bit rebellious, being brave enough and strong enough and true to yourself enough to really walk your own path, discover your own path of what's true instead of taking society's word for it. Both of you have been wronged by society in some way, and both of you have had to heal from that. You also are going to see each other as if you're cut from the same stone, as if you're kind of the same person. You're going to be each other's mirror. That's what I'm seeing for your first impressions of each other. Okay. This card is going to show us how you are going to know that this is the one, and this one is how they are going to know. The Lovers. Intimate relationships, carefully weigh your decisions. In good health. Yeah, there's something with decisions and choice with this person. They're going to know as soon as they realize that they can't not choose you in any situation. They're also just going to feel, as soon as they are able to feel that intimate love and harmony with you, that's when they're going to know. It's not going to be until you guys there's hints of success of you guys moving forward into that new future, and once you guys start introducing romance into your friendship. It's not going to be right at the beginning of you guys kind of transforming and getting out of the friend zone. It's going to be maybe a couple months in where they begin to realize like, oh, wow, okay, yeah, I made the right choice. But they are going to struggle maybe potentially with choosing you. I'm not sure what that means, but take it if it applies. Let's see when you, oh, hell yes. I am obsessed with this card. I love, completely adore this card. This is pure empowerment. This is you stepping into who you truly are and just blossoming, blooming. You are going to feel fulfilled and really self-confident. You're going to feel very connected to nature. Your inner strength is really just going to solidify, and it's going to start to bloom into stability and achievements. It's like you're going to have this moment of where it's like a glow up, where you truly step into and embrace and remain who you are. And once you've been that for a while, then you're like, I know what I want. This is what I want. Oh, that like warms my heart. You are going to step into such a state of enlightenment and well-being and just, oh my goodness, into the true you. This might be after, more specific, this might be after like a promotion at work. So these cards are going to show us what lessons and obstacles will be present in your relationship. Movement. Okay. Oh, whoa. Self-love. And patience. Yeah. I mean, this is like the beginning of your guys' relationship is going to be so slow. Slow and steady wins the race, right? So you guys are going to definitely have to learn patience as you wait for this life partner connection to really begin to grow and to materialize. Self-love, this is a little bit of what was coming through earlier with this teacher card, how they're really going to help you step into who you truly are and how to love who you truly are. Also, the self-love card, it made me think of the bloom card that you have as far as when you'll know. That's a very straightforward 2 cards here. Now, movement, this is talking about needing to be cautious with fragile things. It's also talking about how transmutation, using friction to propel yourself forward. This is also, I feel like this is for you specifically, you really tapping into the collective and learning how to be a part of a movement towards a better future for everybody. But you guys are going to have to learn how to work on that together. How to keep your heart patient and how to see the truth of who you really are, because that is when you will begin to love and accept who you truly are. So these cards are going to show us how this person is going to benefit you, and then we'll look at vice versa. So the Weaver, they're going to help you really step into your magic. Oh my goodness. How to use your pains and any hardships that you've gone through as well, and transmute it into magic and truth and transformation, and how to really weave the reality that you want. This is also a matter of you're going to begin to learn how to come into better alignment with choice, with making the choices that are in better alignment with what you want and sticking to those choices. Laziness in reverse, okay? And compromise in reverse. Yep, you guys are not going to be living in alignment with your true self. When I'm hearing like when you guys meet, but this could be any time in the relationship. You're compromising who you truly are for the sake of another person. I think that's coming through too with they see that you're with the wrong person. It's like you're compromising who you are. You're going to learn to stop doing that because of this person. They're also going to benefit you, and this is a quite direct message where you're going to stop feeling uninspired, and thus laziness will no longer be an issue for you in the pieces of your life where it was in the past. Very straightforward. Okay, now this is going to be how you benefit them. Ooh, inner strength. There we go. Inner strength for sure. Okay, so you're going to introduce them to what inner strength is like, and you're really going to help support them in that. The Master, okay. Oh, and success. You're really going to support this person and help bring them into success. Also, look at how similar this is. This is very similar energy. So you're going to benefit them by celebrating them for who they truly are and keeping them in alignment with their greatest truths. We'll just put that right there. There we go. And then the Master, this is coming into a place of acceptance and peace with the void, with that sense of emptiness, the sense of waiting. This is making me think of when I was taking singing lessons forever ago, and my teacher was telling me that the only thing that was missing was that I wasn't allowing pauses. I wasn't allowing the space between the notes because it made me uncomfortable, so I just wanted to go through it. So this is kind of what I'm seeing, but with a life passion, where that thunder energy that was their weakness, you're really going to rise them up and show them the bigger picture and potentially some better ways to make it through those situations. I'm also seeing you're going to be very receptive to their teachings, and because of all their practice teaching you, maybe they will practice like giving you speeches that they need to give. Either way, your support is really going to help them step into that state of mastery with wherever they want to be a master within. That's really cool. Okay, so bringing them a lot of success. This is going to be, these benefits are going to be before, like throughout your entire relationship of knowing each other. I'm seeing these are going to be benefits that start with a platonic friendship. Easy. Okay, moving on. So now we have, these cards are going to give us a little more insight as far as timing goes, and it will give us hopefully a few more hints as to how you guys are going to meet. Okay, luck is on your side, which is interesting because it came through that they are a lucky person. And then believe in the impossible. Blue moon. Yeah, this is just confirming that it's gonna be a while. Luck is not on your side in this situation. It's kind of like I'm seeing that those scenarios of when you're in a relationship, then they won't be, but then when you're not, they will be, where you guys just kind of keep missing each other. Although divine alignment is a thing, so it's going to happen when it's meant to happen. And it's also going to happen when you least expect it. You're never going to imagine yourself with this person romantically. That's just not going to be a thought in your mind. There's going to be something that happens. There's going to be something that happens. It's going to be different for each of you. There's going to be a moment where a switch flips and you're going to be able to start to see this person with the potential for romance. And that's going to be a big piece of your timing, which makes sense. Confirms everything that came through earlier. Okay, so now we have Page of Cups. Didn't that come through earlier with a different deck? Yeah, it did, with part of their strengths. The Hierophant, okay. And Eight of Pentacles. Lots of money messages. You guys might work together. You guys definitely might work together. Either way, you guys will work on a project together. Oh yeah, because it did come through that you guys might go into business together. So maybe you guys will be business associates. I do see you guys getting married. Eventually, you guys are going to get married. You're going to meet each other at the beginning of a new creative venture, a new creative project. It could also be a new job. Pages talk about like newness, and they can hint at new beginnings. So I'm seeing some aspect of your life is going to become new, but it's going to become imaginative and creative for you. You could meet at like the Hierophant talks about established tradition. So you guys could meet at church, at school, at the government. So maybe you have a government job. Oh, that did come through, right? Where they were talking to like leaders and people in government. Maybe that's how you guys meet. Huh. But that's going to be the key to this, is where you guys meet. A few of you, I'm also hearing that you'll be each other's neighbors. It's like one of you will move into the new neighborhood or apartment complex or whatnot, and that's how you guys are going to meet. Okay. I do see you guys both being very hardworking. I can say that. Now, we are going to get into direct messages from your person. I do have more, but this one specifically, I set the intention of if this person could come through right in this moment and tell you one thing, and only one thing, what would it be? There's a lot I haven't told you. Okay. I get the sense that that's going to mean a lot of different things for a lot of different people. There's a lot I haven't told you. Maybe many of you already know this person. There's a lot I haven't told you. Oh my gosh. Or this is saying, this is their higher self coming in and telling you that whoever you are with right now, there's a lot that they haven't told you. There's skeletons in the closet, or it doesn't even have to be negative, but there's a lot that that person hasn't told you that you're with right now. And this person is coming through energetically and saying, hey, yeah, you're going to want to find out what that is. So let's see if we can get any more messages. I wanted to. There we go. Okay. You are my divine counterpart. Beautiful. I love that. Okay. I am all in 1000% and no doubts. That's why it takes them so long to make decisions, because when they are all in, oh baby, it's no return. It's like their heart is all yours. So that's why they're so indecisive and kind of fickle, where they're like, am I? But when they are, and they will be, because they're your life partner. So ooh, that's a lot. We'll take them. Why not? I adore you. I think that could even be a friend message, to be honest. I am more sensitive than you know. Okay. Don't push me. I will open up when I'm ready. Yeah, be patient. Definitely be patient with this person. You have some toxic patterns of behavior that you need to heal. I want to have kids with you someday. What? Oh my gosh, and there was that kids message that was coming through earlier where they were saying that they don't want to have kids. What the hell? Huh. I think if they do, for those of you to whom it applies, if they do want to have kids, the fear is that they know that they're not good with kids. So they still have that fear of being a bad parent. We are destined to create something incredible together. Ooh, I love that, especially because they're such a creative person. And then I would do anything to be your man. Gender's arbitrary. I would do anything to be yours, I think is a better way of thinking about that. Also, masculine energy is a very solid, stable kind of energy. So this is really coming through and saying, like, no matter what, they will be your rock. Even as friends, they're going to be your rock. They would do anything to be that for you. Aww. That's just really heartwarming. Okay, now, pile number 6. So much of your stuff has been very straightforward. It's actually interesting. Your pile has been, I've kind of just been steamrolling through it because it's just been very, like, honestly, even getting the cards, especially the tiny tarot, to line up properly, it normally takes me like, it's ridiculous to admit this, but it normally takes me like 10-15 minutes because they just spin and they're just kind of hard to handle. But everything has been very flowy for you guys, very straightforward. I think this person is going to be very straightforward with you as well. Okay, so now we're going to use this deck. I do take it with a grain of salt, but the purpose of this deck is to ask a question, and then it will hopefully give us an answer. This part of the reading is not going to be for everyone. This is going to be a little bit more personalized. Only the messages that are meant to come through are going to come through. So if you don't get your answer, you're not meant to get your answer for that question. And if you don't have any questions, that's okay too. This is just for those of you who have that like burning question in your mind. So if you want to pause the video and then you can press play when you're ready, we're going to get some answers for you guys. Cut through to find clarity. Okay. Let's put this guy right here. If that didn't answer your question, you can keep the same one in your mind, or ask a second question? By all means, yes. Okay, let's get maybe one or two more. Oh, I jinxed it by saying one or two. Okay, beyond a doubt. Wow, I mean, by all means, yes, and beyond a doubt. Okay, it's good confirmation. Oh my god, shut up. Okay, everything's now sliding away. Yes, 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 and trust it will manifest. What? Now it's all messy because it's all excited. Oh, that's insane. You guys got like 3.5 cards essentially that say yes, because this is like trust it will manifest. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna straighten those cards in a minute, but let me get my runes. Yeah, we're just gonna, okay, just gonna clear a spot for him. Okay, any final guidance for pile number 6? Okay, let me clear these blank ones out of the way. Okay, lovelies, so you guys got these 4 runes. Let's start with Hagalas. There we go. Hagalas translates to hail, and it talks about storms. This is kind of giving me that thunder energy that was coming through. This person's going to be a little bit of a hurricane. It can talk about unknowingly just kind of having a destructive nature. So again, the thunder messages that were coming through. But most importantly, I'm seeing this as internal storms. Internal storms, oh my god, and delays. Yup, and delays. But it does talk about how disruption is, it sends the message of how disruption is a necessary part of life because it creates change and evolution. Oh, and you guys got the Hangman in reverse. This is coming through and saying to use this time well. Use this time for rest and contemplation instead of frustration at a delay or a lack of progress. Changes of plans too. Now, moving on to the next one, you guys have Lagus, the rune that translates to water. As we know, water symbolizes our emotions, our emotional state. This rune can hint at psychic abilities. It also carries the message to maybe pay closer attention to your dreams, because your dreams are going to carry messages from your spiritual team, from your ancestors, from your passed on loved ones, with guidance and help through this, and guidance and help through any potential internal storms that result through this. It'll also help keep you patient, I'm seeing. This is big on self-reflection, journeying inward. Oh, you know what? This is also the stone of interconnectedness to all living things, because water flows through each living creature, which makes sense. That sense of camaraderie, that sense of collaboration, that sense of oneness, and working with that and honoring that in order to make the world a better place. Okay. So, alright, so then you have Berkana. I find it interesting that this rune came up because this is a rune of fertility and marriage. It translates to birch tree, but this is also a rune that is in sync with the Norse goddess Freya, and she was a fertility goddess who our ancients would pray to when they wanted a child. So there's going to be something with you guys and kids. There's going to be something there with that. But this is also showing me that confirmation that you guys are gonna get married. 100%. You guys are definitely going to get married. Because this is fertility, though, in a big scheme of things, it does talk about an opportunity. So this could be a new opportunity, that new opportunity that you get and that you're capitalizing on when you meet this person. And also that nothing is like truly promised to us, right? Especially with free will between two people. Like, there's a lot of things that can influence and change. So there's a need to be fluid, right? And to kind of go with the flow, but also understand there's infinite possibilities. If this doesn't sound like a story that you want, you don't have to claim it. This is just a possibility. This is just one opportunity that you might have. At the end of the day, you're the one who gets to choose your life partner. So I came through for some of you. If that doesn't resonate, don't take it. This final message with Berkana that talks about the divine feminine. So there could be some nurturing energy that needs to be evaluated. It's actually kind of funny. It talks about how sometimes it is thought that the hardcore business executive lacks Berkana energy, which we had hardcore business executive vibes coming through. But in reality, that hardcore business executive is nurturing the business. So I wouldn't take it as a sign of coldness. It's very like just a matter of where they want to direct their warmth. And you as well. And then last but not least, we have Fehu. This... Oh, come on. This has meant something similar but also distinctly different for each pile. For your pile, I'm getting... So it translates to cattle. But if we look at it deeper, it talks about things that are of worth, including self-worth. So this really is corresponding pretty strongly with that self-love message that was coming through as well. That's the aspect that's coming through strongest for your pile with this rune. It is a sign of prosperity too, though. So it's a nice little nudge, nice little reassurance that prosperity will be a factor in your guys' relationship. And material gain, duh. We had all the messages that were coming through earlier with like the money and with the material. Yeah, see? Okay. Duh. So, fulfillment of ambitions and as a result, prosperity and material gain. This is also an abundance too. I'm seeing an abundance of worth is going to be achieved. Oh, pile 6. What a reading. I hope that this has helped you. I am not seeing anything else. If you liked this video, then let me know and just boop that like button down below. And if you haven't already and my vibes vibe with your vibes, then go ahead and subscribe. But otherwise, until next time, bye guys.